Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Is this okay? Shiraishi looked at himself in the mirror. I was stunned. He actually turned back into an elementary school student. What's going on when Shiraishi woke up? He found that his house had changed, and even his body had reverted to that of an elementary school student. His soft, supple skin and short arms and legs were something he wasn't used to. That's incredible, just as Shiraishi was dumbfounded. A torrent of memories suddenly flooded into his mind. It was then that Shiraishi realized he had traveled through time. Not only did he change his clothes, but he also became Nobita Nobai's distant cousin under the automatic arrangement of the world's will. That's right, it's Nobita Nobai. And he now calls himself Nobai Shiraishi. The world of Doraemon, the people of Beishi were stunned. In some ways, Doraemon's world is more dangerous than Marvel's or DC's. Because in Marvel and DC, at least there are tall superheroes to keep things in check. As for Doraemon, if the phone booth changes the world, then Shiraishi, the author, would certainly be within the scope of that change as well. He certainly didn't want his perception to be changed so easily. Besides this, there are countless crises, such as the Demon Realm, the Journey to the West invasion, and the Steel Legion invasion. Shiraishi had a bit of a headache. Putting everything else aside, he's in such a state that it's hard for him to even survive. Let alone what will happen in the future, fortunately. When the world's will memory was being instilled, Shiraishi knew that he would be picked up by the Nobai family today. He has become younger, but his parents will not come back to life in this world. The parents died in a car accident a few days ago. That's why being the parent of a time traveler is such a dangerous profession. Shiraishi shook his head helplessly and could only apologize to his deceased parents in his heart. Cuckoo, he is currently alone at home. That must be arranged by the will of the world. If it were a legitimate arrangement, who would let a primary school student live alone and wait until the afternoon to pick him up? Shiraishi's stomach rumbled, so he jumped off the stool, found the refrigerator and took out some bread to eat. This small body is really not very good, and Shiraishi is quite awkward about it. Ding. Host has replenished energy. Proficiency system activated. New player gift pack has been sent. Would you like to open it? A notification tone suddenly sounded in my ear. Baishi paused slightly, then tentatively asked, "System." No response. System, are you there? There has been no response yet. Just let me know if you're here. Still no response. Just when Baishi was about to think he was hallucinating, a habitual remark he made confirmed the system's authenticity. System, open the panel. Host, Shiraishi. Constitution * skill * chances to win a prize, 0. Almost all of them were zeros. But this still made Baishi's face light up with joy. The system function. This system doesn't seem to be as intelligent as one might imagine. It only responds when a certain keyword is triggered. Much like an NPC in a game, the system has two functions. The first is skill proficiency. As long as the host works hard, he can gain the corresponding proficiency. The second is a lottery. The lottery can help the host obtain skills that he cannot learn on his own. Completing the tasks issued by the system can earn him lottery chances. The newbie gift pack is the only chance to obtain physique. So please make the most of it, Shiraishi understood. No wonder it's called a proficiency system, however. How I should utilize this newbie gift pack depends on luck. Doesn't it? Shiraishi patted his face excitedly, washed his hands and, too lazy to bother with any mystical practices, simply chose to open the newbie gift pack. What a joke. Of course, the sooner you gain this ability to protect yourself, the better. Open the new player gift packs. Right in front of him, a gift box-like object appeared, then suddenly explode, spewing out fireworks. With a message in the middle, ding, congratulations host. You have unlocked the newbie gift pack and obtained the little Superman little Jonathan Kent physique. Is he a superhuman? Jonathan Kent Jr. You don't need to know who he is, just that he is Superman's son, known as Little Superman, and is half Kryptonian who can become stronger by basking in the sun. In an instant, several blue rays of light suddenly burst forth from that line of prompts, swirling around the white stone. Shiraishi felt as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. Feeling incredibly comfortable, he couldn't help but close his eyes, and unknowingly floated into the air. The blue light swirled around Baishi several times before suddenly entering his body and then slowly landing. Baishi was still feeling a bit lightheaded, as the feeling just now was just too comfortable. Host Shiraishi. Physical constitution, Little Superman skill asterisk. Chances to win a prize, 0. Shiraishi clenched his fist. The changes were obvious. He now possessed at least the strength of an adult, and his eyesight and hearing were even stronger than those of an adult. This made him smile involuntarily. At least he was no longer a weak elementary school student. Shiraishi clenched his fist, the sudden surge of power causing him to slam his fist into the wooden table in front of him. Bang! The fragile wooden table was smashed to pieces with a single punch. Shiraishi's fist, however, was completely free of ash. An average adult certainly has the strength to knock over an ordinary wooden table with a single punch. However, it usually leads to a fracture or injury to one's hand. But Shiraishi wouldn't. This is the incredible physical strength of Kryptonians. Even if Shiraishi's strength is only that of a normal adult, his defensive capabilities far exceed that of an adult. Baishi looked at the messy ground and a look of delight on his face. It's so awesome that I can get stronger just by sunbathing. He walked to the window, feeling the sunlight streaming down his body, a comfort that seemed to come from the depths of his soul. The sunlight seemed to grant him everything. Little Bai, uncle is here to pick you up. Just as Shiraishi was enjoying the comfort brought to him by the sunlight, the sound of a car braking could be heard outside, along with the voice of Nobita's father, Nobita's son. Nobasuke, uncle, I'm coming right away. Shiraishi shouted, looking at the mess on the ground. I suddenly felt a headache coming on. I should have known better than to try it. But all they could do was pack these things together and toss them out the window into the yard. This house was left to Shiraishi by his parents in this life. It is said that it has been sold, and the money from the sale is temporarily kept by Nobasuke to be used as funds for raising Shiraishi. The next person to come will clean it up. Shiraishi glanced at his clothes, which could only be described as the most traditional attire for this time of year, and couldn't help but shake his head. From his 21st century perspective, this kind of clothing is incredibly outdated, luckily. She's cute, so she looks cute in anything she wears. Shiraishi was already quite good-looking. After acquiring the superhuman physique, her skin became even whiter and smoother, seemingly without the slightest flaw, making her even cuter. I'll buy clothes later. Shiraishi carried a large suitcase of luggage and walked out. Inside were most of his clothes and some personal items, including bed sheets. A green sedan was parked at the entrance. A chubby middle-aged man stood next to the green sedan. He seemed to be fiddling with something, calling out as he worked, Zayabai uncle has something to do. I'll be done in a minute, please wait a moment, this weather. Uncle, I'm out now at this moment. Nobita noticed that Shiraishi was already standing next to him. He was startled when he saw the huge suitcase on Shiraishi's shoulder. Shiraishi, why didn't you wait for your uncle? As he spoke, he quickly reached out to take the suitcase that Baishi was carrying, which was almost the size of his entire body. However, the moment he received it, Nobasuke realized he had been too hasty. It's so heavy. It's full of stuff. Caught off guard, the suitcase was slammed to the ground with a thud. Nobita wiped the sweat from his face with a cloth, somewhat embarrassed. Shiro, why did you bring so much stuff? Uncle has already prepared everything for you at home. It's all right, uncles, we've already brought them. With that, Shiraishi picked up the luggage from the ground again and walked towards the trunk. Nobita's eyes twitched violently. Zayabai is so strong. He quickly scrambled to the trunk, opened the door, and helped Baishi put the suitcase inside. Shiraishi had anticipated Nobisuke's reaction when he saw Nobisuke trying to take his luggage. His suitcases weren't actually that heavy. It is something that a properly trained adult could pick up. But Nobisuke is clearly not the kind of middle-aged man who has exercised. You can tell just by looking at his belly. If caught off guard, you might not be able to pick it up. Get in the car, Zayoabai. Seated in the driver's seat and the back seat respectively. They set sail as the car hummed under its own weight. Zayobai, you're really strong. Uncle almost couldn't lift that luggage just now. What do you mean, almost didn't pick it up? You mean you didn't pick it up at all? Shiraishi didn't want to expose Nobisuke's lie. So he just chimed in, I'm naturally strong. My parents say I'm super strong, oh I see. Zayoaba, you haven't seen Daxing in a long time, have you? It's been a long time since you two last met, but that's okay. Brothers are brothers. You'll be familiar with each other again soon. Nobita didn't suspect Shiraishi was lying and changed the subject. Shiraishi was, of course, extremely familiar with Nobita Nobai. It could even be said that he is more familiar with Nobita than Nobita's brother. Nobita's sister Tamako. But I definitely can't say that out loud. Although if you say it out loud, it will only be taken as a child's unintentional remark. In this world, Shiraishi is only a few months older than Nobita, and the two had met a few times when they were children. However, because Shiraishi's parents and Nobita's family live too far apart, they may only get together once every 2 or 3 years. The last time was 3 years ago. Nobita was only a few years old, probably forgot by now. Nobita kept talking the whole way. They were all introducing Shiraishi to the family, trying to help him integrate into the family as quickly as possible. Besides Auntie and Nobita, we also have a robot at home named Doraemon. Shiraishi was of course aware of these things, but he would always respond with a smile to Nobisuke. An afternoon has passed, and they have only traveled about 2/3 of the distance. Nobita randomly picked a convenience store on the road, and after quickly eating something with Shiraishi, he set off on his journey again, finally. Around 8 o'clock, the green sedan stopped in front of a house in Beishi that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Little Bay, come in. Your aunt and little brother have been waiting for you for a long time. Shiraishi stared blankly at the house until Nobita called him, at which point he came to his senses and went inside with Nobita. I'm a little nervous, snap, snap, snap. The house seemed to have been prepared. As soon as the door opened, fireworks exploded with a bang, and Nobita clapped his hands with a broad smile. Welcome Nobita Shiraishi to our family. White stone swept across the stone in a single glance. 4 people were standing in front of me. Nobita, and the round and chubby Doraemon. Come on Zayabai, let me reintroduce you. Nobita extended his hand and said, this is my wife, your aunt. Hello Auntie, Shiraishi bowed very politely, saying, please take care of me in the future. It's all right, Shiro is so polite. I wish Nobita was like that too. Shiraishi's appearance is a huge plus for middle-aged people like them at this age. Nobita Mako cupped her face in her left hand, waved her right hand and said with a smile. Nobita could only give an awkward laugh. It's common knowledge that he's stupid. This is your younger brother, Nobita Nobai. Hello, Nobita Nobai, looking at Nobita in front of him. Shiraishi felt a surge of emotion and extended his hand with a smile. Nobita bowed awkwardly, his head bowed, and he kept turning around on the ground. Then he scratched his head, reached out and shook hands with Shiraishi, saying sheepishly, welcome my cousin Shiraishi. Haha, great, from now on, you two will be the closest of brothers, so you must get along well. Nobita and Nobita clapped their hands happily. What about me, beside him Doraemon, with 2 blushes on his cheeks, looked a little shy but also very eager to try, and jumped a few times, oh and Doraemon too. Nobita seemed to want to convey his meaning, so he squatted down and hugged Doraemon's big head. This is the robot I told you about. Don't underestimate him just because he's a robot. He's a very important member of our family. Just like a real family member, Doraemon, who was just eager to try, became shy and started poking his little hands after being told that. Saying in a weak voice, "Hello, Nobita's older brother." "Hello, Doraemon." Shiraishi walked up to Doraemon, reached out and shook Doraemon's ball-shaped hand. Doraemon chuckled. "All right, come on, you must be starving. I've prepared a huge feast for you tonight." Nobita Tamako greeted Shiraishi warmly. "Yay. Delicious food." Nobita and Doraemon are still children at heart, and they can't resist the temptation of delicious food. They immediately ran towards the restaurant. But the two clumsy fellows collided and instantly fell to the ground. Seeing stars, Nobita Doraemon. Upon seeing this, Nobita put his hands on his hips and said angrily, "What are you doing? Go wash up." He glanced at Shiraishi discreetly. Upon realizing that Shiraishi was merely suppressing a laugh, he couldn't help but chuckle and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They were terrified that Shiraishi would have a bad impression of them. Otherwise, the house would be in complete chaos. "Yes. I heard my father's angry voice." Nobita and Doraemon immediately stood up, standing at attention like soldiers, and headed towards the bathroom. "All right, Zayaba, you should go wash up too." Nobita's conversation with Shiraishi was particularly gentle. Shiraishi nodded and went to the bathroom door with Nobasuke. As soon as they got to the bathroom, they heard Nobita and Doraemon whispering to each other. "Nobita, Dad's acting really strange today." "Doraemon, is that strange?" "Nobita, of course my dad isn't this manly at all normally." "Doraemon, that's true. You're usually kept very strict by your mom, aren't you?" "Nobita, Mom was so much gentler today." Upon hearing this, not only Nobita's brother, Nobai's sister couldn't hold back, but even Nobita's daughter Tamako was about to break down. The two parents, their faces flushed and filled with anger, went into the bathroom together. "Nobita, Doraemon, I'm going to show you what a manly side your father can be." After a chaotic scene, Nobita and Tamako Nobai had just come out of the bathroom. Nobita was still trying to comfort the extremely angry Tamako. "Okay. Honey, don't be angry to understand." Shiraishi walked in and immediately saw two people who were truly seeing starslining against the sink. Puff Shiraishi had been holding back his laughter, but he couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into laughter. Hearing Shiraishi's laughter, Nobita and Doraemon snapped out of their daze, coughing awkwardly as they complained, "Cousin, let me tell you, my mom and dad are acting completely differently today, but they won't let us say anything." Doraemon suddenly sensed something was wrong and immediately grabbed Nobita's hand. Nobita, stop talking now." "What?" "Doraemon, you won't allow me to." Nobita's voice suddenly stopped, and he looked behind Shiraishi with fear on his face. Shiraishi turned to look, and saw that it was Nobasuke checking on Shiraishi to see how his washing up was going. What? Nobita was initially a little angry when he heard Nobita talking badly about them again. But when he saw Shiraishi turn around and look at him, his expression immediately returned to a gentle smile. He said to Shiraishi, "Hurry up and wash up, or the food will get cold." "Okay, I understand." Shiraishi nodded. Nobita and Doraemon breathed a sigh of relief after Nobita left. "Nobita, you're going too far. Even Dad is saying something." Doraemon let out a slow sigh, then couldn't help but complain, "What?" "Doraemon, you just said that too." Nobita Nobai said angrily, "Really, how could I forget?" Doraemon whistled, his eyes darting around. "That wretched Doraemon." Nobita angrily grabbed Doraemon's head and kept rubbing and scratching it. Doraemon's eyes wide burst into laughter, rolling around with Nobita's. "I was wrong, Nobita, I was wrong. I was really wrong, Nobita." All right, Nobita. "Doraemon, stop fooling around. If you keep this up, your uncle might really come in and show you what it means to be a man." Shiraishi timely pressed down on Nobita and Doraemon's heads, preventing them from bumping into each other no matter how hard they tried. "Cousin, you're so strong." Nobita scratched his head. The spot where Shiraishi had pressed down was a little red. It wasn't that Shiraishi used too much force. It was mainly that while Nobita was holding Shiraishi down, He was still trying to move forward and beat up Doraemon. HMPH, it's all your own doing. Doraemon crossed his arms and said with dissatisfaction, "Hurry up and wash up so we can go eat, I'm starving, bye she." Fearing that the two little devils would start fighting again, quickly said okay, okay. Although Nobita and Doraemon are mischievous, they are quite rational when it comes to these kinds of things. After washing up when I arrived at the restaurant, Nobita Tamako's food had already been served. Baishi took his seat at everyone's invitation, and the meal was enjoyed by both host and guests. The conversation also helped to reduce the invisible barrier between Baishi and the family. Nobita's daughter Tamako led the group to Shiraishi's room. "Shiraishi, this is where you'll be living from now on. It might feel a little cramped, but please treat this place like your own home, what? I wouldn't feel wronged." Nobita couldn't help but complains. "Isn't this clearly saying that my room is trash, However, Nobita only needed one look from Tamako Nobai to make him tremble and lower his head. Doraemon couldn't help but chuckle, "All right, Shiro. You can stay here and get along well with Nobita." Before leaving, Nobita warned Nobita, "Don't mess around and corrupt Shiro, bang." As the door closed, Xinghu had been tense all along, suddenly slumped to the ground and couldn't help but complain. What? What do you mean I'll corrupt my cousin Ziobai? That's hilarious. Mom is only doing this for your own good." Doraemon patted Nobita on the shoulder, then looked at Shiraishi curiously and asked cousin, "Will you be going to the same school as Nobita?" "Of course." Shiraishi sat on the tatami mat and said, "Even with Doraemon, I can't go that far to school, that's true." Doraemon scratched his head. "Hey cousin, how are your grades at school?" Suddenly, Nobita seemed to take an interest, and curiously sat up cross-legged, placing his hands on his feet looking on with anticipation. "The results are just so-so." Shiraishi waved his hand modestly. "How much is average?" Nobita's eyes sparkled. He was eager to know Shiraishi's grades. Doraemon, standing nearby, couldn't help but cover his forehead with his hand, looking quite helpless. No one else knows what Nobita is thinking. Doesn't Doraemon know this if Shiraishi says it's good? Nobita definitely won't ask any more questions. But Shiraishi said it was just so-so, which made Nobita very curious. This reflects a child's competitive spirit and a sense of wishful thinking. Nobita believes that if another child in the family has poor grades, his mother will be too embarrassed to force him to write anymore. That's how kids are. They never think that they'll actually be forced to write together. And what if my cousin's grades are worse than mine? Wouldn't that mean I could teach my cousin? "Cousin, it's okay, don't be ashamed. My grades are also very bad, I'm at the bottom of the class." Nobita's eyes lit up as if they were sparkling with stars when he thought of this. In order to force Shiraishi to reveal his achievements, he even told her about his own. He only got full marks in 2 subjects. Shiraishi couldn't help but chuckle. "Young man, if that's how you are, then I have no choice but to say it out loud." Nobita couldn't help but open his mouth wide. In that instant, his eyes lost their light and he became completely dazed. You should know that elementary schools in Japan only have 2 subjects for exams: Japanese language and mathematics. What? He originally thought his cousin's grades were just average. Puff. Doraemon tried to suppress his laughter, but couldn't help burst out laughing once he did. He couldn't hold it in any longer and started rolling around on the ground, laughing hysterically. Big hero, you. Ha ha ha, you're simply humiliating yourself, Doraemon." Nobita's face suddenly turned red, and he screamed in utter shame. He dared not and could not vent his anger on Shiraishi, so he could only pounce on Doraemon again. "Nobita, I was wrong." The two of them rolled around in a ball on the ground for a while before collapsing. Panting heavily, huffs, Nobita. Panting heavily complained, "Cousin, you call this average? You're clearly a super genius. You're just like Dekasugi in our class." "Yes, cousin." Doraemon nodded in agreement and said, "That's good. It's really a good thing to have a good older cousin who's good at studying to keep an eye on Nobita. Cousin, you'd better keep an eye on Nobita from now on. No problem, after all I am Nobita's cousin. And I have an inescapable duty in this regard. Shiraishi crossed his arms and nodded solemnly, damn it. Nobita felt a sudden darkness before his eyes. And the future seemed bleak and hopeless. My mom is already very strict, now we have another cousin. What should I do, however? Children's tempers come and go quickly. And Nobita soon started asking about Shiraishi's hometown. In reality, Shiraishi's hometown is just like this. Nothing different from here, just an ordinary small town. To make the story more interesting, Baishi incorporated many ancient illusions that he made up himself. Nobita and Doraemon became completely engrossed in listening. It wasn't until Nobita called for her to go to sleep that the blanket was taken out and spread on the floor. Just like Nobita said, the blankets were all prepared carefully and were all brand new. Shiraishi didn't need to bring any luggage at all, cousin. You have to keep telling us these stories tomorrow. Doraemon turned off the lights and went to sleep, closing the door to his wardrobe. Before going to sleep, Nobita mumbled something in a daze. A smile appeared on Shiraishi's face. He hummed softly and then fell into a deep sleep. This was the deepest and safest night's sleep he had had since entering the workforce. He knew that in the future would be many more nights like this. The next morning, Shiraishi looked helplessly at Nobita, who was still lying in bed and couldn't get up, and then glanced helplessly at Doraemon. Doraemon could only shrug and say, I can't do anything about it. Let's go down first, Doraemon, okay, cousin Zayabai. After Shiraishi and Doraemon finished washing up and came to the kitchen, Nobita still hadn't gotten up. Nobita is heating milk, frying eggs, and making bread. Upon seeing the two, he immediately laughed and said, as expected of Zayabai, you don't even need to be called. Unlike Dakshung, by the way, where's Dakshung? Dakshung, he's still sleeping. I can't wake him up no matter what I do. Shiraishi and Doraemon sat at the dining table. Doraemon picked up a piece of bread and started eating it, while Shiraishi helplessly answered Nobita's question. That guy Nobita, normally it's fine. Nobita was already used to it, but what about now? Without comparison, there is no harm done. Enraged, Nobita stormed upstairs. Shiraishi and Doraemon exchanged a glance, and could only pray for Nobita in their hearts. Mom, I'll get up right away. I thought that as long as I had a premonition it would be fine. But when they heard that sound, Shiraishi and Doraemon couldn't help but laugh out loud. Poor Nobita. I know how terrifying Aunt Tamako can be when she's angry. Having watched the anime, I told you to get up a long time ago. But I can't help you if you don't seize the opportunity. As Nobita's screams rang out, a new day began for the Nobita family, Dakshung. After breakfast, take your little white cousin to get to know the neighborhood and introduce him to some new friends. He's family now, just like you, no problem. I just arranged to meet Shizuka and the others at the open space today. Kusanoyu can come with me. He went out with Shiraishi and Doraemon, walking ahead. Nobita was incredibly proud and arrogant. I'd never seen him so smug before, cousin. I know a lot of friends around here. Even the ringleader is my friend. I'll introduce you to them today, so you won't get bullied in the future. If you do get bullied, just come to me. Nobita patted his chest and made a boastful promise to Shiraishi. Doraemon remained completely unfazed, even feeling a slight urge to laugh. He had long since seen through Nobita's personality. Shiraishi almost burst out laughing. Who's the ringleader of the kids around here? It's Giant. Your friend is indeed your friend. But are you sure you're not the one being bullied? All right, we're here. Nobita spread his arms wide and said excitedly, cousin. Look, thighs is the open space where we usually play together. His exaggerated performance. It immediately attracted the attention of several children in the open space, who couldn't help but turn their gaze over. Shiraishi happened to be looking in that direction when their eyes met. Tall and strong fat tiger, the skinny little Fukuo, and Shizuka, petite but a beauty in the making. Nobita, who is this, in front of strangers? Jian wouldn't act so strangely, or rather. Jian is usually quite normal. He came over and put his arm around Nobita's shoulder. Asking curiously, he's my cousin. Nobita seemed very uncomfortable with Jian's behavior, and his discomfort was evident on his face. No wonder he got beaten up. His attempt to be friendly and affectionate was met with such disdain. Many normal people would find it unbearable, let alone Jian. Let me introduce you all, his name is Nobita Shiraishi, and he'll be living at my house from now on. Cousin, this is Jian, this is Sunio, and this is Shizuka. We are friends and classmates. Ignoring Nobita's reaction, Jian ran over to Shiraishi, hooked his arm around Shiraishi's shoulder, and laughed heartily. So you're Nobita's cousin. From now on, you're my cousin, Jian's cousin Shiraishi. If anyone in this area dares to bully you, just tell me. I'll beat them to a pulp. Knowing Jian's personality, Shiraishi wasn't too bothered, instead smiled and said, "Okay, I'll have to trouble you to look after me from now on." "Thank you, it's okay." Fat Tiger scratched his head and then burst into laughter. Seemingly enjoying the feeling of being thanked, Shizuka, who was standing next to him, also greeted Shiraishi. Compared to Jian and Sunio, Shizuka seems to be able to feel Shiraishi's charm more. He's so handsome at such a young age, and just one look at him makes people blush and their hearts race. Only Sunio seemed to have a bad impression of Shiraishi, constantly looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Everyone sat down by the building pipes in the open space. Because Shiraishi was a new member, everyone's conversation revolved around him. For example, they might ask how old you are, where you're from, what you like, and what your hobbies are. Fat Tiger acted perfectly normal in front of the new friends, even giving off the air of a senior figure in the group. Because it involved his cousin, Nobita was also very active. Although Shizuka is a lady, she will occasionally chime in and has a strong presence. Not to mention Doraemon, only Sunio carrying a backpack, remained silent throughout. Well, not exactly silent, but he did say a few words, trying to shift the topic away from Shiraishi. But no one paid him any attention. You all. Zairofu clenched his fists, watching them chatting so enthusiastically. He felt increasingly aggrieved, and finally couldn't help but shout, "You guys are going too far." Then, to everyone's bewilderment, she ran away crying. "What's wrong with Zairofu?" Shizuka asked, puzzled. "I don't know what's wrong with this kid all of a sudden." Fat Tiger scratched his head, his mind filled with doubt. That guy Zairofu must feel that his cousin has stolen his thunder, so he's unhappy about it. Nobita snorted dismissively. It has to be said that his intuition is sometimes quite accurate. Sunio had already returned home, took out his new remote control car from his backpack, and started crying. Zairofu had prepared this brand new remote-controlled car, ready to show off, but unexpectedly, his limelight was stolen. While everyone was talking about Shiraishi, Sunio kept talking from the side, trying to get everyone's attention to be focused on him. But nothing worked then. She cried because she felt wronged. Children are children after all. Zairofu doesn't even think about it. Everyone was chatting with Shiraishi. You're the only one implying that a certain new remote-controlled car has just been released for sale. They didn't ignore you. They're already being very kind by giving you a perfunctory response. It's all that Shiraishi's fault. No. It's all Nobita's fault. He had to bring a cousin here to oppose me. That's right, it's all Nobita's fault. It's all Nobita's fault, Nobita. Zairofu, do you want to hear what you're saying right now? The others on the other side also deduced from the clues they had just gathered that Zairofu had run away in frustration. Fat Tiger said speechlessly, "That Sunio is really too stingy. A remote control car is nothing compared to a new friend. Don't you think, cousin Shiraishi?" Shiraishi nodded in agreement. How could a remote-controlled car compare to the friendship forged in elementary school? Of course, he also knew that Sunio actually valued friendship more. But he just didn't show it so obviously. We're all elementary school students. Who could possibly notice? We just thought he was vain. Zaiafu is going too far. He's not giving Beishi any face at all, even Shizuka. A lady who usually doesn't like to lose her temper. Got a little angry, not to mention Nobita and Doraemon, who were already furious. It's just a broken remote-controlled car. How can it compare to little white cousin? It's hilarious. Nobita huffed then looked at Doraemon. You can definitely pull out something more fun and cooler than that remote control car anytime. Right, of course, under everyone's gaze. Doraemon coughed lightly, then proudly reached into his four-dimensional magic pocket. Of course. Doraemon rummaged through his four-dimensional magic pocket and pulled out a huge gadget, slamming it down on the ground with a thud-ing ta-da. A remote-controlled simulation car. Wow, what's this? Doraemon, Giant, and Nobita's eyes lit up instantly, and they lingered near the remote-controlled simulator. The composition of this instrument is quite simple. The front half is covered by a huge screen, while the middle part is shaped like a car. When Shiraishi saw this prop, he couldn't help but think to himself, isn't this one of those racing simulators from the arcade in my past life? He looked at it a few more times and became even more certain. That should be right, ta-da. There's also a remote-controlled car. Doraemon took out a remote-controlled car from his magic pocket and placed it on the ground, explaining as he did so, this is a remote-controlled simulation car. As long as you sit on it, you can control the car's movements. Let me show you with that. Doraemon sat in the remote-controlled simulator car and started the engine. Buzz! The air blast from that remote-controlled car looked so realistic. It didn't feel like a remote-controlled car at all. The real vibrations even reached the prop vehicle. Doraemon stepped on the gas and started racing in the open space. Woohoo with H drift. Most of the vibrations and changes during the drift are transmitted to Doraemon through the prop car he's sitting on. After demonstrating for a while, Doraemon finished with a cool drift jump off the prop car. Patted Itan said with a proud smile, how was that? Cousin Shiraishi, cool. Shiraishi was very respectful to Doraemon. He was even itching to try his hand at it. Not to mention Giant and Nobita. Even Shizuka was somewhat eager to try, just kidding. Isn't this way cooler than any remote-controlled car? The real sensory experience. It's just like driving a real car. I'll go first, he ignored Fat Tiger's murderous glare. Nobita jumped onto the car seat and started speeding like crazy. This experience Yuhich felt just like driving a real car. Drove him wild with excitement. And he kept letting out strange whistling noises. Doraemon stood to the side, watching Nobita with a maternal smile. Where is he? Nobita played for a while before Giant pulled him down. My turn, Nobita, hahaha, watch my super drift. Speeding whoosh under Giant's control. The remote-controlled car travels through bushes and puddles, making it look like it's traversing a jungle, with occasional glimpses of giant insects. The stimulating sensation of being pushed back made Fat Tiger roar with excitement. Shiraishi was really itching to try it himself. Although it looks similar to driving, the actual experience is obviously many times more fun than driving. First of all, there's no need to worry about crashing. Driving a tiny remote-controlled car is like being in a miniature world. The combination of adventure and racing is incredibly fun. I kind of want to play, perhaps because his body has shrunk. Shiraishi's childlike innocence, which he had long lost, has gradually returned, however. Since Giant had just sat down, Shiraishi couldn't very well pull him off, however. Shiraishi seems to have overestimated Giant's usual strength. Shizuka looked on with longing. Nobita and Doraemon sat to the side watching Giant. Time passed slowly. Everyone went from being excited and eager to continue playing to sitting listlessly on the pipes. It's my turn now, Shiraishi slowly stood up from the pipe. Preparing to walk to Giant's side, cousin wait. He's Fat Tiger. Nobita's pupils suddenly contracted, and he hurriedly tried to grab Shiraishi. Even Doraemon tried to persuade Shiraishi-san. It's Akio can play with him when we get home. No. Shiraishi shook his head decisively as friends. No one can directly take away a toy's playtime, not even Giant. And Shizuka is waiting right next to us. While he watched helplessly as Giant continued to play this game, I knew this guy was going to act up again. They just like to take over everything they like. Shizuka looked at Shiraishi with emotion. She didn't actually like the feeling of racing that much, but even she wanted to experience such a toy. But who knew that once Fat Tiger sat there, it would be noon? I'm a little disappointed. I originally wanted Nobita, Doraemon, and Giant to say it. But judging from the looks of it, there's no way they'd say it. Upon hearing that Shiraishi had stood up for her, Shizuka was immediately moved, but this is Giant. Nobita Nobai wanted to say anything more. But Doraemon understood what Shiraishi meant. He even stopped Nobita with his little hand, looking at Shiraishi with a resolute expression. Like a hero going forth to his death, yes. Cousin Shiraishi, you're right. I understand what you mean. This situation really can't happen. Go ahead, Doraemon support you, Doraemon. Nobita was stunned. How could Doraemon be fooling around with his cousin? That's Giant. But Doraemon's gaze remained steadfast as he looked at Shiraishi. It's been decided if Giant dares to make a move, he will definitely step in to help Shiraishi. Shiraishi nodded, then said with a smile, it might not necessarily happen the way you're thinking. With that, Shiraishi walked directly to Giant's side, looked at him and said calmly, Giant, it's my turn also. You've been playing for a long time this round. So don't play next round, wait for the third round. What are you doing, Shiraishi? Disturbed by Shiraishi, Giant's remote-controlled car crashed into the wall in front of him with a bang. The realistic feeling made Giant's head buzz. He turned his head and glared fiercely at Shiraishi. Giant, do you know how annoying your behavior is? Shiraishi didn't care about Giant's gaze, after all. He was an adult in his previous life and wouldn't be frightened by a child. Hey, what are you saying? Fat Tiger grabbed Shiraishi's left arm with his right hand, seemingly about to attack. Doraemon in the back has already put his hand into the four-dimensional magic pocket. As for Nobita, although he's a coward, he's already prepared to rush up and fight Giant. Although he said he was scared, Nobita actually sided with Shiraishi and thought Shiraishi was right. Besides, he's my cousin. How could I let my cousin be bullied by Fat Tiger on his very first day here? Nobita's eyes gradually hardened as he grabbed Doraemon's hand, ready to charge at any moment. Shizuka crossed her arms and looked at Shiraishi with great concern, wanting to tell him to let it go and that she could play later. Shiraishi, cousin. Shiraishi noticed their commotion and was very pleased. At least there wasn't a situation where I'm standing up for you, and you don't dare to utter a word. It's okay, you don't need to come up. I want to reason with Fat Tiger. Shiraishi first extended his right hand to stop them from making their move, and then gently grabbed the fat hand that Giant was holding on his right arm. With a light but incredibly stable force, they forcefully pried open Fat Tiger's hand. Is he afraid of Giant? Joke. Even though Giant is a child, he is no stronger than an adult. Moreover, after a day in the sun, his strength had increased, and he could easily handle Fat Tiger like a little chick. Hey Shiraishi, are you provoking me? Fat Tiger watched helplessly as his hands were pried open, and he was already furious. His face turned red, and he rolled up his sleeves wanting to beat up Shiraishi. He's been acting arrogantly in this area for a long time. He has never encountered anyone who dares to defy him. Now that one has suddenly appeared. Fat Tiger feels that his authority as the leader of the children has been offended. Provocation? No, it isn't. Shiraishi spread his hands innocently and said, I just wanted to reason with you. He took a small step forward, then patted Fat Tiger's shoulder a few times, before gently pressing down on it. A red glint flashed in his eyes. What I just said, Fat Tiger, isn't it right? Shouldn't it be my turn? Fat Tiger really wanted to say no, but he was suddenly surprised to find that he could no longer move the spot whereby she was holding him down. A chill ran up his head and he suddenly shuddered, looking at Baishi with fear in his eyes. Besides, you played for a long time just now, which is equivalent to playing the second round. It's normal to wait until the third round to play. Do you think what I said makes sense, fat tiger? Shiraishi gently moved his head closer to Jian. Meeting his gaze, the tone of voice was normal. But Jian felt that the voice was deafening. He tried to run away but couldn't, and was held tightly by Shiraishi. Yes, yes. You're right, fat tiger was momentarily stunned. Shiraishi smiled and patted Jian's shoulder with satisfaction. All right, Jian, you can sit down over there. Okay. Under the incredulous gazes of his friends, Fat Tiger walked listlessly to the side of the pipe and sat down. His eyes glazed over his clothes soaked with cold sweat. Yay, cousins! Nobita watched this scene with great excitement and rushed over to hug Shiraishi. Cousin, you're amazing. Doraemon looked at Shiraishi with admiration. They're cousins, but he's so much better than Nobita. Shizuka nodded in agreement. Shiraishi's performance just now was exactly what she wanted. Without resorting to violence, he politely ushered Jian aside with words, "What?" Doraemon, Nobita said with dissatisfaction from now on. I can reason with Jian just like my cousin. If you try to reason with Jian like I do, Jian will definitely punch you back. Shiraishi burst out laughing again like a little adult. Pushed Nobita away, feeling a bit suffocated by the boy's hug. It wasn't as calm as it seemed just now. If little Fatty Tiger really dares to make a move, the arm that's grabbing Fatty Tiger's shoulder will just give him an over-the-shoulder throw. Sometimes you have to discipline a naughty kid. Reason. For Jian, fists are the reason. If your fists aren't strong enough, Jian will definitely show you what the iron fist of the king of kids is all about. Come on, Shizuka. You go up, and Shizuka's experience was more refined compared to Jian or even Nobita. It's like a wealthy lady strolling through the streets. After she had tried it for a while, it was Shiraishi's turn. Shiraishi was so itchy to get his hands on it that he immediately started racing. The experience is completely different from driving yourself. Even the scenery outside the window is different. When the first round ended and they started the second round, before the third round began, the sun was already high in the sky at noon, and the sunlight was shining on the earth. It's time to go home after saying goodbye. Everyone went home to their own mothers. And Fat Tiger didn't even get to play the third round. Back home, I ate my first lunch. Nobita urged Tamako to do her homework. It's summer vacation now, and the start of school is just around the corner. But Nobita hasn't even started his homework yet. Zaiabai, I'm entrusting Dakshing's homework to you. Please take a look and keep an eye on him. Nobita Tamako spoke earnestly to Shiraishi, then glared at Nobita beside her. No, by day you just can't laugh. Shiraishi nodded and smiled. Okay, Aunt Tamako. Thank you so much, Zaiabai. What would you like to eat? Auntie will make it for you tonight. Nobai Tamako was overjoyed. She heard it from her husband. Shiraishi was smart from a young age, and his grades were almost always perfect 100s. She thought it would be hard for Nobita not to become smarter if he played with someone like that. Thank you, Auntie. I don't have any particular favorites. But I don't have any dietary restrictions either, and so. Shiraishi led Nobita and Doraemon back to their room. Ugh. I'm so tired, I'm so sleepy. As soon as he got back to his room, Nobita rolled on the floor. Yawned and was about to take a nap. Hey Nobita, get up and do your summer homework. Doraemon sighed. He was already used to Nobita's attitude, but he still couldn't help but urge him on. Doraemon, I'll do my homework after I wake up. It looked like Nobita was really about to fall asleep. Shiraishi simply lifted Nobita up with one hand and said with a smile, Hey Nobita, I just promised Aunt Tamako that I would teach you how to do your homework. Zanota. Nobita cried out in agony, Cousin, please let me rest. I'm so tired, that won't do, get up and do your homework. I'll teach you what you don't understand. Shiraishi doesn't give Nobita any face at all. This kid is the type who will take an inch and then a mile. If he really goes to sleep, he'll definitely find another excuse when he wakes up. Nobita Nobai sat down at the desk whimpering. Well done, Cousin Zaiabai. Doraemon winked quietly and gave Shiraishi a thumbs up. Of course. Shiraishi responded with a wink and a thumbs up. Cousin, how do you do this problem? Before Shiraishi could even catch his breath, Nobita was already completely confused. Shiraishi looked at it and almost fainted. Damn it, it was the first question. Nobita really is an ignorant fool. Come on, I'll teach you. The question is like this. It's just the simplest addition and subtraction. Shiraishi believed he could still teach Nobita. However, he seemed to have overestimated himself. He talked about one question for a full half hour, until his mouth was numb. But Duxing still only half understood suddenly. Oh. I see, then the answer to this question should be. Nobita filled in the answer and Shiraishi glanced at it. Then breathed a long sigh of relief. Whether you were confused or actually understood, at least you got it right. Shiraishi looked at Doraemon with teary eyes, finally understanding how Nobita's family and Mr. Nobita felt in his past life. He thought that even if Nobita was stupid, how stupid could he be? Result, Doraemon. Cousin Zayabai Doraemon, Cousin Zayabai Doraemon. With tears in his eyes gazed deeply into Shiraishi's eyes. He felt his scalp tingle the whole time he watched it. It's not just because I pity Shiraishi. I also pity my past self. Nobita finally got the first question right. Shiraishi hugged Doraemon, showing they were in the same boat. Only Nobita is unaware of what has happened that has made Shiraishi and Doraemon so fond of each other. Ding host has received a skilled tutorial. Host Shiraishi. Physical constitution, little Superman. Skill beginner teaching 1/100 chances to win a prize, 0. Here comes the skill. Shiraishi's grip on Doraemon tightened suddenly, and his eyes lit up just as the system said. As long as I do a certain thing I can acquire a certain skill. Doraemon breathless from the hug. His face flushed patted Shiraishi's hand little. Cousin Shiraishi, sorry Doraemon. Shiraishi quickly let go of his hand. It's okay, it's okay. Doraemon took a few deep breaths. I didn't realize you were so strong, Cousin Zayabai. Born with superhuman strength. Just born with superhuman strength. Shiraishi waved his hand modestly, then turned his gaze to Nobita at this moment in his eyes. Nobita is a treasure trove of experience, waiting for him to explore. Nobita had no idea what Shiraishi was thinking, but he trembled slightly. Something felt off. Experience it first, over the next 2 hours. Shiraishi has been teaching Nobita all along. Ding. Use the teaching skill proficiency +1 ding. Use the teaching skill proficiency +1 ding. Use the teaching skill proficiency +1 a ding. Use the teaching skill proficiency +1. After acquiring teaching skills, even with only basic teaching skills, Shiraishi's teaching ability is comparable to that of an average teacher. This is better than before, after all. Although Shiraishi had a knack for solving 4th grade math problems, his teaching methods weren't exactly smooth. Now teaching Nobita is even smoother. Shiraishi completely treated Nobita as a training tool, and felt very happy watching his proficiency level keep increasing. As a result, Nobita complained bitterly, however. Shiraishi acquired teaching skills and now had the demeanor of a seasoned teacher. Whenever he saw Nobita slacking off, he would immediately take control of him. This made Duxing only dare to complain, but not actually desert his post. Doraemon sat to one side with his arms crossed, nodding with great satisfaction. My cousin truly lives up to his reputation. Seeing Nobita working so hard, I'm so touched, sob sob sob. Just then footsteps sounded. It was Nobita Tamako who brought up the snacks. Today's snacks are 6 Doryakitwo for each person, plus 3 glasses of juice, big. Nobita Tamako opened the door and was about to call for help, but Doraemon raised his finger and shushed her. Mom, Nobita is working hard. Doraemon tiptoed to the door, picked up the tray of snacks and said, keep your voice down. Don't disturb Nobita and cousin Shiraishi, okay? Nobita's daughter Tamako was stunned for a moment when she saw this, then nodded excitedly in a low-voiced Doraemon. Remember to call them for snacks after they're done. Especially Shiro, okay, I understand. Doraemon nodded vigorously. Leave it to me, Mom. Then I won't bother you any longer. Nobita Mako's footsteps as she went downstairs were much lighter, showing that she was genuinely happy. Having Shiraishi watching over Nobita in the house was simply wonderful for her. My husband made the absolutely right decision to let Xiaobai stay with us. Doraemon was also very happy about Shiraishi's arrival. With a happy smile, his eyes narrowed as he looked at Nobita, who was making unprecedented efforts, and picked up a dorayaki to eat, feeling moved as he ate. Just as Shiraishi was using Nobita as an experience booster, constantly grinding for experience points. Jian then found Sunio and met up with him at Sunio's house. This morning, Jian was indeed a little scared by Shiraishi. But after realizing what had happened, Fat Tiger immediately turned red with anger. The fact that he was so obedient to Nobita Doraemon and Shizuka was a disgrace to him, that actually scared me. How shameful, how can I be a leader of children in the future? That Shiraishi is absolutely despicable. Fat Tiger said fiercely, brandishing his fists. I'm going to find a chance to beat him up. Jian, it seems we think the same thing. Sunio chuckled slyly, then said with great dissatisfaction. However, besides Shiraishi, that Nobita is also extremely despicable. Relying on his cousin, he dares to be so arrogant. That's right, Fat Tiger nodded solemnly and said. That Nobita guy just sided with his cousin against me. He clearly doesn't respect me, he has to be taught a lesson. Let's not delay, Jian. Let's go ask Shiraishi and Nobita to meet up. Let's not ask Doraemon to meet up, Sunio, looking like a cunning strategist, stroked his chin and grinned mischievously, saying, that stinky robot Doraemon has too many weird gadgets. If we call him over, who knows what he might pull out. You're right, Doraemon has too many strange gadgets. We absolutely can't let him know about them. Jian nodded in agreement, mainly because he usually didn't use his brain and just went along with whatever Sunio said. Wait for me, Jian. I need to think of a way to lure Shiraishi and Nobita out. It's Aku have plenty of snacks at home anyway. I'll have a few more. Sunio watched as Jian devoured his food, an ellipsis appearing on his forehead as he speechlessly covered it. Fine, fine, let Fat Tiger eat it if he wants. On the other side, at this moment it is already 2:30 p.m. Since finishing lunch at 11:45. Shiraishi and Nobita remained seated at the desk. Ding. Use the teaching skill proficiency +1 ding. Use the teaching skill proficiency +1 ding. Use the teaching skill proficiency +1. Shiraishi became more and more enthusiastic as he taught, and Nobita gradually became a little more absorbed in it. Although it's only a small step, it still represents a qualitative improvement. Okay, let's take a break. Shiraishi glanced at the time. It was already 2:30. He'd been studying for over 2 hours, almost 3 hours. It was time for Nobita to rest, after all. You can't let an experienced pet die while you're raising it. Right, yeah, I heard that I could finally rest. Nobita instantly perked up, spreading his arms wide and laughing heartily. It's finally over, that was awesome. It's finally over. God knows how much he suffered during those 2 hours. Clap, clap, clap. Doraemon smiled like an ant and clapped his hands, saying, Congratulations, Nobita, congratulations, Nobita. You've broken the record for the longest study session today. Oh yes. No, by day you double-handed forehand shoulder technique. Of course. Bai, she pointed to the test paper on the table and said, Look at what you've accomplished in these 2.5 hours. Nobita Nobai glanced over, seeing the densely packed answers on that test paper. I was immediately stunned. Wow, did I do all of this? Of course. If you didn't finish it, did you think I would have done it? Baishi crossed his arms and laughed. I'd give you 99 points for your performance in these 2.5 hours. I'm deducting 1 point so you won't get arrogant. Ha 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 ha, Nobita was stunned for a moment, then put his hands on his hips, a sense of accomplishment welling up inside him. I really did all of this, all right, Nobita. Stop standing there, come and eat something. The word heart after Doraemon was left unsaid, and the conversation abruptly stopped. He suddenly realized that while watching Nobita do his homework and eat, he had unknowingly eaten 4 dorayaki. And now there were only 2 left. Nobita, oblivious to the seriousness of the situation, was still excitedly shouting, "Yay, time for snacks. The sweetest treats are the ones you get after all that hard work. Nobita, you have to try them." Shiraishi nodded in agreement, etc. Nobita suddenly noticed that only 2 dorayaki remained on the dessert tray. His gaze then fell on Doraemon, who was awkwardly scratching his head and grinning. And his face flushed crimson. "Doraemon, you ate all my dorayaki." Screaming, Nobita lunged at Doraemon. "Doraemon, do you know how much happiness I'll lose by following what my cousin Shiraishi said? Happiness, that's such an important thing." After making a fuss for a while, Duxing realized that since he had already eaten, there was no point in making a fuss now, so he could only squat to the side and sulk. Doraemon knew he was in the wrong and didn't know what to say from beginning to end. "I'm sorry, Nobita, I was wrong. I ate it by accident just now. It really was an accident." Nobita ignored Doraemon's, picked up the snack tray and handed it to Shiraishi. "Cousin Shiraishi, you can have these 2 dorayaki." "So good." Shiraishi watched it from beginning to end and questioned it. "Of course," Nobita nodded without hesitation and said, "Although I wrote all these questions myself, I know that you put in just as much effort as I did. Maybe even more so. This snack, you can have it." As he spoke, Nobita handed over a little more of the snack tray, then suddenly closed his eyes and turned his head away. "This kid." Shiraishi looked at the dorayaki in front of him, feeling both amused and exasperated. "However, my opinion of Nobita has changed somewhat. At least he seems timid, but he is actually quite clear about many things in his heart." Seeing this, Doraemon felt even more guilty. "Nobita, cousin Shiraishi, wait a minute." Doraemon's short arms rummaged through his 4-dimensional magic pocket and finally pulled out a bottle of potion. "Ta-da, double the potion, etc." Looking at the doubled potion, Shiraishi suddenly had a bad feeling. "Doraemon, what is this?" Nobita's anger came quickly and went quickly after all. "This is Doraemon, hehe. I accidentally ate your dorayaki just now, I'm so sorry." Doraemon first scratched his head and apologized. Then continued, "I suddenly remembered this gadget. If you drip a drop of the potion on a dorayaki, after 5 minutes the dorayaki will turn into 2. And after another 5 minutes, 2 will turn into 4. "Very good." Nobita's eyes suddenly lit up. "Hurry up and put the IV drip on." "Stop." Shiraishi quickly called for a halt. "Goodness, it was exactly what I expected. Double the dose of medicine, also known as double the solution. It is the most inconspicuous yet most dangerous item in Doraemon. Apply the multiplier to any item, and it will double in size after 5 minutes. It won't disappear unless you ate it." 5 minutes later, it went from 1 to 2. 5 minutes later, the number increased from 2 to 4. 5 minutes later, the number increased from 4 to 8. Does that sound like very little? But as time goes by, the number will increase from 8 to 16, from 16 to 32, from 32 to 64. From 64 to 128. In my past life, many people calculated that the Earth is 510 billion square meters. If a loaf of bread is 0.01 square meters, it would only take 4 hours and 40 minutes to cover the entire Earth. It will get even more outrageous later on. It could even annihilate the entire universe in less than a day. Of course, annihilating the universe is impossible, and some experts have refuted this claim first. The bread will multiply as described above, rapidly expanding in volume to become a huge aggregate of bread, called a bread ball. When the dough expands to a certain extent, the speed at the edge of the dough approaches the speed of light. Due to relativistic effects, the mass of the edge of the dough tends towards infinity. The edge of the dough can only propagate at the speed of light, thus limiting the increase in the dough's volume as the quality index of the dough increases. But the volume of the dough can only increase gradually. The density of the dough will become greater and greater, And the pressure and temperature at the center will also increase accordingly. When the temperature and pressure at the core ignite a thermonuclear reaction, the dough becomes a sterol, the bread ceases to exist. And proliferation stops in a later theatrical version. The chestnut bread that had been doubly infused with the potion in the original storyline had formed a nebula. Although it cannot fill a universe. However, flooding the Earth would be an easy thing to do. Shiraishi isn't ready to escape Earth yet. Who knows if this thing might be missed? If he were only given the foods, he could certainly make sure he ate it all. But don't forget, there's also Nobita and Doraemon. Nobita loves to cause mischief. He might secretly slip a dorayaki into his pocket and head out the door. Huh, what's wrong, cousin Shiraishi? Nobita and Doraemon were both stunned by Shiraishi's reaction and looked at him in confusion. It's probably better not to use props. We can't rely on props for everything. Shiraishi then spoke, but Doraemon and Nobita still seemed a little hesitant. So Shiraishi simply shoved a dorayaki into Nobita's hand. Don't use the doubling potion anymore. I'll share one with you. Food tastes better when shared, right? Nobita smiled. Took a bite of his dorayaki and exclaimed happily, mmm. It's so delicious, just like Shiraishi said. The sweets made after hard work are the best, with that. He sat down on the tatami mat and began to enjoy the few dorayaki dishes he had. Hey, Doraemon with a relieved smile on his face. Put the double potion back into his four-dimensional magic pocket. Shiraishi breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't ready to leave Earth yet, moreover. History is interconnected. If the Earth were to be submerged now, future centuries might not even exist, which would be even more disastrous. He also took a dorayaki and started eating it. Dorayaki is essentially a red bean paste pancake. But it must have a unique flavor to make Doraemon like it so much. At least Shiraishi's eyes lit up. He thought this thing was indeed very sweet and delicious. Perfect as a snack to replenish his energy in the afternoon. On the other side, after finishing his dorayaki, Nobita gulped down his juice in a few mouthfuls, then grabbed his test paper and ran downstairs to show off his work from the past 2.5 hours to his mom. There's a saying, returning home in wealth and honor is like wearing fine clothes at night. Although this statement isn't quite appropriate in this context, the meaning is the same. Nobita has never been this diligent in his life. So how could he not show off, mother? Shiraishi and Doraemon exchanged a glance and chuckled. Before long, Nobita returned skipping as he walked. His steps exceptionally light. The scroll in his hand fluttering back and forth as if it had turned into a ribbon. She was humming a little tune. Just by looking at it, you can tell the result will be good. Did Aunt Tamako praise you? Shiraishi nudged Nobita with his elbow and asked teasingly. He's, you all know what I'm going to do. Nobita scratched his head sheepishly and said, yeah. Mom praised me. How does it feel to be praised by your mom? Doraemon also climbed up to Nobita's side. Very good. Nobita nodded without hesitation. Have you decided to keep working hard, of course? Nobita nodded again and said, Mom just praised me. I can't let her down. Doraemon and Shiraishi exchanged a glance and decided to strike while the iron was hot. Since that's the case, you've finished your snacks and rested enough. How about we continue studying? I'm sure your cousin Shiraishi would be happy to tutor you again. Shiraishi nodded and said, of course I'm willing. After all, I'm happy to make Aunt Tamako happy. Never mind that, I've been studying for a long time today. And I need to recharge, however it was unexpected. Yet it also seemed to be expected. Nobita collapsed onto the tatami mat, closed his eyes, and covered his face with a roll of paper. Doraemon wanted to stop him, but before he could even grab the test paper, he heard snoring, huff, huff, huff. Doraemon's lips twitched slightly, and he exchanged a glance with Shiraishi. Both of them helplessly shrugged. Nobita, no, by that guy. I don't have any other special talents, but I fall asleep incredibly fast. Here it is, I'll show it to you in no time. Forget it, Doraemon. Nobita has already broken through his own limits today. It's the same if he continues tomorrow. Baishi said softly, perfect timing, let's all take a rest. Okay, I understand, cousin Shiraishi, Doraemon nodded. Then lay down on the ground, placing his hands on his chest. Looking at the ceiling, feeling completely at peace. With my cousin Shiraishi around, I feel so much more relaxed. It's wonderful. Nobita will definitely get better and better under the influence of his cousin Shiraishi. Shiraishi also collapsed, his eyes slightly closed. This afternoon, it wasn't just Nobita who had a good time. The biggest gain was from Shiraishi. Ding. Host has received a skill tutorial. Host, Shiraishi. Physical constitution, Little Superman. Skill beginner teaching 32-100. The teacher has already reached 1/3 of the proficiency level in teaching beginners. At this rating, 3 more days. The skill White Stone will reach the intermediate level. All I can say is that Nobita's reputation as an experienced baby is well-deserved. It's worth mentioning that even if Nobita doesn't actually learn it, he will gain proficiency as long as Shiraishi teaches him. This perfectly matches what Shiraishi learned yesterday after obtaining the cheat code. As long as you work hard, you can gain proficiency. Whoosh. Shiraishi stretched on the tatami mat. He was also planning to take a nap. I closed my eyes and envied Nobita's ability to fall asleep whenever he wanted. And to fall into a deep sleep, it was so enviable. Or rather, most children are like this in his previous life. Shiraishi was an adult, and his mind was always full of things before he went to sleep, making it difficult for him to fall asleep. Fortunately, when he returned to elementary school, Shiraishi's mindset gradually improved, and he fell asleep not long after collapsing to the ground. Time passed slowly and it was about 3:10 p.m. Shiraishi and Doraemon had already woken up. Did you sleep well, Doraemon? Baishi asked. Of course, it feels comfortable. Doraemon stretched and said, Nobita was very easy to deal with today. And I slept very comfortably. That's good. Baishi nodded and smiled. After all, I am now a member of the family, and it is my honor to be able to do something for the family. Hee cousin Shiraishi. Please take good care of me in the future. Doraemon sat cross-legged with a smile on his face, looking quite serious. Haha, don't worry. Shiraishi smiled and patted Doraemon's big head. Nobita, Sunio is calling you, come down and answer it. At that moment, Nobita Tamako's voice rang out from below. Shiraishi and Doraemon exchanged a glance, then forcefully woke Nobita up. What happened? Cousin Shiraishi, Doraemon. Nobita yawned, looking like he hadn't had enough sleep. To this, Shiraishi could only sigh. Sleeping for such a long time isn't enough for you. Are you trying to fly? In contrast, Doraemon was already used to it. Nobita falls asleep quickly, sleeps soundly, and sleeps for long periods. As long as you don't wake him, he can sleep until tomorrow. Sunio is looking for you, Nobita. Hurry up and answer the phones. What does Zairafu want from me? Nobita put on his glasses, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and then went downstairs with Shiraishi and Doraemon, picking up the phone that was placed to the side. Hey Duckshung, what are you up to? Why are you only answering the phone now? As soon as I picked up the phone, I heard Zairafu complaining. I've been waiting for you for ages. Yeah, Nobita. If you slow down any further, I'm going to beat you up. At the same time, there was also a threatening voice from Giant. I was just sleeping. Who knew you would suddenly contact me? Nobita couldn't help but retort, what's up, Sunio? Yu Zaiofu was taken aback, but he forced himself to remain calm and said, I have something to discuss with you and cousin Baishi. Let's meet up at the back mountains. Why do you suddenly want to take me to the back mountain? Nobidayu's suspicious path. Sai, it's just a few small things. Sunio seemed a little embarrassed to speak, so Giant took the phone from him and said, Sunio is too embarrassed to say it, so I'll say it. This morning, Sunio stormed off in a huff, right? Then he realized he shouldn't have treated us like that. So he brought his remote-controlled car over. Wanting to trade with you. We'll go to the back hill and let you and Shiraishi play with the latest remote-controlled car. And then we'll go to the open space and let Doraemon let Sunio play with his gadgets too. And for this reason, I want to apologize to you and my cousin Shiraishi. Oh. I see, Nobita suddenly realized. Doraemon didn't hear what it was about but Shiraishi. With his excellent hearing, heard it clearly and immediately became suspicious. Is Sunio the kind of person who apologizes? It doesn't look like it at all. If that's the case, then there's no problem. Before Beishi could figure it out, Nobita readily and casually accepted Sunio and Giant's invitation. Oh right, Nobita, at that moment. Sunio spoke again on the other end of the phone. No. Don't tell Doraemon about this. Just you and Shiraishi-san will be fine. Why? Nobita scratched his head, still not understanding the mystery. Harmful. After Alitz about an apology. So the fewer people there are, the better. Sunio sounded a little embarrassed and Fat Tiger chimed in. Yeah, it's already pretty good that Sunio apologized. It's better if there are fewer people. Let's save face for Sunio. Of course, it mainly depends on you. If Nobita wants to bring Doraemon along. That's not impossible. Upon hearing this, Nobita immediately shook his head and said, all right. All right, whatever you say. I'll take my cousin Shiraishi to the back mountain right away. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Why do you want to take cousin Shiraishi to the back mountain? Doraemon scratched his head, looking bewildered. It's nothing. It's just that Sunio and Giant suddenly invited me and my cousin Shiraishi to go play in the back mountain. Nobita didn't say much. He just pulled Shiraishi out the door. Nobita is in such a hurry, Doraemon shook his head. Watched the two leaving, then went back to his room to rest. Oh no, I have a date with Zayomi today. Follow behind Nobita's. Shiraishi was thinking about what was wrong with Sunio and Giant. First of all, Sunio is too strange. He thinks he knows a lot about the characters in Doraemon. So how could he possibly apologize? It's strange that Doraemon isn't allowed to come along. Why not? Because if you want to use Doraemon's gadgets later, you still need to find Doraemon. Furthermore, at last line, suggesting that Nobita could bring Doraemon along, is still quite strange. It has a distinct tea-like quality. While it's said that having Doraemon with you is fine, hearing it makes you feel uncomfortable. Not to mention Giant, who speaks like a comedian, always in sync with Sunio. All I can say is that Sunio and Giant were acting strangely this afternoon. Never mind, it's nothing. Shiraishi suddenly felt a bit foolish, actually taking it seriously to analyze Giant and Sunio's intentions. What's there to analyze? We can just ask them directly later. What trouble can these two little brats possibly cause? Soon, Shiraishi followed Nobita to the back mountain. The back mountain, that the group of friends usually refers to as a park at the foot of the mountain that can be reached without walking too far uphill. Where are Giant and Sunio? Nobita arrived at the park, completely bewildered. Giant and Sunio hadn't seen him at all. Oh no, it's here. Fu suddenly appeared out of nowhere, clapping his hands. A slingshot in his left hand and a smug smile on his face. Hee, you guys really came. This kid is definitely hiding something. Shiraishi figured it out, Nobita still not realizing it. Looked left and right and asked Sunio, "Where's Giant?" Nobita, you really are an idiot, Sunio laughed and said. Do you really think I'd apologize to you and your cousin Shiraishi? I invited you to the back mountain because I was going to teach you a lesson. I told you not to bring Doraemon. And you really didn't bring Doraemon. You're such a huge idiot, Nobita, you're really stupid. Just then, Fat Tiger's voice came from the tree next to them. It turned out that Fat Tiger had climbed up a tree next to them. He held a slingshot in his left hand and a pebble bouncing around in his right. You. Even the dim-witted Nobita understood what Sunio and Giant meant, and immediately panicked, shielding Shiraishi behind him, shouting, Doraemon, Doraemon. Ha, what's the point of calling for Doraemon now? Sunio laughed heartily, placed a pebble on his slingshot, and pulled back the bow, shouting, Giant, go for it. All right, Sunio, I've been itching to try it for ages. Fat Tiger said excitedly, in this kind of thing. Fat Tiger is a master shooting pebbles with a bow, biu. 2 pebbles were shot at Nobita, who was standing in front of Shiro. Nobita instinctively closed his eyes and put his hands in front of his face. But the pain he expected didn't come. Nobita opened his eyes in confusion and found that Shiraishi was now blocking his way. Shiraishi held 2 pebbles in each hand and bounced them around like Sunio had just done. "Are you guys even capable, Giant and Sunio?" Shiraishi made a sarcastic remark. But he couldn't say anything about the two's behavior. "That's just how brats are, you Sunio." Seeing Shiraishi's arrogance, was so enraged by Shiraishi's words that his face turned red. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Giant, let's fire in quick succession, roger that. This kid's too arrogant, oink oink," in an instant. 4 more pebbles were launched at the white stone, however. Baishi quickly blocked them all with his hands, and they fell to the ground with a thud. UB*****D. Giant was furious and stopped listening to Sunio's commands, firing pebbles like a machine gun. Unfortunately, every shot was blocked by Shiraishi. It fell to the ground with a thud. "Cousin Shiraishi, you're amazing." Nobita was stunned, then shouted excitedly, "Ha ha ha. We must teach Giant and Sunio a lesson. Let them see how powerful you are right now." Giant and Sunio were completely stunned by Shiraishi's actions, especially Sunio, who quickly showed fear and turned to run away. "You monster!" Fat Tiger also looked surprised. To the children, Shiraishi's move was nothing short of divine. It was incredibly impressive, regardless of whether they can win or not. Whenever I see this kind of operation, I reflexively think that this guy is very strong. Ridiculously strong, and then I want to run away in panic. Even if in reality, Shiraishi's size is nothing compared to Giant's. It doesn't matter. This is a fear that stems from psychological factors. Sunio and Giant are thinking about this right now. Just then Zaifu turned around and was about to run away. A smile appeared on Shiraishi's face as he casually tossed a pebble from his hand. Whoosh, it was thrown by hand, but it felt more powerful than a slingshot, hitting Zaifu directly on the thigh. All I heard was a cry of pain. Zaifu fell to the ground with a thud, retreating repeatedly in front of Bai, terrified. Shiraishi grinned, slyly tossing another pebble in his hand, and slowly approached Sunny, asking Sunio, "What did you call me just now? What's so strange about that?" You misheard, Kasin, you misheard." As Zaifu retreated, he was sweating profusely. Then he waved his hand, but unfortunately his foot hurt, so he could only rub his feet on the ground. "Fat Tiger, where do you think you're going to run to?" Shiraishi didn't even glance at it. He then threw another pebble which shot down Fat Tiger, who was halfway down the tree and about to run away. It's the same sound, ouch. Fat Tiger fell straight into the bushes. Then she quickly and consciously climbed over to Zaifu's side, leaned against him, and looked at Shiraishi with trembling eyes. Those who don't know might think Shiraishi is a great demon king, while Giant and Sunio are just bullied commoners. Cousin, you're amazing." Nobita watched the whole thing, his face full of excitement, his hands constantly waving as if in martial arts poses. "Those Giant and Sunio actually tricked us into coming here to ambush us. They're so mean, we have to teach them a lesson." Nobita, you're right. Shiraishi nodded in agreement, then glanced at the two of them. "Cousin Shiraishi, don't listen to Nobita." Giant and Sunio pressed their faces together. Their fingers intertwined and they were both in tears. "Why won't you listen?" Shiraishi deliberately lowered his voice. Just like the villains in cartoons, he bent slightly, squinted at them and said in a very authoritative tone, "I think the best way to deal with you two naughty kids is to break the hands that are holding slingshots." Mom. Giant and Sunio couldn't hold back any longer and turned to run away, calling out for their mother as they ran. "Ha-ha-ha. Giant and Sunio are just too funny. Ah-ha-ha-ha." Nobita burst into laughter, watching the two run away. Shiraishi's eyes were also full of smiles. He straightened up, crossed his arms, and said in a nonchalant tone, "I'm thinking about something. Should I tell your mother about what's going on here?" Fat Tiger Giant stopped abruptly. and then grabbed Sunio, who was about to continue running away. Ah, Jian. Why are you grabbing me? Cousin Shiraishi only mentioned you, didn't he? Jian ignored Sunio's wailing. She grabbed him and turned him around, then ran to Shiraishi's side with a very obsequious smile, saying, "Have cousin Shiraishi. This whole thing was planned by that guy Zairafu. It has nothing to do with me. That guy Zairafu is really despicable. If you want, I'll definitely teach him a lesson for you." It seems to be to prove the credibility of what he said. Jian then viciously punched Sunio on the head, causing Sunio to crouch down and cover his head in defense. Shiraishi couldn't help but chuckle, but he managed to suppress his laughter. Besides his love for bullying others, Jian has another unique characteristic. That's a truly filial son, someone who cares deeply about his family. He hates it most when his mother finds out that he bullies others outside. He'll definitely get a beating. In the eyes of a child this age, parents are more terrifying than anything else. And even the king of kids, Fat Tiger, is no exception, really. Before Shiraishi could speak, Nobita, standing beside him, said suspiciously. A well character appeared on Jian's forehead. "You stinky Nobita, are you questioning me, Jian?" However, when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Jian could only nod repeatedly and say, "Of course, yeah, of course. It must be Sunio's scheme. I was just tricked into coming here. What the hell, Jian? You were the one who came first, yeah." Once the pain subsided, Zio Fu became a little anxious when he heard Jian speaking. But Jian quickly covered his mouth with his hand with a smirk. "I think so too." Nobita, looking up, couldn't see anything wrong at all. Instead, he nodded seriously and said, "Jian is definitely not the kind of person who could come up with such an idea. Only someone like Sunio, who looks cunning at first glance, would come up with such an idea in that instant." The character Chinese letter appeared on the foreheads of both Jian and Sunio. Nobita, *****D, seriously, that's so infuriating. It's obvious Jian and Sunio are really angry. Even with Shiraishi, a powerful friend who makes them feel like they have to bow their heads under someone else's roof, they still have to endure it. They couldn't help but feel their skin turning red. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if he wanted to rush up and devour Nobita alive right now. "Nobita, you're really amazing." Shiraishi gave Nobita a thumbs up, looking at him with great amazement. Goodness. He genuinely admired Nobita's ability. With just one short sentence, he offended both Jian and Sunio. That statement is no different from pointing your finger at Jian and saying he's a pig-headed person, or that Sunio looks like a bad guy. No wonder Nobita often gets beaten up. Even if it were Shiraishi, he would still beat him up. That kid's words really deserve a beating. "No, you're still the best, cousin Shiraishi." Nobita clearly didn't realize what Shiraishi meant. He even scratched his head sheepishly. "It's hopeless." Shiraishi helplessly covered his forehead. He couldn't help but want to punch Nobita, but right now, it's better to deal with the two of them, Jian and Sunio, first. They noticed that Shiraishi was looking at them. Jian immediately stood at attention, nearly choking Sunio. Ouch! Suddenly Shiraishi twitched his left hand, then began pressing the muscles in his left hand with his right, his brow furrowing slightly as he said, "Ouch. Why does my hand hurt a little? Ouch. Both my hands hurt a little. Were you hurt by you just now? What if I suffer any lasting effects? I think I should talk to your mother. Otherwise, how will she get me to the hospital?" Although this was utter nonsense, neither Jian, Sunio, nor even Nobita believed Shiraishi's lies, and their performances were quite clumsy. But Jian is still quite shrewd in these situations. He immediately gave Zairafu a push. Then she fawned over Shiraishi and massaged his left hand, while Sunio was forced to massage his right hand. "Cousin Shiraishi, let me give you a massage." The two of them acted like lackeys. He clung to Beishi and sat him down on the bench next to him. "How are you feeling, cousin Shiraishi?" "It's all right. It would be even better if you pressed harder." No problem, Sunio, didn't you eat?" "Okay. Okay, why am I suddenly feeling thirsty again, Sunio? Hurry up and buy the best drink for cousin Shiraishi. No. It has to be not only the best but also the most expensive. Do you understand, why do I have to go? And why the most expensive one? Nonsense, you're the richest person here. Why would I go if not you, I understand. Sunio was intimidated by Giant's threatening gaze. He couldn't afford to offend Shiraishi. And he couldn't afford to offend Giant either. With a long face, it could only run quickly down the mountain. Complaining as he ran, what the hell? It was Fat Tiger who came to my house first. Cousin Shiraishi only threatened to tell your mother. Not that he was going to tell her. You shouldn't have left me here, that wretched Fat Tiger. Sunio, what are you doing? You hurry up. Can't you see that Shiraishi is incredibly thirsty? Okay, I really understand. Please stop rushing me. Oh. Shiraishi watched as Giant massaged him while he drank Sprite. A rather luxurious beverage for his age. Nobita watched from the side. The admiration in his eyes was almost overflowing. Cousin Shiraishi is so amazing, so amazing. I want to become a man like him when I grow up. If Shiraishi knew what Nobita was thinking, would only say, young man, if you want to become a man like me, first learn how to bask in the sun and become stronger. How was it, cousin Shiraishi? Was the drink good? Was the massage comfortable? Giant is acting like a complete sycophant right now. Really not wanting Shiraishi to tattle on him. For many children of this age, tattling is a very shameful thing. But Shiraishi would never think that way. This kind of brat needs to be tattled on so his parents can teach him a lesson. Of course, since little fatty tiger had already done this, Shiraishi naturally wouldn't go and complain. If he still doesn't repent, he definitely won't hesitate to report him to the police. And Sophia tortured Giant and Sunio for about an hour, making them run up and down buying this snack and that drink, which was equivalent to climbing mountains several times. In the end, Giant and Sunio ran separately, both of them exhausted, collapsing on the ground, panting, heavily unable to speak. All right, let's go, Nobita. Shiraishi stood up stretched, and then led Nobita away from the back mountain. Only Giant and Sunio were left panting heavily, drenched in sweat, their clothes completely soaked. Huff. Huff huff, Giant and Sunio exchanged a glance. My cousin Shiraishi is terrifying. I must never offend him again. That's terrifying, absolutely terrifying, clearly. Shiraishi's ordeal had left Giant and Sunio with psychological trauma. They rested for half an hour, panting heavily, before finally recovering and helping each other climb down the mountain. Back home, Doraemon is sitting alone in his room, looking out the window at the scenery, feeling emo because his date with Mimi fell through. Well. Nobita rushed up to Doraemon with a carefree attitude. Unable to contain his excitement, and exclaimed, Doraemon, do you know what just happened? What happened? Doraemon glanced at Nobita and asked listlessly. He is now completely despondent. Zayomi seemed angry just now and ignored him. I don't know what to do to coax her back just now. Fat Tiger and Sunio invited us to the back mountain, lying to me that they wanted to invite cousin Shiraishi along so they could apologize to him. But actually those two guys brought slingshots with them. They just wanted to bully me and my cousin Shiraishi. Before Nobita could finish speaking, Doraemon was already fuming, puffing out his beard and glaring at him. The frustration he had just felt from Zayomi exploded at this moment. What, Giant and Sunio, those two annoying guys? Doraemon, with lightning-fast reflexes and a flushed face, was so angry that he pulled out 3 air cannons and 3 bamboo copters from his 4-dimensional magic pocket. Follow me. I'm going to teach these two a lesson they'll learn, and show them what Doraemon is all about. It's clear that Doraemon is really angry. If it's just Nobita being bullied because of Zayomi just now, he might not even bother with ducking and just let it go with a casual "oh." It's just that Nobita is often bullied by Giant and Sun, and there's no way to change that. He stood up for him today, but he'll still be bullied tomorrow. Children are like that, they don't remember pain. The main issue is that Shiraishi was also involved. In Doraemon's eyes, Shiraishi was simply the best cousin imaginable. They've gone too far by bullying even people like that. I can't stand it, I simply can't stand it. Forget it, forget it. Shiraishi and Nobita were both startled. Nobita rarely sees an angry Doraemon. Shiraishi was terrified that Doraemon would blast Giant and Sunio to death with a single shot. You know, Doraemon is a childcare robot who can pull out a galactic destruction bomb when getting rid of mice. No, 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 brother, do calm down, brother, do. Shiraishi and Nobita hugged Doraemon together. He kept trying to calm Doraemon down. No way. I have to teach them a lesson. These two bastards dare to bully my cousin. They're absolutely despicable. Doraemon was so angry he lost his mind. The bamboo dragonfly was spinning on his head, almost dragging Shiraishi and Nobita into flight. Forget it, really forget it, it's not that bad. It's really not that bad. Shiraishi could only hold on to Doraemon and then try to persuade him with earnest words. That's right, besides, cousin Shiraishi has already taught Giant and Sunio a lesson. Doraemon, you don't need to do anything. Nobita's words made Doraemon stop in his tracks. The bamboo dragonflies slowly came to a stop, and he turned his head uttering a blank sound, huh, what? Nobita was slightly taken aback, then quickly said, Brother Shiraishi has already taught Giant and Sunio a lesson. You don't need to go any more, Doraemons. Yes, I always believe in settling scores on the spot. How could I not teach them a lesson? Shiraishi also tried to persuade him from the side. Oh, really? Doraemon glanced at Nobita and Shiraishi suspiciously. I have a feeling that these two are teaming up to fool me. What's going on after all? Just by looking at his physique, you would never guess that Shiraishi could beat Giant. Of course it's true, would we lie to you? Shiraishi tried to dissuade him again, then crossed his arms and said, besides, you're underestimating me too much. How could Giant and Sunio possibly be my match? Yeah. Doraemon, you have no idea how cool Shiraishi was just now. He easily taught Giant and Sunio a lesson. Just thinking about it makes me laugh so hard. Nobita felt a sense of satisfaction recalling the scene from earlier. Even Doraemon stopped pulling him, and he just rolled around on the ground laughing out loud. Giant, who loves to bully other sans Sunio, who is arrogant and loves to show off. He's completely become his cousin Shiraishi's servant. Real, but Doraemon was still suspicious. Wait a minute, I'll prove it to you. Shiraishi looked to the left and right, then looked at Doraemon, his eyes lighting up slightly. Then he walked over to Doraemon, hugged Doraemon's big head, and took a deep breath, then suddenly held it in. Doraemon was lifted upside down and held upside down. Wow, yeah, Doraemon was startled, fell head first, and waved his short arms and legs frantically, but was held firmly by Shiraishi. I understand, cousin Shiraishi. Put me down now. I believe you can teach Giant and Sunio a lesson. Upon hearing this, Shiraishi finally put Doraemon down. He also patted his hands to remove non-existent dust. Now you believe me, right? Baishi sat cross-legged on the ground and asked sarcastically. I believed it completely. Doraemon looked at Shiraishi with an inhuman gaze, thinking, that strength is just too much, cousin. You're amazing, so you can even pick up Doraemon. Nobita, standing nearby, was already stunned, you know. He also tried to hug Doraemon, but he didn't budge an inch. Although he wasn't very strong, even Giant couldn't lift it. Which should tell you something. What do you mean, Nobita? Are you saying I'm heavy and fat? Doraemon glanced at Nobita sideways. Of course not, ahahaha. Nobita quickly waved his hand, HMPH. Her weight is just that of a normal robot, she's not fat at all. In fact, she's quite slender. Doraemon stood with his hands on his hips, looking quite proud, slender, puff. Nobita and Shiraishi looked at Doraemon's barrel-like figure, exchanged a glance and almost burst out laughing. Hey, what are you laughing at? Am I not telling the truth? Doraemon was furious again, his arms crossed, glaring fiercely at Shiraishi and Nobita. Of course not. Shiraishi and Nobita waved their hands repeatedly. Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you guys. Doraemon pouted and said nonchalantly, but Cousin Shiraishi, your strength is really too great. No wonder Dad said you were born with superhuman strength. I didn't believe it at first. Yes, I didn't believe it before either. Nobita Nobai chimed in from the side. Now you believe me, right? Shiraishi spread his hands out. I believe it. Doraemon and Nobita nodded at the same time. There's nothing I can do if I don't believe it. The facts are right in front of me. Can disbelief change the facts? You should know that Doraemon may be small in stature. But don't forget that he's a robot just because his words and actions are full of wisdom. Doraemon weighs a whopping 129.3 kg. That's a full 250 jin. That's the weight of 2 normal adults. Shiraishi was able to be picked up at such a young age. Isn't that a sign of superhuman strength? Cough, cough. It is worth mentioning, Doraemon's weight is 1293 height. Head circumference, chest circumference, waist circumference and hip circumference are all 129.3. No, not at all. Shiraishi waved his hand modestly. Doraemon is so heavy he couldn't even lift him yesterday. It was only after he got some extra sunshine today that I was able to pick him up. Albeit with difficulty. Don't be modest, Cousin Beishi. You truly possess superhuman strength. Doraemon and Nobita give a thumbs up together. The three of them exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Next, Nobita told Doraemon about what had just happened. Doraemon exclaimed in surprise, looking at Shiraishi with an admiring gaze. The two of them showered Shiraishi with praise in response. Shiraishi could only tell them to sit down, keep it down. Keep it down, since the last time. Giant and Sunio's attitude towards Shiraishi improved considerably. He kept calling me cousin repeatedly. During her time with Shiraishi, she discovered that he was a very easygoing friend. And she started calling him cousin more naturally, gradually becoming less reserved. This is something Shiraishi would like to see, after all. He didn't want to actually scare Giant and Sunny. That would ruin the fun. This is Doraemon, my childhood memory, however. They didn't play together for more than a few days. Because on the third day after Shiraishi came to this world, Sunio was taken on a trip by his cousin. It said they're going to some kind of beach. The next 2.5 days passed peacefully. It's worth mentioning that Shiraishi was giving Nobita a good talking to just a few days ago. As it turns out, Nobita, being such a good-for-nothing, only had a bit of passion for those few days, fortunately. Shiraishi had gained a lot of experience from Nobita in the past few days, and his teaching skills had reached the intermediate level. Once you reach the intermediate level, the required proficiency level increases 5-fold. Shiraishi could understand after all. The difference between beginner and intermediate levels was almost comparable to the difference between an ordinary teacher and a professor. If it reaches the advanced level, it would probably be at the highest level of humankind. Any higher? That's still outside of Shiraishi's current imagination. Another thing worth mentioning is that Shiraishi has gained a few more skills in the past few days. We need to teach Nobita. Shiraishi inevitably had to go back and review his studies again. This also allowed him to acquire some skills. Host Shiraishi. Physical Constitution, Little Superman. Skills Intermediate Teaching 3,500. Intermediate Mathematics 12,500. Intermediate Huxia Language 1/500. Number of draws 1. In both Mathematics and Huxia, Beishi was at the intermediate level from the beginning. After all, he does have a solid foundation in the field. The only chance to win a prize was as a bonus for advancing from the beginner to the intermediate level in the tutorial. It was only then that Shiraishi realized that upgrading skills could also grant him chances to draw prizes. Let's try our luck in the lottery and see what we can win. Shiraishi rubbed his hands together. Last time it was a newbie gift pack, which could also be considered a lottery as a result. He was drawn to have the incredibly beneficial superhuman physique, which allows him to become stronger simply by basking in the sun. Come on, let's have a lucky draw. Start the prize draw. The words had barely left his mouth. A disc appeared in front of the white stone. The lucky draw will begin immediately. The pointer in the center of the disc didn't move, but the disc began to spin rapidly. Shiraishi used his extraordinary eyesight to try his best to capture some pattern. But afterwards he found that he could not capture anything. That's true if he could really figure out the pattern. That would be amazing. About 3 seconds later, the disc slowly came to a stop, and the pointer pointed to a special skill, ding. Congratulations, Shost. You have drawn the special skill psychic power. Initiating fusion. Just like the physique of the lucky winner, several blue beams of light appeared out of thin air, slowly circling around Baishi's body before entering between his eyebrows. He closed his eyes in enjoyment and, after a while, he slowly opened them. Host, Shiraishi. Physical Constitution, Little Superman. Skills Intermediate Teaching 3500. Intermediate Mathematics 12500. Intermediate Huxia Language 1500. Special Skill Basic Telekinesis 0500. Number of draws 0. Psychic Power. Shiraishi looked pleasantly surprised. Just as the system described, the lottery draw contained special skills that I couldn't learn. He looked at the pen on the desk next to him and tried to lift it with his telekinesis. Shiraishi stared intently at the pen. With his constant urging, the pen was slowly lifted up and floated shakily in midair. Very good. Baishi's face lit up with joy. Just like a child who has just received a new toy. He draws all sorts of patterns in the sky with this pen. The telekinesis felt to Shiraishi like another non-existent hand. That feeling was wonderful. It couldn't be described in words. Ding. Special skills psychic power used proficiency +1. Ding. Special skills psychic power used proficiency +1. Ding. Special skills psychic power used proficiency +1. However, Shiraishi hasn't been playing for very long yet. He felt a weakness coming from the depths of his soul. His face quickly turned from rosy to pale. His legs staggered, and the pen fell straight to the ground. Hiss. Shiraishi covered his head and gasped. His physical body was still thin after all. Superman's physique was no joke, but his soul was extremely exhausted. This level of mental power is still too weak. I get exhausted just from moving the pen. Shiraishi shook his head. Host, Shiraishi. Physical Constitution, Little Superman. Skills Intermediate Teaching 3500. Intermediate Mathematics 12500. Intermediate Huxia Language 1500. Special Skill Basic Telekinesis 5500. Number of draws 0. Special skills are special skills. Even at the beginner levels, it takes 500 proficiency points to upgrade. Moreover, Shiraishi only gained 5 points of proficiency after playing until he was exhausted. That's really an exaggeration. Shiraishi estimated that he needed a good rest before he could continue to gain proficiency. Based on this calculation, Shiraishi estimates that he can only gain a maximum of 7 to 8 proficiency points per day. It takes 2 months to advance 1 level. This is just the beginning. If you reach the intermediate level, who knows how much proficiency is required? 1,000. There are definitely more than that, even for basic skills. The proficiency increases 5-fold from beginner to intermediate levels. Special skills definitely at least 5 times. Moreover, the uniqueness of special skills may be even greater. Just thinking about it gave Shiraishi a headache. Good heavens, when will he ever reach the advanced level? Of course, that's not how it's calculated. Because as your proficiency in telekinesis increases, Shiraishi will have more and more time to use his nen abilities each day, which will naturally increase his proficiency. Therefore, it doesn't actually take 2 months to advance to the intermediate level. It might only take 40 or 50 days. Even so, it's still terrifying compared to ordinary skills. It's worth noting that Shiraishi leveled up his ordinary skills to intermediate level in just 1 week. It's understandable that special skills are stronger than ordinary skills. Shiraishi lay down on the tatami mat to rest. At this moment, da-da-da, the sound of hurried footsteps rang out, and it was immediately clear that Nobita was chasing after Doraemon. Sure enough, Doraemon opened the door first, with Nobita following behind Doraemon. As soon as Doraemon entered the house, Nobita hugged Doraemon's big blue head and burst into tears. Nobita, I already told you I don't have a pirate sword. Doraemon looked up at the sky speechlessly and said, as a childcare robot, how could I possibly have anything dangerous like that? Buff, Shiraishi almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. No. He actually burst out laughing. Cousin Shiraishi, what are you laughing at, Doraemon? Feeling miserable from Nobita's torment, couldn't help but look at Shiraishi upon hearing his laughter. Nobita also stopped his tears from streaming down his face. It's nothing, it's nothing. Baishi waved his hand repeatedly. I just couldn't help but feel a little upset when Doraemon said that he was a childcare robot and didn't have dangerous things like pirate swords. Not wanting to say more, quickly changed the subject, saying, Nobita, are you bothering Doraemon again? I just wanted to ask Doraemon for a pirate sword. Remembering this, Nobita started crying again, hugging and ruffling Doraemon's head, saying, Brother Shiraishi, look at my pirate hat. All I'm missing is a pirate sword. Giant promised to play a pirate game with me. And if I don't find the pirate sword, he's definitely going to beat me up. Doraemon, please help me. Doraemon was really annoyed. Nobita tilde, I already told you. I'm a childcare robot. How could I have something like a sword? Shiraishi felt that the plot sounded very familiar. Or perhaps it's the start of a theatrical film's plot. He was somewhat puzzled but couldn't recall the specifics. There's nothing we can do about it. Shiraishi is indeed a die-hard Doraemon fan. But that was during the period from 6th grade to junior high school. I know all of Doraemon's movies by heart. And I've watched each one countless times. But junior high school is the age when students love to show off and care the most about their image. Shiraishi once wanted to share Doraemon stories with her friends, but they laughed at her for being so old and still watching Doraemon. Since then, Shiraishi has rarely watched Doraemon. Looking back, I was so foolish to care about what people were saying. But there's no way around it. How can you call it youth if you haven't experienced that kind of time? Then came high school, where I was overwhelmed by studying every day and had no chance to relax. After starting university, I was so engrossed in playing video games that I didn't have time to rewatch Doraemon. They entered society, needless to say, besides work. I just stay at home and do nothing, so I have no time at all. Therefore, this applies to many of the content in the Doraemon movies. Baishi could only remember the general outline. He had long forgotten the details, and he could hardly recall some of the names. This is truly a regrettable thing. I wish I could rewatch Doraemon before time traveling. That way, the theatrical version can take many detours on its own. Never mind, Shiraishi shook his head. Since things are already like this, there's no need to dwell on the past. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. Just keep moving forward and leave the rest to fate. He looked at Nobita, who was still begging Doraemon, and said, Nobita, stop bothering Doraemon. If Doraemon had won, he would have given it to you long ago. Nobita collapsed to the ground in utter despair, sobbing uncontrollably. Don't cry, what's there to cry about? I remember there are some of your childhood toys in the closet. Look for them, maybe you'll find them. Shiraishi opened the wardrobe these days. Wardrobes can hardly be called wardrobes anymore. The top part is where Doraemon sleeps, while the bottom part is used to store miscellaneous items. Shiraishi pulled out a box, looked around, and found an inflatable pirate sword. Look, here it is. Thank you, cousin Shiraishi. Nobita looked at the sword with delight, grabbed it, and ran outside, but halfway there, he poked his head out and said, Brother Shiraishi, do you want to come play with me? Forget it. Shiraishi shook his head and said, I'm not interested in pirate games. He was feeling a little tired and preferred to stay home and rest. Okay, I'm off then. After saying that, Nobita ran downstairs and headed towards the open space. You're really amazing, cousin Shiraishi. Watching Nobita leave, Doraemon let out a huge sigh of relief, his face showing signs of exhaustion. It seems that Nobita has been pestering them for a long time. Thank you for your hard work, Doraemon. Shiraishi patted Doraemon and sighed. Taking care of this mischievous kid, Nobita, is incredibly demanding and exhausting, and he's certainly experienced that firsthand during this time. It's all right. After all, I came to this era to take care of Nobita. Doraemon said nonchalantly, then patted his chest proudly. Besides, I'm an excellent childcare robot. Taking care of Nobita is a piece of cake for me. Yes, yes, you are the best. There is no better childcare robot than Doraemon. Bye, she echoed with a smile. This is not a perfunctory response. Although Doraemon's performance may not be as good as other childcare robots, let alone the latest baby care robots, even if they are the same model of childcare robot manufactured at the same time. Doraemon is always counting down, however. For both Nobita and Shiraishi, Doraemon has long since transcended the scope of a childcare robot. Then he is the best, it's not that great. Doraemon blushed and scratched his head sheepishly. By the way, Doraemon, I haven't seen Mimi on the rooftop lately. Is she still angry? Shiraishi suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but ask. No, there isn't, Doraemon chuckled and said. I made plans with Zayomi today, and we're heading out in a bit, keep it up. Shiraishi continued. Don't let your little girlfriend down, what? Cousin Shiraishi, she's not my little girlfriend. Doraemon's face flushed red instantly, he pouted. Swayed back and forthand said shyly. We're just ordinary friends. Yes, just friends, yes, just friends. Doraemon couldn't take it anymore with Shiraishi's teasing gaze. So he took out his bamboo copter and flew away. It took about an hour. Shiraishi went to the bathroom because of an upset stomach. When he came back, he found Nobita bothering Doraemon again. Doraemon, you have no idea how arrogant Sunio is. He's already been taught a lesson by Shiraishi-san. Nobita still looked very unconvinced, waving his limp inflatable pirate sword around. But the next second, she suddenly hugged Doraemon's big head and burst into tears. But Doraemon, I really want to go diving too, as they talked. Nobita grabbed 3 of Doraemon's whiskers. This caused Doraemon's face to become extremely distorted. Doraemon tilde. Shiraishi almost burst out laughing when he saw this scene. These Doraemon scenes are just too funny, big. Doraemon being pestered like this managed to utter a single word with great difficulty, before pulling out a pair of brown glasses from his 4-dimensional magic pocket and saying, You put these on first, what is this thing? Nobita's gaze was immediately drawn to it, and he picked up the glasses, Doraemon finally breathed a sigh of relief and explained. Nobita, aren't you going to go diving? Little White is back too, just. Doraemon took out another pair of glasses and handed them to Shiraishi. You should wear these too. Okay, Shiraishi took the glasses mild and asked. So what's going on, well? Doraemon looked at Nobita helplessly and said Nobita. He got bullied by Sunio and the others again. Sunio came back from diving at a tourist spot, and Nobita wanted to go diving too, so I took out this gadget. Nobita, you really know how to cause trouble for Doraemon. Shiraishi tapped Nobita on the forehead, but Sunio is the same. He just loves to show off. Don't they know that Nobita has Doraemon? Doraemon proudly put his hands on his hips and said, Of course. With me here, how could I let Nobita suffer any injustice? Nobita scratched his head sheepishly. Hey, Doraemon. What exactly is this thing? You'll see once you put them on when this comes up. Doraemon simply puts his hands behind his back, smiles, and doesn't say a word, pretending to be an expert. Shiraishi and Nobita exchanged a glance and simultaneously put on their glasses. After putting on the glasses, nothing changed at home except for the water pump behind Doraemon, which kept pumping water out of thin air. In just a short while, some water had already accumulated on the floor of the house. Shiraishi looked around in amazement. Although he had forgotten most of the movie's content, he could still remember a little bit about this. Wow, Nobita was startled and screamed, staring blankly at his surroundings. He slipped and fell to the ground. Doraemon, what are you doing? If Mom sees this, I'm sure I'll get scolded. Doraemon smiled. completely unconcerned about Nobita's words instead. He walked up to the water pump and started filling it with water himself. Doraemon! Nobita frantically clutched his head, yelling, "Oh no. Oh no, you're still pressing the button, I'm doomed. Mom's going to kill me, don't worry Nobita." How could Doraemon not have thought of this? Shiraishi's ears were starting to hurt from the noise. So he couldn't help but speak up, "Things you can think of." Doraemon couldn't have imagined this. Nobita, you think too highly of yourself. Listen to your cousin Shiraishi, don't rush Nobita. Doraemon maintained his expert demeanor and chuckled. Take off your glasses and let me see, huh? Nobita took off his glasses, the water is gone. Put it back on, the water came out again, then pick it off. The water is gone again, what's going on Doraemon? Nobita was stunned. Shiraishi also tried it out, I really don't know how this kind of prop works. Doraemon chuckled and grinned smugly saying, this is virtual seawater. And the glasses are virtual seawater tactile glasses. As long as you don't wear the glasses, you won't touch or feel the virtual seawater. And you won't get wet. Mom won't know and you won't get scolded. After Doraemon finished speaking, fell silent. Waiting for praise, however, after a long time. Nobita suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Doraemon. You're not planning to use this to make me experience what it's like to go diving. Are you? Doraemon fell silent, speechless. Nobita, your reaction time is still so slow. Shiraishi crossed his arms, indicating he was speechless. Sighing, Nobita, you're only realizing this now. Doraemon said helplessly, let's fill up the water first. Yay, Nobita excitedly danced around shouting. Let's build an underwater world here. Let's build a huge underwater world. Now we can go divings. Doraemon nodded in agreement, how about that? Isn't it great we don't have to go all the way to Hawaii? Of course, Doraemon, I love you to death. Nobita tackled Doraemon to the ground and started sticking to him like crazy. It tickled Doraemon, who kept shouting, no, no, no. The white stone next to him was experiencing this wonderful feeling. He took off his glasses, and the sensation of water on his feet instantly disappeared. It appears instantly when you put it on, he kicked the water. And the splashes landed on him feeling incredibly real. This is amazing, Doraemon, a gadget from the future. Shiraishi knew that Doraemon had many strange and wonderful gadgets. But experiencing it for the first time, I couldn't help but sigh, ha. Doraemon scratched his head, alas. Nobita sat on the ground, repeatedly paddling the waterway with his feet. Doraemon. Can I do it? Come on in. Doraemon walked to the side. But in fact, the virtual water pump is still operating on its own. But Nobita seemed oblivious, and excitedly went forward to start pressing frantically. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh while pressing the buttons. Nobita excitedly asked Doraemon, how long will it take to finish? It will take a long time, at least until evening. Doraemon did some calculations and then said, ah. This sudden change left Nobita completely stunned. He collapsed to the ground, stammering, won't that kill me? No way, Doraemon. Nobita, what's going on in your head? If you can think of something. Do you think Doraemon wouldn't? Bye, she said with exasperation. Didn't you see the virtual water pump is still pumping water? It can store water even without moving. Can't you even wait until nightfall? That's right, cousin Shiraishi is right. Doraemon nodded in agreement and said, Nobita. If you can think of something though, you think I Doraemon. Can't think of it, okay, I'm sorry, Doraemon. Nobita scratched his head sheepishly after being scolded by Shiraishi. There's no need to apologize. I know you didn't mean any harms. Doraemon offered words of comfort, but Nobita. You probably go diving for more than just the reason you want to. Right. Baishi crossed his arms and looked up to ask the question. He looked like he knew everything. You even noticed that. No wonder your cousin Shiraishi. Nobita first blew on Shiraishi's face, Shyla then said HMPH. I went diving just to take pictures. And they turned out to be really good. That guy Sunio. He's so proud and arrogant about taking pictures with a stinky fish. I'm going to show him that I'm better than him. It's just the competitive spirit among kids. So isn't something missing? Baishi didn't care about these things, but instead said something meaningful. Something's missing. Nobita scratched his head, looking bewildered. He looked quite confused. Well, Shiraishi sighed, covered his forehead, and said, fish. Of course it's fish. How are you going to take pictures without fish? Are you going to just take pictures of yourself swimming? You might as well just go to the pool. It's more convenient there. I can go right now, yes. And fish too, Nobita suddenly realized, slapped his hand. And then looked at Doraemon's. That longing look made Doraemon's lips twitch slightly. But he still said, I already expected this. So let's go and lure the fish out, yay Doraemon. You're amazing, you're the best robot in the world. No, not really, tahafas. Doraemon took out 3 bamboo copters from his 4-dimensional magic pocket and handed them to Nobita and Shiraishi. Obi the way, cousin Shiraishi. This seems to be your first time seeing a bamboo dragonfly. Right, that's not it either, Shiraishi teased. I saw it when you got angry last time, Doraemon. Doraemon blushed slightly, then coughed and said, Cousin Shiraishi, let me explain how to use the bamboo copter. You should be able to get the hang of it quickly, right? Don't worry. Shiraishi waved his hand dismissively and said, even Nobita can master the bamboo copter. So of course I have no problem with it. What, cousin Shiraishi, are you looking down on me? Nobita started feeding the animals from the side. Clearly dissatisfied, no, I'm just stating the facts. Shiraishi spread his innocent hands out, all right, come on. Cousin Shiraishi, let me tell you. You have to put the bamboo dragonfly on your head and then. What? Doraemon explained to Shiraishi in great detail how to use the bamboo copter. Shiraishi listened attentively in a previous life. Doraemon also explained how to use the bamboo copter in the anime. But he had long forgotten about that. Okay, I got it. Come on, after listening, Shiraishi nodded. Then stood in front of the window and attached a bamboo dragonfly to his head. Cousin, be careful. This is my first time using a bamboo dragonfly. Nobita seems to have finally found something that he knows, but Shiraishi doesn't. They were even a little proud, pointing and gesturing with their eyes closed. Hey, Nobita, stop talking. Doraemon tugged at Nobita's clothes. He then opened his eyes. Then we discovered that the white stone had already flown into the blue sky. Alas, the feeling of flying was really great. Shiraishi couldn't help but let out a cry. Humans have always had a special affection for the blue sky. Although we now have airplanes. But it's definitely different from the feeling of actually flying in the air. Feeling the gentle breeze with your own body is incredibly comfortable. However, on the other hand, bamboo dragonflies allow people to experience the thrill of flying to the fullest extent. But in any case, it still flies with the help of a device. It's still far from being a proper flight, moreover. Bamboo dragonflies won't even qualify as transportation in the future. It's just a child's toy. In terms of speed, it is only 80 kilometers per hour. It's still a bit lacking compared to the kind of flight that Shiraishi envisioned. In his view, one should fly like Superman to truly fly using one's own strength. Unfortunately, Shiraishi is still far from perfect. He can't even grasp the feeling of flying. At most, a jump of a little over 2 meters. It's no wonder he didn't get enough sun. He just didn't get enough time to sunbathe. You should know that Superman was able to fly after being exposed to the sun for over 20 years. That little Superman's son, Jonathan Kent Jr., also spent his childhood basking in the sun, Baishi, who entered the industry later in life. Can't compare to the amount of time they spend sunbathing. It's normal that it can't fly. Before he could actually learn to fly, Shiraishi could only rely on the bamboo dragonfly. Besides, bamboo dragonflies aren't really that bad. This is one of the most classic gadgets in Doraemon. In his past life, Baishi longed to own a bamboo dragonfly. Now that I'm using it, the feeling is different. Below, Doraemon and Nobita, who had just put on the bamboo copter and started flying, watched in amazement as Shiraishi flew through the air with ease. Brother Shiraishi is really amazing. He can fly so freely on his first time using the bamboo copter. Nobita, you first used the bamboo copter. You almost fell to your death, didn't you? Doraemon glanced at Nobita. What's Doraemon? It can't be as bad as you say. But cousin Shiraishi is really amazing. He truly lives up to his name. Nobita looked at Shiraishi with admiration and said, I want to become as outstanding as my cousin Shiraishi in the future. Yes, Nobita, I believe you can do it. Doraemon doesn't mind praising Nobita a lot. But deep down, I couldn't help thinking that it was difficult. Or perhaps impossible. At least verbal support is necessary. Alright, let's go, Doraemon, do it your way. Shiraishi enjoyed the thrill of flying for a while. It flew to Doraemon and Nobita's side. He wouldn't forget his duties because of having fun. Yes, cousin Shiraishi, Nobita, come with me. Doraemon led the way in together with Shiraishi and Nobita. They flew to the open ground, then. He took out something that looked like a carpet from his four-dimensional treasure bag and spread it out on the ground. Ta-da, the activity fishing pond. Doraemon introduced it with great fanfare. What kind of gadget is this, Doraemon? Nobita asked curiously. You'll see in a minute. Doraemon smiled mysteriously, then began adjusting the latitude and longitude using the button next to the activity fishing pond. Soon, the central pool of the fishing pond was connected directly to the sea. Wow, it's turned into the ocean. Nobita couldn't help but exclaim, are there fish in here? You'll know once you take a look. Without hesitation, Shiraishi jumped in. Wow. Cousin Shiraishi, this is the ocean. This action startled Doraemon and Nobita, who exclaimed in alarm, seeing that Shiraishi had stopped making any move. Without hesitation, the two wanted to jump in and save the person. Don't worry, I'm fine. The white stone suddenly emerged from the water. Startling Doraemon and Nobita almost tripped and fell. He was holding a fish in his right hand. A bright smile on his face, Dukshin. Do you think there are any fish? As soon as he finished speaking, several fish jumped out from beside him, splashing water directly onto Nobita, crackling sounds. The fish in Shiraishi's hand thrashed about, arcing through the air with a gasp from Dukshin. The fish crashed into his arms, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Ha 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 ha. Doraemon couldn't help but burst into laughter. Watching anime is definitely not as good as experiencing it in the real world. She sighed inwardly, recalling how he had just jumped into the sea and swam to the surface. Sure enough, there was a vast ocean. The impact of those props was just so exciting. Alright, cousin Shiraishi, come up here quickly. It's too dangerous in the sea. What if there's a big shark? Nobita released the fish back into the sea, and then he and Doraemon pulled Shiraishi ashore. Don't worry, I haven't seen any sharks yet. That's what they say. But Shiraishi always felt like he'd forgotten something about it. Shark, great white shark. I didn't see it just now, so why do I feel so strange? The more I think about it, the stranger it seems. But that's how people are. The more they try to recall a memory they can't remember, the less they can remember it, forget it, never mind. Maybe at some point in the future, I'll just remember it naturally. Cousin Shiraishi, you're all wet. What are you going to do? Go home and change. Nobita asked with some concern, what if you catch a cold? Catching a cold in the summer is really uncomfortable. It's okay, we still have Doraemon. Shiraishi casually hugged Doraemon's big head. Doraemon chuckled and took out a gadget from his four-dimensional magic pocket to dry Shiraishi's clothes. Doraemon, you're the best, all right. We've had our fun and jokes. Now let's get ready for tonight's diving. Good. Under the influence of this joyful atmosphere, Shiraishi seemed to have rediscovered his childlike wonder. And together with Nobita's, they raised their fists and jumped up next. Doraemon took out two gadgets from his four-dimensional magic pocket. I love fish food the most. This is the fish's favorite fish food. Doraemon took out 3 bottles of fish food. 1 bottle each for Doraemon, Shiraishi, and Nobita. Since it's a game, everyone should feel involved. Next, the 3 of them used bamboo dragonflies to place the fish food in many places as long as we have this fish food. The fish will definitely come. Place the last fish food on the tree. The tree is already laden with fish food. Doraemon glanced at it and nodded with great satisfaction. But Doraemon, how are fish supposed to get here? There's no water here. Nobita landed on the ground and scratched his head in confusion. Of course I've considered that too, so next. It's time to create imaginary seawater along with gases. Ta-da! Doraemon then took out a gas canister from his pocket, somewhat like a small gas cylinder, and explained to Nobita and Shiraishi. As long as we drop the canister containing the virtual seawater and gas down there, and then open the valve, the fish that have come into contact with the gas can survive in the virtual seawater. Baishi nodded and said then, by adding this fish food to attract the fish, we can get them all to swim around here, right? It has to be said, these fish feeds are definitely something special. The only open area accessible to the fishing pond is already teeming with fish. If virtual seawater were stored up, along with the gas contained within it, there will definitely be more fish in the neighborhood than in an aquarium. Right as Doraemon spoke, he directly opened the valve of the virtual seawater and gas, and then threw it into the active fishing pond. All right. Now we just need to wait for the virtual seawater to slowly accumulate. Doraemon dusted off his hands and put them on his hips. Just then Giant Sunio Shizuka and their group suddenly emerged from around the corner of the open space. Hey, cousin Shiraishi, Doraemon, what are you doing here too? Fat Tiger looked at Shiraishi in surprise. Shizuka was also a little surprised, but she quickly smiled and said, that's perfect. Cousin Shiraishi, Doraemon, let's go to Sunio's house together. Didn't you just go to Zairofu's house? Nobita still seemed somewhat dissatisfied, hee. I just thought about it and realized it wouldn't be good to leave you out. So I gave Zairofu a good scolding and decided to turn around and call you. Giant chuckled, we went to your house just now. But your aunt said you weren't home, so we left. We didn't expect you to still be in the open space, Nobita. What? Sunio stepped out from behind Giant, inwardly criticizing Giant. It was clearly Giant who came up with the idea together with him. After all, Nobita has a cousin named Shiraishi. If they tell Shiraishi about what happened today, will they both get a lecture from him again? The more I thought about it, the more panicked I became. So I quickly wanted to go back and make amends. Nobita, I'm sorry about earlier, I'd like to invite you, cousin Shiraishi, and Doraemon to my house to see photos and videos. Sunio scratched his head, feeling rather ashamed that he had to turn around and apologize to Nobita. But with Shiraishi right there, he could only remain innocent. Shiraishi immediately saw through Giant and Sunio's thoughts and couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. He couldn't be bothered to lecture Giant and Sunio over something like this. As everyone knows, these two never learn from their mistakes, moreover. That's just how he interacts with Nobita. So he can't interfere. Then forget it, I'm not interested in that, Dokshung. However, was still resentful about their earlier behavior. So he crossed his arms and tilted his head to one side. They looked like they couldn't even be bothered to glance at Giant and Sunio. Giant and Sunio quickly ran to Nobita's side and began their obsessive fawning. Shiraishi, Doraemon, and Shizuka couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Nobita felt like he had found a powerful backer at this moment. In addition, everything has already been arranged. I'm just waiting to go diving myself. Who would be interested in Sunio's videos and photos? Oh wells, never mind. Shiraishi watched helplessly as Giant and Sunio licked Nobita until he was red and tingled, and couldn't help but step in as a peacemaker. Giant and Sunio admitted their mistake, so Nobita, you can do that too. Even Shiraishi couldn't bear to look. They were afraid that Nobita would get beaten to death by Giant one day. This kid sometimes just doesn't know how to be flexible and is prone to showing off. Social etiquette and worldly wisdom are indeed too difficult for children to understand. Alright, since cousin Shiraishi has spoken up, I'll forgive you both. Nobita only reluctantly forgave Giant and Sunio after Shiraishi intervened. Giant and Sunio breathed a sigh of relief and said, alright. Come with us, Nobita, Doraemon. The snack at my house this afternoon is dorayaki. And I can have as many as I want, really. Doraemon wasn't originally interested in this. Let Nobita go because he also knew Sunio's personality. If we go to Zairofu's house, it's definitely going to be an endless stream of Zairofu bragging. The kind of thing that's so annoying it's making my ears callous. However, upon hearing the name dorayaki, Doraemon, a seasoned foodie who loves dorayaki the most, couldn't resist any longer. Suddenly my eyes lit up, and saliva involuntarily dripped from the corner of my mouth. He of course, Zairofu proudly patted his chest. We have no choice but to go now. Doraemon immediately pulled out a bamboo copter, attached it to everyone in an instant, and pushed Sunio towards his house. Hey Doraemon, are you in such a hurry? In fact, Shiraishi didn't really want to go either. But since Doraemon is already like this, let him go. He had indeed never been to Zairofu's house to play. And so the group quickly flew to Zairofu's doorstep. Sunio's house is indeed much more luxurious than Nobita's. In terms of land area alone, it is at least 3 times the size of Nobita's house. There is also a small pond, artificial hills and water behind it. It's practically a small villa. Mom, I'm home. Zairofu rang the doorbell and then called out from the doorway. Sunio's mother came out to open the door. Sunio's mother looks almost exactly like him. They both have pointed mouths and look like Kappa, a mythical creature. No one would doubt whether these two are related by blood if they went out together. You could tell just by looking at their DNA. Hey Sunio, are you coming over to play with your friends today? At first glance, all of Sunio's mother's faces were familiar, except for Shiraishi, whom she didn't recognize. Is this a new friend? Sunio quickly introduced to his mother. Momthis is Nobita's cousin Nobita Shiraishi. He'll be living at Nobita's house from now on, and we'll all play together often. Oh, I see. Zairofu's mother suddenly realized and then smiled and said, Welcome to my house. Shiraishi bowed slightly in a very polite manner. Sunio's mother, please take care of me in the future. I'm sorry to bother you today. I've only heard of you before. But I didn't expect Sunio's mother to be so beautiful. Hahaha, this kid really knows how to compliment people. Zairofu's mother covered her mouth in embarrassment. Women of all ages love to be complimented on their beauty. She was overjoyed by the praise and became much quicker in entertaining Shiraishi and the others, calling them in one by one. Excuse me. Everyone entered together. Zairofu's mom was also very eager to get the snacks. Shiraishi watched as Sunio's mother left. He didn't seem to have any particular feelings about praising others. Everyone likes to hear nice things. And Shiraishi is no exception. He likes it. And others like it too. It's just a matter of saying a few words. And he can be kind to others, why not? When everyone arrived at the living rooms, Zairofu first took out his photo album for everyone to see. Zairofu's family is quite well off. He was able to go scuba diving when he was in elementary school and had access to so many exciting things in the world. If it were the old Shiraishi, he would definitely be incredibly envious. At such a young age, he's already standing at the finish line that many people reach. Wow, that fish is so cool. Sunio, you're amazing. You actually managed to climb on the fish's back. What do you mean by lying on the fish's back? That's clearly riding a fish, okay, Nobita? If you can't speak properly, you don't have to. Ahahaha, sorry, Sunio. HMPH, I also have videos, want to see them. Videos are much more intuitive than photos. I'll definitely look. Nobita was initially quite dismissive, but now he's completely engrossed and incredibly excited. Jian wasn't much different, while Shizuka looked refined but would occasionally gasp in surprise. The brilliance and beauty of the underwater world are so captivating that they have a profound impact not only on children of this age, but also on adults. Certainly except for Doraemon. After the snacks were served, Doraemon noticed that no one was eating them, so he took them all for himself. He was happily eating his snacks alone in a corner, one dorayaki at a time. Do you really want to go to a place like this, Shizuka? Shiraishi sat on the sofa, arms crossed. Looking at the scene with a different posture, yes. Shizuka nodded without hesitation and said, "The underwater world is really beautiful. I'm so envious of Sunio. Don't you want to experience it, Shiraishi-naya?" Haha, of course I would think so, Shiraishi stretched, shifted his posture, and put his hands behind his head. "If you have the chance, I can take you to experience it once, really." Shizuka asked in surprise. "Of course it's true, I would never lie." Shiraishi held up a finger and shook it. "If there's a chance in the future, I'll take everyone to play together, okay? Then on behalf of Nobita and the others, I'll thank cousin Shiraishi in advance." Shizuka smiled and nodded. Shiraishi chuckled to himself. Kids will always be kids. From someone else's perspective. This is just one kid bragging to another kid. But Shizuka still believed it. "Shizuka, can we sneak out tonight? I can show you around first." After thinking it over, Shiraishi decided not to betray Shizuka's trust. "Tonight, what time?" Shizuka paused for a moment and said, "My mother won't let me go out if it's too late. That's why I said I wanted you to sneak out." Shiraishi has calculated the time it takes for the virtual water pump to work. Shizuka's mother definitely can't let Shizuka out during that time. "Oh, that's a bit difficult," Shizuka said somewhat awkwardly. "Could you tell me what it is first? If I told you, it wouldn't be a surprise." Shiraishi smiled mysteriously. "You'll definitely love it." This piqued Shizuka's curiosity. Okay, I'll see if I can sneak out later." Actually, sneaking out wasn't particularly rebellious for Shizuka. It's just an ordinary thing. After all, sometimes Nobita, Giant and Sunio suddenly have something on their minds. Plus Doraemon's amazing gadgets. She has no choice but to go. "Okay, it's decided then. Don't go back on your words." Shiraishi extended his little finger. "What does this mean?" Shizuka looked at Shiraishi with some confusion. In the back, Shiraishi almost forgot that the elementary school students in Japan seemed unaware of this. "This is a way of making agreements in my hometown. We make a pinky promise, which means we have made an agreement that we cannot break." "Oh, I see." Shizuka looked at Shiraishi's smiling face, blushed for some reason and then extended her little finger, hooking it with Shiraishi's. "Is this okay?" "Sure." She noddingly shook his hand and began to mutter, "Pinky promise never to change. Whoever changes is a little dog." A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. It seems to be a reminder of happy times from childhood. This was also a spur-of-the-moment decision on his own. They're all kids, how can they not act like kids at all? Pinky promise never to change. Whoever sides with me is a dog. I was swept up in Shiraishi's emotions. Shizuka couldn't help but chuckle softly. Looking down, all right. Whoever turns into a puppy is the one who gets the title. Her face was slightly flushed, and she lowered her head because she didn't dare to look Shiraishi in the eye. Shiraishi's current appearance is truly almost otherworldly. It's a promise to see you tonight. Shizuka, you can't turn into a puppy, okay? But Shizuka is cute as a puppy, isn't she? Oh, you're the puppy, how can you praise a girl like that? Shiraishi flirted with girls on the sofa behind him. Meanwhile, Giant and Sunny are sitting in front of the TV. We're bullying Nobitas. So Nobita, you can't go diving like this, can you? Sunio behaved quite well earlier. I'm just showing you photos and videos as usual. Towards the end, he couldn't hold back anymore and started showing off again. Well, perhaps this is just human nature. What? It's just diving, I can definitely do that easily. Nobita clenched his fists in dissatisfaction. Nobita, admit you're no good, ha. Giant patted Nobita on the shoulder and laughed heartily. How could I not be able to do it? Nobita was so angry by those two's few words that he grabbed Doraemon and Shiraishi and ran away. Before leaving, Shiraishi winked at Shizuka. Shizuka lowered her head shyly. How come I never realized that my cousin Shiraishi was so mischievous? Yes, that's right, mischievous, poor little Shizuka. At this moment, only the word mischievous could describe Shiraishi. Is on my way home. Nobita was still complaining about Giant and Sunio. These two guys are really going too far. They actually said I couldn't dive. If I didn't want them to know, I would have told them right away. How awful, how awful, how awful. Doraemon followed behind Nobita. Looking dejected, my dorayaki. I haven't finished eating it yet. Sunio just said I could take some with me, Doraemon. Upon hearing this, Nobita looked at Doraemon with a very resentful expression. Am I not as important as a dorayaki? His expression, she looked like she was about to cry. Hey, 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 of course not, of course not. Doraemon waved his hands repeatedly. How could dorayaki be more important than Nobita? All right, Nobita, don't take your anger out on Doraemon. Shiraishi pressed down on Nobita's shoulder and said, it was Giant and Sunio who bullied you. So just refute them with facts. There's no use in being impotent and furious here. Just think about the surprised expressions on Giant and Sunio's faces when you show them the photos and videos. That's what's satisfying, I understand. I'll prove them wrong with facts, I'm sorry, Doraemon. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. Nobita Nobai was energized by Shiraishi's words. Clenching his fists, he strode ahead with a proud and arrogant air, HMPH. I'm going to show Giant and Sunio that I Nobita can also take great photos and videos. Looking at Nobita's back, Shiraishi and Doraemon walked together, both shaking their heads helplessly. This is Duckshung. She really does act on a whim, and her emotions change incredibly fast. Giant and Sunio are really something, even though they had already called Duckshung to come to their house. But I still couldn't help but say a few words to Nobita. While Nobita can be quite annoying at times, this is just too much. The night was bright and the stars were few. The moonlight spilled onto the ground, weaving a soft glow that was breathtakingly beautiful, as if there were a galaxy in the sky. Shiraishi got up and stretched. Next to him is Nobita. He was still sleeping very soundly just then. The wardrobe door opened and Doraemon, wiping away his tears and yawning, greeted Shiraishi. Cousin Shiraishi are already up. Yes, I'm not the only one looking forward to diving. I'm really looking forward to it too. Shiraishi put on his clothes and then forcefully woke Nobita up. Ah, Cousin Shiraishi, I had just fallen asleep. Why did you wake me up? Nobita was clearly still half asleep and had forgotten that he was supposed to go diving. He yawned, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and wanted to lie down and go back to sleep. We're going diving tonight. Aren't you going to take photos or videos? Do you want to be laughed at by Zairafu? Shiraishi's words instantly snapped Nobita out of his daze, and he sprang out of bed. That's right. The mere thought of going diving instantly energized Nobita. Where do we begin? Where do we begin? Nobita then changed into his classic yellow short-sleeved shirt and blue shorts, and looked at Shiraishi and Doraemon with great interest. Let's start here, Shiraishi said. Since there's definitely water all around anyway, let's start diving right from home. However, there is one thing we must be careful about. Doraemon, Nobita can't swim and I'm afraid he'll drown. Nobita quickly nodded repeatedly. Yes, eyes. I don't want to get flooded, of course, no problem. Doraemon clenched his little fist, raised it high, and then shoved it into his four-dimensional magic pocket, pulling out 3 pairs of flippers. Ta-da! Flippers for people who can't swim. Also called swimming aids. Here you go, Nobita. Put this on. As long as you wear this, you won't get flooded. With that, Doraemon handed 1 pair of swimming aids to Nobita and the other pair to Shiraishi. Shiraishi took it and watched Doraemon and Nobita put on their swimming fins. Cousin Beishi, aren't you going to wear it? Doraemon and Nobita had already taken out their glasses and were ready to put them on, preparing to enter diving mode at any moment. I won't wear it for now. I want to experience the feeling of diving first. Seeing that the two seemed a little worried, Shiraishi smiled and reassured them, don't worry. I'll always keep the swimming aids with me. If I can't hold my breath any longer, I'll put them on right away, all right. Doraemon nodded reluctantly. Then his emotions gradually became agitated as he looked at Shiraishi and Nobita. I'll count down. Ready, set, 3, 2, 1. Put on your goggles and let's start diving. All three of them put on glasses at the same time. That instant, an endless sea appeared all around. The three of them seemed to be truly underwater. To outsiders, they appeared to be floating in the air. A strong feeling of weightlessness came over me. Shiraishi immediately held his breath, adjusted his body, and slowly floated up, ducking. Even with swimming aids like fins, was too clumsy and bumped into the ceiling. Wow. Nobita covered his head on the verge of tears. Doraemon, Nobita, you're so stupid, how annoying. Nobita was speechless for a moment. Then his eyes caught sight of a green button on a virtual water pump. What is this? He asked curiously as he pressed the button. Nobita, don't press it. Doraemon's eyes widened, and he quickly swam towards Nobita. Shiraishi wanted to cross the water when Nobita was being impulsive. But since they were in the water, he hadn't gotten used to it yet. What used to be a two-step distance was now impossible for him to stop Nobita. And at the very moment Nobita pressed the button, buzz. The virtual water pump suddenly started operating again, sucking in all the surrounding water. The water was absorbed so quickly that it created a huge whirlpool in the room. Shiraishi, Doraemon, and Nobita were all swept up in the whirlpool and spun around in the water. Shiraishi cursed under his breath. He felt like the whole world was spinning. Help me. Doraemon and Nobita felt their heads buzzing. Nobita's daughter Tamako, who was waiting for Nobita to come home, heard the voices above and couldn't help but yell, Nobita, it's so late, why aren't you asleep? What are you doing? Honestly, Doraemon, if I press that button, it will be back to normal, right? Nobita grabbed the bookshelf next to him, while Doraemon leaned against the desk. In other words, these things won't be affected by the virtual water. Otherwise, the whole room would be in chaos. Shiraishi forcefully used his powerful muscles and hand speed to swim against the whirlpool. Forcibly hovering in the water, he can't speak now, so he can only gesture to Doraemon with his hands and eyes. Doraemon realized what Shiraishi meant and quickly nodded. Yes, cousin Shiraishi, just press that button. Doraemon's confirmation was obtained. Shiraishi breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried that pressing the button again would trigger an even stronger level of virtual water recycling. Shiraishi did nothing else after that. Instead, he simply took off the glasses in front of his eyes. The powerful current of water suddenly disappeared, bang. But the force of the impact threw him violently backward, slamming him against the bookshelf and knocking a pile of books off, nearly burying him. This is really annoying. Baishi didn't dare to delay, so he quickly climbed out of the pile of books, walked to the virtual water pump and pressed the button. Only then did the turbulent water flow finally stop. Whoosh, 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 and Shiraishi, supporting the virtual water pump, was slightly out of breath. His strength is indeed great, but it is obviously different in water and on land. In water, you also have to face the resistance of the water, so the amount of force you can use is definitely not as much as on land. In addition, he was swimming against the current and fighting against the strong current. He was hit by a lot of water, and he got a little tired after a while. Don't underestimate the power of water flow. Although swimmers are strong and healthy, a comparison will make it clear. The world champion in the 100-meter dash has a time of 9:58 seconds. Swimming 100 meters takes about 40 seconds. This demonstrates the impact of water flow resistance on the human body. Shiraishi's few strokes far exceeded the speed of a world swimming champion. No matter how many swimming champions come, they can't swim against such a current at this moment. Doraemon and Nobita also took off their glasses, and the two collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Hahaha, Doraemon, with his tongue hanging out, stared at the ceiling. Nobita, you really do know how to cause us trouble. I'm sorry. Nobita was too exhausted to even apologize. Carrying the water and gripping the cabinet had really worn him out. Shiraishi recovered almost immediately, and he looked speechlessly at the two guys who were slumped on the ground in front of him. You did all the work yourselves, so how come you two are exhausted and collapsed on the ground? Ding, host has acquired the skill swimming. Baishi scratched his head. Unexpectedly, by sheer chance, I acquired another skill. Host Shiraishi. Physical Constitution, Little Superman. Skills Intermediate Teaching 3500. Intermediate Mathematics 12500. Intermediate Huxia Language 1500. Elementary Swimming 56100. Special Skill Basic Telekinesis 6500. Number of draws 0. This skill, like the previous ordinary skills, has a proficiency level as soon as it is acquired, but it is not at the intermediate level. There is some basic knowledge involved. Beginner level swimming is actually equivalent to a very strong amateur level. Reaching the intermediate level means your swimming skills alone are world class. Of course, swimming is not just about swimming. It also includes any knowledge about swimming, such as diving as a little superhuman. Shiraishi is in pretty good physical condition now, and he can hold his breath for about 10 minutes at a time with ease. After gaining knowledge about diving, his diving time can probably be increased to about 12 minutes. It's a very noticeable improvement. Looking at Duxing, who was slumped on the ground, Shiraishi didn't know what to say. Although Nobita is always clumsy, but it must be said that his luck was truly exceptional. They often receive positive feedback for being clumsy. It's hard to say whether Shiraishi benefited from a misfortune or not, as he caught Nobita's good fortune, Doraemon. What was that just now? Nobita, nobipenting heavily, slowly sat up from the ground and asked. That's the emergency device of the virtual water pump. With just a tap it will retract the virtual seawater, and the resulting vortex can easily sweep us all away. Doraemon couldn't help but complain again. Nobita, don't touch anything I didn't tell you to touch. It's all thanks to my cousin Shiraishi. Otherwise it would have been a complete mess. I understand, I'm really sorry. Nobita scratched his head and lowered it in shame. Brother Shiraishi, I'm sorry for causing you trouble, it doesn't matter. Shiraishi shook his head, not caring about such trivial matters. Next, Nobita and Doraemon rested for a while, and then together with Shiraishi, they put the books scattered on the floor back onto the bookshelf. Huh, what's this? She found a piece of paper among the scattered books. Don't look. Nobita immediately snatched the book from Shiraishi's hand as if he had seen something incredible. Hiding it behind his back and smiling shyly, hahaha. Shiraishi-san, you should go and rest. Let me organize these books, after all it's all my fault. As he spoke, he pushed Beishi to sit down to the side. Shiraishi and Doraemon exchanged a glance and couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. He only caught a fleeting glimpse of it, but he also noticed a large 0 written in red pen. Without a doubt, it must be the test paper that Nobita hid so his mother wouldn't know. Nobita, seemingly wanting to end the lingering on the bookshelf, gathered all the books with incredible speed, then clapped his hands. All right. We can start the real diving now. The three exchanged a glance and put their glasses back on, and entered diving mode. Nobita and Doraemon excitedly swam to the window and opened it. That instant, the scene, which resembled entering the deep sea, made all three of them exclaim in surprise. The town has been completely submerged. Good. Right outside the window, as far as the eye can see, all you see is seawater. A large school of fish swam past, and you could also see many other fish of all colors and shapes scattered in various places. It felt like stepping into the real deep sea. It's so beautiful, the props are amazing. Shiraishi was completely absorbed, enjoying everything before him. Wow, that's awesome. Nobita screamed and rushed out of the house with Doraemon, starting to swim around without restraint, startled awake. Shiraishi's face broke into an excited smile. He charged forward like a cannonball, startling the fish in front of him into scattering in all directions. If Shiraishi hadn't been without his swimming fins and unable to speak underwater, he definitely would have shouted out in excitement. Marvelous! The props from the future are absolutely amazing. There were many fish in front of him, and he didn't know how many there were. But according to Beishi's rough estimate, he could already see more than a dozen kinds. The tranquil moonlight cast its glow on the serene seabed. appearing as if light has been refracted and analyzed through the spectrum, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. However, this so-called seabed scene is different from the real seabed. The Xisha Islands have no beaches, no corals, and no deep-sea trenches. Some are building structures. Streetlights power line set, belonging to human society. This feeling is truly amazing. This is also why Shiraishi was once again amazed by the magic of the props. No matter how many times I experience it, I will still think this way. Doraemon and Nobita were similar. The novel experience drove them crazy as they swam around nonstop. Shiraishi's legs jerked, and he leaped away with the person and the cat. At that moment, someone was passing by below. He was riding his bicycle past the streetlights when he suddenly noticed a shadow flash past his head. I looked up, but there was nothing there. There was only a strange sound, like being underwater. In an instant, all sorts of strange ideas and urban legends arose in my mind. Ah, they ghosted. I scared myself so much I almost fainted. My bicycle was on fire as I pedaled, and I ran home as fast as I could. In fact, for those who know nothing at all, Shiraishi, Doraemon, Nobita, they're practically indistinguishable from demons. Floating in the air, what else could it be but a ghost? Of course, they're not going to pay any attention to what other people think right now. They're all having a blast. Doraemon, you and Nobita continue playing. But don't forget to take pictures. I'm going to explore by myself. Play is play. Shiraishi will definitely not forget his promise to Shizuka. He and Shizuka agreed to meet at 10:30. The three of them woke up around 10:10. And with some unexpected things happening afterward. It's now almost 10:30. Shizuka should already be on her way. Okay, we understand. Cousin Shiraishi, please be careful. Doraemon trusted Shiraishi much more than he trusted Nobita. He only gave Nobita a slight reminder before they were playing together again. Shiraishi smiled, took one last look at the two, and then swam toward the open space. The reason he didn't need swimming fins, but received them from Doraemon, was because of Shizuka. He can hold his breath for a long time, a full 12 minutes. After landing and catching his breath, he can continue playing, so he doesn't need to. Shizuka, however, is different. Shizuka is just an ordinary girl. He can hold his breath, but Shizuka can't. These swimming fins are still very important to her. Just as Shiraishi was thinking about these things, suddenly, a violent tremor in the water made by she notice it. Just around the corner ahead, a huge white figure swiftly swept past. Wait. I think I've been forgetting something. Shiraishi frowned. White on the white island. In the afternoon, Nobita mentioned sharks, a white shark and great jaws. Shiraishi's eyes widened suddenly, and he almost couldn't hold his breath. He remembered. He remembered something he had been ignoring all along. That's a great white shark. I can't recall the exact plot of the movie, but that doesn't stop Shiraishi from remembering that Nobita and Doraemon seem to have a battle with a great white shark in the movie. In other words, the great white shark also accepts virtual seawater along with gas and is able to survive in virtual seawater. Furthermore, they were drawn here by the fish food. Damn it, Shizuka! Shiraishi's eyes widened suddenly. He quickly swam to the ground, took off his glasses, landed on the ground and ran rapidly towards the open space. Running is faster than swimming. There is absolutely no doubt about that. Shiraishi is now running much faster than Usain Bolt. The world record holder in sprinting, Bolt needs 9.58 seconds to run the 100 meters, while Shiraishi only needs 6 seconds. That's equivalent to nearly 20 meters per second. It's already comparable to the speed of a car. Moreover, his endurance is better than Bolt's. Bolt can only run 100 meters, while Shiraishi can maintain that speed for several kilometers, or even more than 10 kilometers before he starts to pant. As he ran, Shiraishi was still worried. Please, please don't let anything happen at this hour. Shizuka should be sleeping at home, but he called her out. If something happens, Shiraishi will feel guilty for the rest of his life. Damn, can it go any faster? If people knew about Shiraishi's speed, they would definitely complain, isn't this fast enough? It's already ridiculously fast at this moment. Shiraishi suddenly wished that Shizuka would be a pigeon. Staying at home, at least you're still a pigeon. Not a mangled corpse on the other side. Shizuka is a lady. I had arranged to meet with Shiraishi this afternoon. How could I possibly be a pigeon? This also means that Shiraishi has lost his mind, doing something without thinking it through properly. The women I used to hang out with were all in their early 20s, and it was perfectly normal for them to be out at 10 p.m. And Shizuka, she's just a young girl. Let her walk on the dimly lit street at 10 p.m. Even if there were no great white shark, it wouldn't work. You still need to take on the task yourself, phew. I wonder what surprise my cousin Shiraishi has for me so late at night. However, Shizuka kept thinking about this. So she wasn't too afraid, and so she reached a corner. She witnessed a scene that Shizuka would never forget for the rest of her life. A gigantic great white shark is swimming ahead. With its sharp teeth and fangs, you can almost smell the blood emanating from its mouth just by looking at it. Shizuka's face turned pale. She forcibly covered her mouth to stop herself from screaming and tried to slowly back away. Although I don't know why a great white shark would appear on the street. Now is clearly not the time to think about that. Before the great white shark spots us, the best thing to do is run away. However, fate is not always on our side. Just when we had taken a few steps back and were slowly retreating behind the howling shark to avoid facing it. The great white shark flicked its tail and nimbly turned around. Coming right up to Shizuka, roars. The great white shark was slightly taken aback at first, then roared and charged towards Shizuka with a fierce expression. Shizuka couldn't hold back any longer and turned to run away. But after running only a few steps, he tripped and fell to the ground in his panic, staring in fear at the great white shark charging towards him. Just then, a figure flashed past behind her and crashed into the great white shark. The great white shark let out a painful roar and was sent flying, crashing hard into the wall beside it. It thrashed its tail several times and thrashed about. The man then stopped, and Shizuka saw his face and exclaimed, "Brother Shiraishi, are you all right, Shizuka?" Shiraishi breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he made it in time, otherwise, if that great white shark had taken one bite, Shizuka would probably have been dead in no time. Fine. Shizuka immediately stood up, dusted off her skirt, and looked fearfully at the great white shark swimming towards them. She trembled and cried out, "Brother Shiraishi, let's run. Let's find Doraemon, you can't outrun this kid. And I can't let this big guy run rampant in this town anymore." Bai, she shook his head, staring intently at the great white shark in front of him. "I'll hold it off. You run, I have to say. This guy's sense of oppression is truly exceptional. Great white sharks can reach a length of up to 8 meters and a weight of 200 kilograms, which is more than 3 tons. The great white shark in front of us is considered extremely large among great white sharks. At least 6 or 7 meters long and weighs at least 2 tons. Nearly 3 tons at 6 or 7 meters tall, which is already the height of a 2-story building. With a flick of its tail, it seems like it could snap a tree in half. And with a forward ramming motion, it seems like it could smash through a wall. Of course, this is just a feeling. A great white shark is heavy, but that doesn't mean it can break through a concrete wall. It might smash its own head and blade, but it won't break it. For Shiraishi, however, the great white shark is definitely an extremely troublesome opponent he has encountered at this stage. Shizuka, stop looking and go find Doraemon. Shiraishi let out a breath. The great white shark seemed to sense that white stone was no easy opponent. This was a perception from a wild creature. So instead of charging forward directly, they wandered around the areas, waiting for the right moment to attack. "No, cousin Shiraishi, I can't leave you here alone." Shizuka nodded without hesitation. Shiraishi was both amused and exasperated. Although he was somewhat touched, Shizuka's presence here would only be a hindrance. Fine. Since that's the case, we can't let the great white shark attack first. If the great white shark is allowed to attack first, it will inevitably panic and fall into a passive position. Moreover, Shizuka was right next to him, so he couldn't let the great white shark get close. With the great white shark's terrifying size, a mere flick of its tail would be enough to give Shizuka a hard time. Then you should stand here and not move. Or find a place to hide, the words fell. Shizuka hadn't spoken yet. She rushed towards the great white shark, taking 3 steps at a time. The great white shark seemed to be roaring and howling, making Baishi's eardrums ache. When it saw Baishi take the initiative to attack, it rushed up as well. Shiraishi clenched his fist and delivered a powerful punch to the great white shark's chin. Bang! The massive great white shark was punched into the air and let out a painful howl. If it were a normal great white shark, it would have been knocked senseless and its brains would have been shattered by that blow. But this is the great white shark from the Doraemon world. There are all sorts of strange and wonderful creatures here. So what if the great white shark is stronger? As the great white shark was knocked into the air by a punch, it quickly swung its tail, drew an arc in the air, and turned its head to bite at the white stone. With the gaping maw so close, Shiraishi smelled the stench so foul he almost vomited. The overwhelming, indescribable fishy odor was so intense it blinded him. Damn it, you great white shark not only have physical attacks, but you also have biological attacks. By the time Shiraishi reacted, the sharp teeth were already right in front of him. Ignoring everything else, Shiraishi raised his hands, one above the other, his eyes glaring angrily, gritted his teeth and roared, forcefully holding the great white shark's mouth shut. Boom! The moment the great white shark's teeth snapped shut, Shiraishi felt his internal organs tremble and his whole body go numb and weak. Although the great white shark's bite force is not among the strongest in nature, not comparable to the terrifying bite force of large crocodiles, it mainly relies on tearing and biting to kill its opponents. But that still needs to be compared. Does being inferior to a large crocodile mean it's not good enough? This thing's bite force is at least several tons. That is a force of several thousand kilograms. Shiraishi was unleashing his full power, his muscles tensed, all concentrated in his hands. If he hadn't been wearing short sleeves, his immense strength would have easily torn his clothes apart. He held his breath, determined not to let it escape, for if he did, he would surely be bitten by a great white shark. Shiraishi didn't want half of his body to be bitten in the mouth of a great white shark. That guy's mouth was full of fishy smells. It was disgusting. If he really goes in, Shiraishi will be so disgusted that he won't be able to eat for half a year. Cousin Shiraishi. Shizuka gasped as she watched this scene, covering her mouth, tears already welling in her eyes. She wanted to go forward but knew it would be useless. No, we have to get rid of this guy. Shiraishi was already struggling to hold on, but his strength wasn't enough to shake off the great white shark. He gritted his teeth and held on, feeling a bit of a headache. I should have called Doraemon over first. Unfortunately, that's impossible. If Shiraishi had gone to call Doraemon, the time it would have taken for Shizuka to be eaten by the great white shark would have been enough. Fortunately, the great white shark has no intelligence. It only felt that the white stone was stuck in its teeth. The enraged great white shark swung violently, causing Shiraishi to slip from its grasp and crash heavily into the wall beside it. Bang! With a muffled thud, she landed on the ground, breathing heavily with his hands trembling slightly. The wall he just bumped into, although it didn't dent as easily as in the movies, had already developed some cracks. Fortunately, he had a strong body defense and was not injured. The hands that had been supporting the great white shark's mouth were grazed by its teeth, and instead, a corner of the great white shark's tooth was chipped off. This is why Shiraishi, despite being weaker than the great white shark, dared to confront it head-on. Roar. The great white shark roared again and angrily attacked the white stone. I'll K your damn, you think you can run into me? Shiraishi glared fiercely at the great white shark. He had no advantage in strength, nor was he strong enough to lift the several-ton shark away. Don't forget, strength is one thing, but strength and explosive power combined are what ultimately constitute the power you can unleash. Moreover, has a considerable advantage in terms of speed. Faced with the oncoming great white shark, Shiraishi quickly rolled to the side, causing the great white shark to crash into the wall behind it. Bang! The wall, which was already somewhat cracked, had a layer of plaster scraped off. The great white shark, in pain, became even more enraged. But Shiraishi wouldn't give him a chance. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly stood up and punched the great white shark in the gills on its side. PFFT, in an instant, blood splattered, and the white stone smashed the gills on the left side of the great white shark. The spurting blood stained the air. Shiraishi knew why this was. Because this big guy had absorbed the virtual seawater along with the gas, and his blood would naturally be stained with the virtual seawater as well. Even so, some of it still got on Shiraishi's hands and face. Shiraishi is quite cunning when he fights. Having succeeded with his first punch, he wanted to keep digging deeper, to tear out even more flesh and blood. But the great white shark, in pain, reflexively thrashed about, and Shiraishi was thrown out again, the powerful force sending him rolling several times on the ground. "I can't let you recover." The white stone rolled around on the ground a few times. Gritting his teeth and determined, I scrambled to his feet, slammed his hands and feet on the ground, and leaped more than 3 meters into the air, landing directly on the back of the great white shark. "You're out of luck today. I'm going to send you to your grave." Bangabaishi raised his fist high, displaying the imposing manner of Wusong fighting the tiger, and slammed his fists into the great white shark. Just as Wusong fought the tiger in ancient times, Baishi hammers the shark in modern times. Bang, bang, bang. Shiraishi became enraged and began frantically pounding on the great white shark's head. Each punch could punch a huge hole in the great white shark. At first, the great white shark was in pain, and its body thrashed more violently than the bullfighting machine that Baishi played with when he was a child. But Shiraishi's determination to kill this big guy can't be stopped by this alone. In order to avoid being thrown out, he punched both fists directly into the great white shark's body, wedging them into its flesh and sticking them in place. One of the fish's gills was smashed. Breathing ability weakens. The great white shark's physical strength was also directly and drastically reduced. This struggle did not last long. It was merely a struggle before death. After a short while, the great white shark, swaying and struggling, became extremely weak. Shiraishi then delivered the final blow, smashing the other gill of the great white shark. At this moment, the great white shark completely went limp and collapsed to the ground. Shiraishi stayed on the guy's back for a while longer, just in case the thing was pretending to be dead and suddenly sprang up. He didn't care, even if this guy bit his teeth and used all his strength. He couldn't kill him, but the main concern was Shizuka. The worst thing is if this thing gets into Shizuka. That would be a disaster. Phew. This is actually a little tricky. Shiraishi jumped off the great white shark, his body covered in blood. He is only slightly tired right now. It's roughly equivalent to an average person running for a while. Nothing special. The main problem was that I was dirty. He felt sticky and uncomfortable all over. But at that very moment, a sense of crisis welled up inside me. The great white shark, which had been keeping its eyes closed, suddenly opened them and roared as it charged toward Shizuka. UB*******D. Baishi's eyes widened in fury. Ha! It instantly rushed to the side of the great white shark. He grabbed the fin next to it, planted his feet firmly on the ground, and used the creature's momentum to forcefully change the direction of its charge to the side. Bang! The great white shark crashed headfirst into the wall. The nose in front collapsed instantly. The body twisted for a moment in the distance, and then slowly fell to the ground, dead beyond any doubt. That last burst was its final, desperate attack before it died. Even if it hadn't hit the walls, it would have been completely defenseless. Now that he has suffered such a severe blow, it is only natural that he would die. Shiraishi was panting heavily. It wasn't from being tired, it was from being scared. As expected of a creature from the Doraemon world, it can still live for a while even in this state. It almost dragged someone down with it before it died. I'm a little scared now. The sudden and thrilling situation left Shizuka frozen in place. But seeing Shiraishi walking towards him, his eyes suddenly cleared and he forgot his fear. Quickly running to Shiraishi's side and asking anxiously, "Cousin Shiraishi, are you hurt? Let me see your wound. Why is there so much blood on you? What should we do? What should we do? Let's go find Doraemon." As she spoke, Shizuka covered her mouth and began to cry. She's currently preoccupied with Shiraishi. He didn't even consider that a 10-year-old child, not even 11 years old, could kill a great white shark with his bare hands. It was such an incredible and shocking thing. It's okay. The blood on my body is all shark blood. I don't have a single drop of my own blood. Shiraishi waved his hand dismissively. And seeing that Shizuka still wanted to come forward, he quickly took a step back. "I'm fine as I am. But if you get blood on yourself, Shizuka, that would be terrible, really." Shizuka wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and just looked at Shiraishi. Of course it's true. She jumped a few times to show that he was fine and was still lively and energetic. "No, I have to see it." Shizuka shook her head again. Although she is gentle, she is unwilling to back down on this issue. In her opinion, Shiraishi did this for her sake. "It's just a little blood on my body. What does that count as? Can it be compared to Shiraishi's courage in facing the great white shark head-on? He wouldn't even let me touch the blood that got on Shiraishi's wound when I was examining it. Am I being too dramatic? How can you tell the difference?" She was somewhat troubled. "I can't exactly take my clothes off and show them to Shizuka." Shizuka was willing, but he wasn't. That would be too perverted. He and Shizuka are both elementary school students. "Okay. I'll go take a shower and change my clothes. Then you'll know if I'm injured or not." Shiraishi thought for a moment and then compromised. "I can't really show it to you here. Right, your blood is so dirty if you get it on you. How are you going to explain it to your mother when you get home?" After much thought, Shizuka realized this was the only reliable method. She reluctantly nodded. "Okay, but I want to come with you." "Okay, let's go." Shiraishi led Shizuka across the great white shark's corpse. This is a great white shark, even though it was dead. Its massive bodying quietly on the ground could still give people an extremely intimidating sense of oppression. "That's terrifying." Shizuka clung tightly to Shiraishi. If it weren't for the fact that Shiraishi was covered in blood, he wouldn't let Shizuka touch him. She had already closed her eyes and snuggled into Shiraishi's arms. The children at this time were not like the children of later generations who were tortured by the internet. In this situation, one would simply look for a relatively reliable person. Back at Nobita's house, Shiraishi told Shizuka to wait outside while he went back into the bathroom to take a shower. "The water flowed over my skin, washing away the sticky blood and sensations. I wasn't hurt at all." After applying shower gel and washing thoroughly, he also rinsed the bathroom until the smell of blood was completely gone. Only then did Shiraishi put on his clothes and leave the bathroom. Shizuka was already exhausted from waiting by this time. Elementary school students had already seen quite a few movies. Shizuka's mind is now filled with the scene where Shiraishi suddenly discovers a serious wound while taking a bath, then collapses unconscious in the bathroom and quietly dies. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. Shizuka lifted her foot, ready to rush towards Nobita's house. *smack *a slender, fair hand patted Shizuka's shoulder, almost making her scream. Shiraishi was startled and quickly covered her mouth, leaning close to her face and whispering, "Don't shout. Shizuka, it wouldn't be good if you woke up your uncle and aunts." Zolta. When Shizuka realized that the person in front of her was Shiraishi, she breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Only then did Shiraishi release her. "Cousin Shiraishi, are you really all right?" After letting go, Shizuka nervously began to check on Shiraishi's condition. But after looking for a while, all she saw was Shiraishi's skin, which was even whiter and more delicate than hers. There wasn't a single wound. "Cousin Shiraishi, you really don't have a single wound." Shizuka was stunned. Despite such a fierce battle, he wasn't injured at all. Cousin Shiraishi is amazing, of course. Shiraishi clenched his fist and flexed his muscles. It's just a tiny great white shark. I can take care of it easily. His skin was fair and looked incredibly smooth. But in reality, you can tell it's very firm just by touching it. With a little effort, you can see the muscles taut. She's like a female bodybuilder. But her muscles look more natural and don't seem out of place. That's amazing, Cousin Shiraishi. Shizuka breathed a long sigh of relief. The scenes of Shiraishi fighting the great white shark just now were still echoing in her mind. She realized that Shiraishi was simply terrifying. By the way, Cousin Shiraishi, should we go find Doraemon? Oh, forget it, there's no need. Don't tell Doraemon and Nobita about this. I'm afraid they'll worry, Shiraishi shook his head. Then thought for a moment and said, let's go, Shizuka. I haven't shown you the surprise I'm going to show you tonight. Oh, is there another surprise? Shizuka was slightly taken aback. Of course we pinky swear, have you forgotten? Shiraishi smiled and extended his little finger on his right hand. In fact, Shiraishi had thought about it while he was taking a shower. I originally intended to take Shizuka home so she could get some rest. But then I thought about it again. Sending Shizuka back so hastily. Having experienced such a terrifying event. Shizuka probably can't sleep either. What happened tonight? This was way beyond Shizuka's capabilities. It might even leave a psychological scar. Instead of going with the original plan, let's just take Shizuka out and have some fun, okay? Shizuka nodded just as Shiraishi had thought. She doesn't want to go home now, I reckon the moment I lie down. The memory of what just happened will come back to me. How could a young lady like her bear such a bloody stimulation? Just then, splashy. A school of fish suddenly swam by in the air. Shizuka looked up and saw this scene and was stunned. Why do fish swim in the sky at that moment? Shizuka suddenly realized what was happening. Great white sharks like these fish are inexplicably able to swim on land. This is all thanks to Doraemon. Shiraishi handed his glasses and swimming fins to Shizuka. Shizuka was clearly wearing swimming fins and goggles. In that instant, a seabed scene different from the normal seabed came into view. Shizuka was stunned again. Didn't you want to see the seabed? Didn't you want to go diving? Shiraishi opened his arms, looked at Shizuka who was slowly floating in midair, and smiled. Now the seabed is right in front of you. You're already diving. Shizuka swam with her legs and slowly swam into the air. At a glance in the air there are schools of fish. It really is like the seabed. Her mouth was slightly open, and her eyes were dreamy as she gazed at the beautiful scene before her. At that moment, she forgot everything that had just happened with the great white shark. The fish surrounded Shizuka, and she gradually lost herself in the moment. Shiraishi then made 2 consecutive leaps through the air, landing on the roof of Nobita's house. Leaning against the roof, he silently watched Shizuka play with the fish. My mindset from the fight with the great white shark has gradually calmed down. Put your hands behind your head. Shiraishi saw a fish swimming by and immediately began to toy with it using his telekinesis. Watching the fish crash into a non-existent wall. It swam to the side, then crashed into something again. A smile gradually appeared on Shiraishi's face. This isn't teasing the fish well. It's just training my mental power. Training your mental power is not just about improving your proficiency. You can improve your mental power with every training session. Gradually, I became somewhat mentally exhausted. Shiraishi yawned and leaned against the roof to fall asleep. Some time later, Shizuka came to his side and gently called his name. What's wrong, Shizuka? Shiraishi groggily wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Trying to rouse himself, thank you, Cousin Shiraishi, for giving me such a wonderful experience. Shizuka smiled, looking like she was in a good mood. The incident with the great white shark should have minimized its impact on her. If it drops any lower, it won't be able to drop any further. You're welcome, I promised you. Shiraishi waved his hand dismissively, jumped downstairs, glanced at the time and said, it's getting late, Shizuka. Let me take you home, Shizuka did not refuse and nodded. Because of the great white shark incident. Even though Shizuka wanted to go back, Shiraishi wouldn't let her go back on her own. He personally escorted Shizuka to her doorstep. "Goodbye, cousin Shiraishi," Shizuka spoke very softly. As if afraid of waking her parents. "Okay, goodbye." Shiraishi left only after watching Shizuka close the door. "Put on your goggles and then put on your swimming fins." With a swift movement of his legs, Baishi shot out into the virtual seawater in a flash. Like a sea mine, its legs moved very fast, leaving a trail of dense white bubbles behind it, cutting a white torrent through the virtual seawater. It's no wonder it's a gadget from Doraemon. Once this thing was on his feet, Baishi's diving speed increased significantly. It's already close to the speed he used to run on the shore. After searching for a while, Shiraishi found Nobita and Doraemon spying on his father. Nobita had a business dinner today and didn't get back until very late. "I'm already feeling a bit dizzy." He wandered aimlessly down the street and then saw a school of fish. He told the patrolling auxiliary police officer, who assumed he was drunk and hallucinating, let him go home. Nobita knew he was drunk, so he could only scratch his head. Even when he saw schools of fish again, he just assumed it was a hallucination from being drunk. "Doraemon, why can Daddy see fish?" Swimming atop the telephone pole, Nobita asked curiously. "Because what people can't see is just virtual seawater. While the fish swim out of the sea and can survive in virtual seawater, so they are not virtual, and therefore people can see these fish." Shiraishi's voice rang out. This startled Nobita and Doraemon, making their hair stand on end after all at this time of day. Even with moonlight, it's still quite dark. Suddenly, a third voice appeared. Anyone would be terrified, wow, cousin Shiraishi. The two thought they had encountered a ghost. But when they turned around, they realized it was Shiraishi. Nobita patted his chest and couldn't help but complain. "Brother Shiraishi, your appearance was too sudden. You gave me quite a fright. Oh, I'm so sorry." Baishi laughed and said, "I'm just testing your courage. How can you two be so timid? By the way, cousin Shiraishi, where did you go just now?" Doraemon asked in confusion. "Nobita and I have been looking for you for a long time. We wanted to take pictures and videos with you, but we couldn't find you. So we'll just have to take pictures first. Just now, I was just wandering around by myself. I'm not interested in taking pictures or anything like that. You guys can take them." Shiraishi did not say that he went to fight a great white shark. "Even if I told you, no one would believe me." He made up a lie to cover it up. Let's get back to the topic we were talking about earlier. Yes, Doraemon, was what cousin Shiraishi said true. Nobita's thirst for knowledge is bursting at this moment. Of course it's true. Doraemon nodded without hesitation. These fish aren't virtual fish. They're fish from the sea and everyone can see them. See, I was telling the truth, Shiraishi shrugged. Then changed the subject, but Doraemon, have you considered what might happen if people could see and touch these fish? For example, what if a shark smells the virtual seawater and the gas it carries, and is then attracted by the fish food and comes to the town? Baishi's words were clearly directed at something, yet. This is terrible. Doraemon and Nobita exchanged a glance. Their eyes filled with terror. If Dad can encounter fish, others can too. If there really is a shark, we're doomed. What to do? Doraemon and Nobita were seen circling around with their hands clasped together, looking conflicted. Shiraishi couldn't help but cover his forehead. Doraemon, why don't you just let the fish go back to the sea? He deliberately talked so much so that he wanted Doraemon to quickly put all the fish back into the sea. That's mainly what he said. It can attract a great white shark. Then a second one will be attracted. Great white sharks would not fare well in front of him. They would be killed by him. But in front of other ordinary people, with a length of 6 or 7 meters and a weight of that, a single sweep of its tail would be enough to give them a hard time. The longer the activity fishing pond and virtual seawater with gas are kept open, the chances of a second great white shark appearing are much higher. Let's hope that Doraemon doesn't end up turning into Jaws 1. Jaws 2, the great shark or the land shark. That blood-stained scene appeared in Doraemon. Even she couldn't imagine how incongruous it would be. This is also a way of protecting one's childhood. Yes, yes, yes. We need to get the fish back to the sea quickly. Shiraishi's words awakened Doraemon. He started frantically rummaging through his four-dimensional treasure bag. Found it, the home music box. Doraemon pulled out a music box shaped like a frog, with a wind-up mechanism attached to the back. Then he unwound the spring and placed it on a fish's sorrow. A melodious and cheerful tune began to play. Yet it carried an indescribable sadness. The fish quickly gathered and followed the fish carrying the music box home, returning together to the ocean below the fishing pond. The music from the homecoming music box will make you suddenly want to go home, no matter where you are. Now the fish can all return to the sea. Doraemon breathed a sigh of relief and patted off imaginary dust from his hands. Nobita yawned widely, and a few sleepy tears welled up in his eyes. I want to go home too. I'm so sleepy. Okay, let's go home and sleep. Doraemon nodded and looked at Shiraishi, who also had no objections. He was tired too. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen asleep on the roof of Nobita's house. Go home, you've taken all the photos and videos. Go home and get a good night's sleep. The three of them removed the glasses that allowed them to access the virtual seawater. A black shadow suddenly fell from the sky above Nobita's house. Shiraishi, Doraemon, and Nobita put on their bamboo copter, went straight back to the second floor, took out their blankets, spread them on the floor, and fell fast asleep the next morning. After having breakfast, Nobita went to work. Meanwhile, Shiraishi, Doraemon, and Nobita went to the couple's room. On the first floor of Nobita's house, there are two rooms on the left side. One is a reception room, and the other is where Nobita and his wife sleep. However, although Nobita and his wife's room is called a room, it actually has everything. It has everything, including a television. Sometimes we also host close friends here. The reception room is generally only used to entertain people who are not well acquainted with you. Nobita, let's watch the video from last night. Doraemon excitedly turned on the TV. I want to put the videotape in, however. As soon as the TV was turned on, all three of them were drawn to a news story. Doraemon also stopped inserting the videotape. In the news reports, a reporter stands in front of a great white shark carcass that looks extremely gruesome. This morning on his way to work, Mr. Nobita found the carcass of this great white shark. We still don't know why the great white shark's carcass ended up here. Oh, Mr. Nobita also said that he saw many schools of fish swimming in the air last night. But according to the auxiliary police officers who patrolled last night, Mr. Nobita was already quite drunk at the time. I watched Nobita appear on TV. She was somewhat at a loss for words, both amused and exasperated. He forgot to dispose of the great white shark's carcass last night. However, upon closer reflection, he simply had no way of dealing with such a massive great white shark carcass. Where should I put it? There's no way to throw it away. Moreover, that blood isn't so easy to get rid of anyway. No one will find out that Shiraishi killed the great white shark. Great shark. Doraemon and Nobita watched the great white shark on the TV with great fear. I was terrified, incredibly terrified. Luckily, I used the go-home music box last night to send all the fish away. But why did this great white shark die? Doraemon swallowed hard. Will it hurt someone? Nobita spoke haltingly, his face showing great fear. Don't worry, it won't happen. Shiraishi offered a word of comfort at this moment. A reporter on television said, fortunately, although the great white shark is extremely ferocious, it did not cause any casualties. Doraemon let out a deep breath thankfully. There were no casualties. Otherwise, it would have been a real sin. Nobita patted his chest confidently as well. However, he still looked somewhat sad. Because of him, a life was lost. There should definitely be no gory scenes on the television. The great white shark's corpse has been blurred, but the blood-red patch was still visible. Nobita felt a little reluctant. Shiraishi and Doraemon both noticed Nobita's reluctance, smiled slightly and said nothing. Nobita doesn't have many good points. Kindness is one of them if an adult thought the same way. Shiraishi would definitely start cursing. Do you know that a great white shark almost killed Shizuka last night? After hearing this, Nobita would probably be eager to go up and fight the great white shark. However, if the other party is a child, Shiraishi wouldn't mind letting him have a little more kindness towards the world. This is the purest side of children. There's really no need to suppress it, hey Nobita. Since there were no casualties, let's not go look. Doraemon quickly changed the channel and inserted the videotape. Come watch the video of our diving yesterday with me. It's absolutely gorgeous. However, Nobita clearly hasn't come out of there yet. She stood up blankly, opened the door and said, "I'm going out to get some fresh air." Shiraishi and Doraemon exchanged a glance, then shrugged together. Being sentimental has always been one of Nobita's traits. Ah, this is terrible. Suddenly, Nobita's scream rang out, "Nobita." Doraemon was startled and immediately ran outside. "What's wrong?" Nobita Dokshing lay on the ground, pointing in shock at the bushes under the small tree in the yard. "What happened there?" Doraemon tiptoed forward and looked around. Ah. He also gasped in surprise, and then fell to the ground with Nobita. Shiraishi also came out of the room. "You too." "What's going on, cousin Shiraishi?" Nobita seemed to have found his pillar of support, instantly scrambling to his feet and running behind Shiraishi, saying fearfully, there it is, I saw a fishtail." Could it be that there were sharks that didn't return yesterday? "What fishtail?" Doraemon was stunned. He said blankly, "What I saw was a little girl." "Little girl?" Nobita was stunned. "How is this possible?" "Doraemon, you must be mistaken." "What? How could I possibly be wrong?" Doraemon crossed his short arms over his chest and gave Nobita a disgruntled look. "You must be mistaken. I would never be mistaken. It's definitely a fishtail." Nobita Nobai said with great certainty. Hee, how could that be?" Nobita were nearsighted. "How could you possibly see better than me?" Doraemon snorted. Nobita couldn't help but yell, "Doraemon, do you look down on nearsighted people? Nearsighted people can see very clearly too." Doraemon pouted, tilted his head and snorted, "I didn't." "Don't talk nonsense. You look down on people with nearsightedness. And you've already shown it." "I didn't." "You're talking nonsense." Shiraishi temporarily ignored the argument between the two. Fishtail, little girl, etc. Could this be Sophia? A female character suddenly flashed through Shiraishi's mind. He doesn't remember much of the plot, but there are some characters that I still know very well. It's etched into our DNA. Don't let everything be etched into your DNA. Annoyed. For example, Sophia the mermaid and Lululu the robot are both very memorable characters. They may have forgotten their purpose, their personalities, and how they came into contact with Doraemon and Nobita. I can't forget her face. And stop. Shiraishi quickly stopped Doraemon and Nobita's bickering. Can't you tell if she's a mermaid or a little girl just by looking? After saying that, he ignored Doraemon and Nobita. He walked directly to the clump of grass. At first glance, you can see a girl with blue hair and a small crown on her head, leaning quietly against the wall. She has delicate features and is very beautiful. Shiraishi was stunned for a moment. In my past life, I only thought animation was somewhat pretty. Only now that she's standing right in front of me can I truly appreciate how beautiful Sophia. As a mermaid is so beautiful at such a young age. When they grow up, won't they bring disaster to the country and its people? The only slight pity is, Sophia is no longer a mermaid, she now has human legs. Shiraishi also wants to try being a mermaid. Doraemon and Nobita were also bickering. Came to the two sides of the white stone. The moment I saw Sophia, both the person and the cat were stunned for a moment. So beautiful, Nobita IYU Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter. See. I told you she was a very cute girl. Doraemon retorted, how could my eyes be damaged, Nobita? You must have been thinking about sharks all the time. So you mistook the little girl for a fish. Whispering sound, Nobita scoffed dismissively. But deep down, I couldn't help but agree with Doraemon's statement. Just then, whoosh. Sophia suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze sharp. He leaped more than 2 meters into the air. Directly over Shiraishi, Doraemon, and Nobita. Wow. Doraemon and Nobita were startled and fell to the ground again. Only Shiraishi remained unchanged. And even looked up at the scene, don't get me wrong. It was just a coincidence that my eyes met Sophia's. Wow. That was such a cool jump. Doraemon and Nobita fell to the ground. I was completely blown away by Sophia's coolness just now. Oops, the door next to her was wide open and Nobita Mako, wearing an apron, walked out and looked at Sophia in surprise. Sophia was startled and turned her head to stare fiercely at Nobita Mako. This girl is so cute, Nobita's daughter Tamako glanced at Doraemon and Nobita lying on the ground. Doraemon. Nobita, get up first, is this your friend? Before Doraemon and Nobita could even speak, Shiraishi ran up to Sophia and grabbed her soft little hand. Yes. Aunt Tamakatha's is our new friend. She came to our house to play with us. He was afraid that Sophia would suddenly lash out and get beaten up by Nobita Mako, suddenly having her hand grabbed. Sophia looked very uncomfortable, staring fiercely at Shiraishi and trying to break free. However, he was held firmly by Shiraishi and could not move at all. Am I right? Am I right? Shiraishi glanced at Sophia and said with a smile. Sophia frowned. They had no idea what Shiraishi was talking about. But her keen senses told her that Shiraishi harbored no ill intentions. So he simply stopped struggling at this moment. Doraemon and Nobita also got up and went to Shiraishi and Sophia's side. Mom. Cousin Shiraishi is right, thighs is our friend, who came to our house to play. What happened last night? Mom can't find out. This Sophia is definitely related to what happened last night, with the two of them there to support them. Shiraishi smiled and looked at Sophia again. Even though Sophia didn't understand what they meant, she could only nod. Ah, is that so? Nobita Mako nodded and said with a smile. Then please invite your friends in. I'll go get some snacks. Shiraishi took Sophia's hand and led her upstairs to the second floor. Doraemon and Nobita followed closely behind. A short while later, Nobita Mako came up with some cookies and 4 glasses of juice. Shiraishi took the plate. Thank you, Aunt Tamako. There's no need to thank me, Zayabai. Please don't be so polite. Nobita Mako waved her hand. You guys play. I'm going down first. With that, Nobita Mako closed the door. Shiraishi placed the plate on the tatami mat. When Sophia saw the juice, it was as if she had seen the source of life. He dodged the glass of juice and gulped it down. She seemed very thirsty. Nobita scratched his head and sat cross-legged on the tatami mat. I don't know why. Doraemon was also puzzled. It would be strange if I wasn't thirsty. Shiraishi shook his head. Sophia is a mermaid. If I'm not mistaken, she must have fallen into the yard last night when we were waiting for others to come home. It's safe to say that it hasn't touched water all night. If it were a real fish, it would have died of thirst long ago. That means the mermaids have managed to survive until now. Tun tun tun. Sophia finished her glass of juice and put it aside. Then they focused their attention on Shiraishi and Doraemon. I noticed Shiraishi because he had been too friendly earlier. The reason I pay attention to Doraemon is because Doraemon's appearance is really... Sophia glanced at Shiraishi, then walked over to Doraemon. With a small hand, it began to squish Doraemon's face. While rubbing and kneading, he kept saying, percent. Nobody knows what they're talking about. It's a completely new language, me. Doraemon struggles to pronounce words. Sophia curiously reached out and poked Doraemon's little round nose. Doraemon, unable to bear the torment any longer, looked at Shiraishi with pleading eyes. Bye, she slapped his forehead. Then he reached out and grasped Sophia's wrist, gently pulling her aside. Percent. Sophia looked at Shiraishi and then mumbled a bunch of things that no one could understand. Doraemon, hurry up and get the translation konjac out. Shiraishi looked helplessly at Doraemon. Now it's his turn to ask Doraemon for help again. When it comes to translating konjac, Doraemon is a pro. He simply pulls out 3 and wants to eat them with himself. Shiraishi and Nobita waits. Shiraishi immediately stopped Doraemon's silly behavior. If we give her konjac jelly to eat, she can only understand what we say. And we can understand what she says. But others still can't understand what she's saying. It's wasteful to give her 3 translation konjac pills at once. It's better to just give her 1. Then everyone can understand what she's saying. Yes. Doraemon slapped his forehead and laughed sheepishly. I just didn't understand. He handed the translation of the konjac to Shiraishi. Shiraishi then gestured for Sophia to eat the translator konjac. Sophia glanced at the 3 of them with great vigilance. But I just drank the juice. If they wanted to harm her, they would have done it long ago. It's not our turn now, and so Sophia, half believing and half doubting, ate the konjac translator. All 3 looked at Sophia expectantly. Who are you? A crisp sound rang out, yay. Doraemon and Nobita jumped up excitedly. Hello. Shiraishi greeted him with a smile. I can understand what you're saying now. And you can understand what I'm saying too. Sophia was immediately astonished. Is it all thanks to that thing from earlier? Well, that's right. Shiraishi patted Doraemon's head. It's all thanks to Doraemon. No, there isn't any. Doraemon scratched his head sheepishly. The amazing pufferfish. Sophia looked at Doraemon in amazement. What? All 3 of them were slightly taken aback. Shiraishi almost burst out laughing. Pufferfish. Cough, cough. It's good enough that they didn't say Doraemon is a tanuki. However, this is also because Sophia is a mermaid from the sea and has never seen a raccoon dog. Otherwise, it would definitely have been a raccoon dog that came to mind. Doraemon stood there frozen in place. Nobita was stunned for a moment, then rolled onto the ground and started laughing out loud. Ha-ha-ha, pufferfish, fat pufferfish, Nobita. What are you laughing at? I'm sorry. Doraemon glared at Sophia, hands on his hips, and huffed. I'm not a pufferfish, I'm a cat-shaped robot. I'm Nobita Nobai, and this is Doraemon. Nobita changed the subject, introducing Sophia, and this is my cousin. Nobita Shiraishi, you can call me Sophia. Sophia was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, Hello, Sophia. Everyone greeted him, saying, what a lovely name. Sophia, why are you here? Shiraishi sat down next to Sophia and asked, I don't know either. Sophia clearly wouldn't lie. A normal adult could tell at a glance that she was lying. Doraemon and Nobita believed it. Shiraishi shook his head. Never mind if Sophia doesn't want to talk about it. He can't investigate further, after all. He and Sophia are only friends who have just met. Shiraishi, can you tell me where this is? Sophia looked at Shiraishi. Just now, Shiraishi even held her little hand. This naturally makes Sophia closer to Shiraishi among the 3. This is Lanthai's is Nobita's house, and right now, it's my house too. Baishi's words were clearly directed at something. Oh, land. Sophia couldn't help but think of the scene from last night. She just kept swimming and ended up here. Everything on land was new and exciting to her. One slip up and that's how it happened. Doraemon, Nobita, Shiraishi at that moment. Nobita Tamako called out from below, come down for dinner. If you don't mind, please invite your friends along too. Time to eat. Doraemon and Nobita's eyes lit up and they ran down first. Let's go have lunch. Shiraishi glanced at Sophia. Sophia looked at Shiraishi, unsure of what to say. Seeing Sophia standing there in a daze, Shiraishi didn't shy away from it and took Sophia's small hand, leading her downstairs. Everyone looked at Shiraishi and Sophia holding hands. They couldn't help but chuckle to themselves. Nobita Tamako's face was adorned with a maternal smile. A genuine auntie smile. Come on, little white's friend. Sophia felt inexplicably embarrassed and quickly and gently pulled away from Baishi's hand. At Nobita Tamako's invitation, he sat down. Shiraishi smiled slightly and sat down next to Sophia. Today's lunch was simple yet not simple. It was just normal home-cooked food. Thankfully, there were no fish. This relieved Shiraishi. Although Sophia is a mermaid, but no one knows whether she will consider the fish to be her own kind. If a plate of braised fish were served at this moment, It would be incredibly awkward after finishing lunch. Nobita remembered that he had an appointment with Giant and the others that afternoon. I originally wanted to show off my diving photos and videos. But now, the sudden appearance of Sophia has made Nobita forget all about diving. With Sophia in tow, they headed towards the open space with Shiraishi. Along the way, Sophia looked around curiously, just like a child who had just entered the city. You've all arrived. Nobita looked at Giant and the others who were already sitting on the pipe. At this moment, Fat Tiger and the others are discussing the great white shark incident that happened this morning. Sunny-o, have you heard? A great white shark carcass was found on the street near us. It feels like a prank. It's on the news, how could it be a prank, Fat Tiger? I also heard that some people saw a lot of fish swimming in the air last night. Really, I'm not Nobita, don't lie to me. This is absolutely impossible. Listening to Giant and Sunny-o's discussion, Shizuka is not involved at all. She certainly knew what the great white shark and the school of fish were all about. But Shiraishi said not to tell anyone. And she would definitely keep it a secret. Just then Shiraishi and the others arrived, so beautiful. Giant and Sunny-o spotted Sophia next to Shiraishi at a glance. And their jaws dropped in astonishment, what a cute girl. Sunny-o even rolled right off the pipe. When these two saw how cute Sophia was, they wanted to come up and shake hands with her and get to know her. However, he was forced back by Shiraishi's gaze and awkwardly scratched his head. Shiraishi glanced at the two of them. Are you kidding me? You think I'd let you run into Sophia? Shizuka came up to her directly. Looking at Sophia with considerable surprise, hello. My name is Shizuka. Sophia glanced at Shiraishi reflexively. Throughout the journey, the sense of security that Beishi gave her made her unconsciously regard Beishi as her pillar of support. Shiraishi gave her a no-questions-asked look. Sophia then shook hands with Shizuka. Hello, Shizuka. You can just call me Sophia, I'm Shiraishi's good friend. Also, he's cousin Shiraishi's good friend. Shizuka glanced at Shiraishi, wondering how she could have been unaware that Shiraishi had such a cute female friend. Hello, Sophia, I'm Giant, I'm Sunny-o. We are all friends of cousin Shiraishi. Giant and Sunny-o introduced themselves, jostling each other from the front and back. Sophia also bowed slightly in a very polite manner. Hello. Sophia, how did you meet cousin Shiraishi? Shizuka asked with great curiosity. Well, Sophia really didn't know how to give a direct answer. After all, they hadn't actually known each other for very long. Shiraishi quickly changed the subject. That's a long story. I'll tell you about it another time. Yes, yes, yes. Doraemon and Nobita knew the inside story and both nodded in agreement with Shiraishi. At that moment, everyone suddenly noticed that Sophia was looking up, as if she was looking at something. Everyone followed Sophia's gaze and looked up at the sky. It turned out to be a civilian airliner flying by, leaving a long white trail behind it as it drew an arc in the air. A fish that swims in the sky, Sophia spoke in a daze. As for mermaids who have always lived in the deep sea, this is the first time I've ever seen an airplane. That's one way to describe it, Shiraishi shrugged. Fish swimming in the sky. Doraemon scratched his head. A very good analogy. Isn't this just an airplane, Zio-fu? Completely oblivious to the situation said. Although it's not common, you can see it occasionally. Sophia, you didn't just come from the countryside, did you? You've never seen this before. This kid can be really annoying sometimes. Shiraishi and Giant hooked their arms around Sunny-o's neck. Giant squinted and said, young man, what are you talking about? Zio-fu can't talk, just ignore him. Shiraishi also smiled. Two incredibly strong people hooked their arms around Zio-fu's neck. And Zio-fu's face quickly turned red. I was wrong, I was wrong, I was wrong. Zio-fu apologized repeatedly before the two released him. Sophia didn't pay attention to what Sunny-o said, and continued to look at the plane in the sky with her eyes unfocused. A completely different experience from what's underwater. Do you want to fly and swim? Do you want to swim in the sky? She suddenly spoke up. Sophia looked away and gazed longingly at Shiraishi. Is it possible? Can I swim in the sky too? Sure. Shiraishi nodded without hesitation. Then patted Doraemon's head. Doraemon, take out the bamboo copter, no problems. Doraemon chuckled, took out a lot of bamboo copters and handed two to Shiraishi. Shiraishi put one of them on and then put the other on Sophia's head. Sophia touched the bamboo dragonfly on her head and asked curiously, "What is this?" "This is a bamboo dragonfly, a pufferfish." "Oh no, Doraemon's magical gadget. Something that lets you swim in the sky." Shiraishi smiled slightly, took Sophia's hand and flew directly into the air with her. The children below are also wearing bamboo copters given to them by Doraemon, following behind Shiraishi and Sophia. "I'm swimming in the sky." Sophia's eyes widened. Then she laughed excitedly. "I really swam in the sky." Her left hand was held by Baishi, and her limbs were relaxed and stretched out, allowing her to fully enjoy the gentle breeze on her face. "I closed my eyes slightly and thoroughly enjoyed it." "Want to try it yourself?" Shiraishi then laughed and said, "The best way to experience swimming or flying in the sky is to do it yourself." "Can I really fly in the sky all by myself?" Sophia looked at Shiraishi. Her eyes filled with excitement. "Sure." Shiraishi taught Sophia how to use the bamboo dragonfly. The clever Sophia was a little awkward at first, but she quickly got the hang of it and was able to roam freely across the land. I really swam in the sky." Sophia's clear laughter was like that of a nightingale. It's as if you can hear it everywhere. Sophia is really happy. Doraemon and the others also had smiles on their faces. It was their first time flying, and they were actually quite similar to Sophia in that. Shiraishi followed Sophia at a comfortable distance, feeling happy to see her so joyful. "I'm so happy." "Shiraishi, I'm really happy." Sophia paused in midair for a moment, then opened her arms as if to embrace the sky and fly towards the heavens. She wanted to see how high she could fly, go too far. Shiraishi's eyes were filled with a smile as he reminded Sophia from behind. However, Shiraishi had barely finished speaking. Sophia felt a wave of dizziness. The sunlight fell on Sophia, making her feel as if the water in her body was constantly decreasing. Sophia frowned slightly and held up her hand to shield her eyes. The sun grew increasingly blinding, and the dizziness intensified. My body went limp and I found myself suspended in midair. If it weren't for the bamboo dragonfly, she would have fallen. Sophia. Everyone gasped in surprise and quickly flew towards Sophia. However, Shiraishi had been watching Sophia the whole time, and as soon as Sophia fainted, he immediately reached out and carried her in a princess carry. "Sophia, are you all right?" Baishi asked anxiously. "Do you need water?" It was only then that Shiraishi realized what was happening. As a mermaid, Sophia only drank 1 glass of water all day. Now let it bask in the sun again. Wouldn't it turn into a salted fish by now? Oh wait. The word salted fish really doesn't suit Sophia at all. Wouldn't that make you faint from the sun? Shiraishi. "Waters, I need waters." She leaned against Baishi's chest. Sophia weakly met Shiraishi's gaze and gently reached out to grasp his arm. The allure of that moment made Baishi slightly dazed. Delicate beauties, delicate beauties. No wonder so many people like delicate beauties. No, now is not the time to think about these things. Shiraishi shook his head, dismissing the strange idea. Doraemon, anywhere door. Quick, alright, watch this anywhere door. Doraemon quickly pulled out a giant anywhere door from his 4-dimensional magic pocket. Shiraishi reached out and pressed the doorknob of the anywhere door. When it opened, the door to Nobita's bathroom was right there. Without any hesitation, Shiraishi carried Sophia straight into the bathroom. Doraemon, Shizuka, Nobita, Giant, and Sunio also caught up. They were all very anxious and wanted to rush into the bathroom. But Shiraishi didn't even glance at them and slammed the door shut behind him. Doraemon slammed into the door and clutched his aching head. In this moment of desperation, Shiraishi disregarded the distinction between men and women, quickly filled the bathtub with water, then took off Sophia's clothes and put her in the bathtub. As soon as Sophia touched the water, She was like a swallow returning to its nest, burying herself completely in it. As Sophia gradually recovered, Shiraishi finally breathed a sigh of relief. I realized I shouldn't be here, Sophia you soak for now. Call me if you need anything. Shiraishi coughed lightly and then left the bathroom. The bathroom doorway, everyone stood there anxiously. Upon seeing Shiraishi emerge, immediately asked, how did it go, cousin Shiraishi? Don't worry, it's all right now. Baishi shook his head and everyone was relieved. Call. For a moment, no one could say anything. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. He seemed to feel a little embarrassed. Sunio spoke up. Looking at Shiraishi with a teasing expression, cousin Shiraishi, how did you manage to put Sophia in the water? How else can you put it? Of course, you put it naked. Without a second thought, Shiraishi blurted out. What else could we do? Put Sophia in there fully clothed. Oh wait, she suddenly remembered. Sophia's clothes seemed to be special. It can be soaked in water. It wasn't that Shiraishi was thinking of a scene from a Doraemon movie. He was indeed a bit anxious and agitated, just no otherwise. He should have been able to figure it out if he thought about it. After all, Sophia came from the sea. Did she come naked? Of course they were wearing clothes. Oh. Baishi had barely finished speaking. The crowd erupted in extremely sarcastic and jeerful cheers. Cough cough, Shiraishi coughed awkwardly. I was just in a hurry and didn't think too much about it. You guys would have done the same. Yes, that's definitely true. Shizuka nodded beside her and gave a soft snort. You lot. Don't get any ideas, we weren't thinking anything. Dugsheng and the others quickly retorted. I wonder how much longer Sophia will stay. Doraemon leaned against the wall next to him. Shiraishi said it should be soon. When I came out, Sophia was already awake just then. Shiraishi, could you come in for a moment? Sophia's voice came from the bathroom. They actually wanted Shiraishi to go back in. The group exchanged glances, coughed, and looked around nervously, pretending not to have seen anything. Shiraishi glanced speechlessly at the group of kids, thinking, what do you know? Then he opened the bathroom door and went inside. He was very careful when opening the bathroom door. Thank you, Shiraishi. Sophia was completely submerged in the water, with only half of her head above the surface. But it can still be found. Sophia's face turned slightly red. He also dared not look directly at the white stone. Shiraishi then noticed that Sophia wasn't dressed yet, and quickly turned her head away. It's okay. We're friends, right? Friends help each other out. Shiraishi coughed a few more times. He always felt that all the coughs he would ever experience in his life would end today. There was a brief silence, a splash. The sound of water dripping onto the ground. Shiraishi, aren't you curious why I need so much water? Sophia's voice sounded somewhat hesitant. But amidst the hesitation, there was also an inexplicable sense of determination. It's quite contradictory, just curious, Shiraishi. Still with his back to Sophia, nodded and said, You're not human, are you, Sophia? Turn around, I'm already dressed. Shiraishi turned his head and noticed that Sophia looked a little pale, with her head down, seemingly conflicted. You're a mermaid, right, Sophia? Shiraishi spoke slowly. Sophia suddenly looked up, staring at Shiraishi in disbelief. How did you know? Because I'm one of the few people who have seen your fishtail. Shiraishi told a lie when he went to see her. Sophia's tail had already turned into legs. So far, only Nobita has ever seen a fishtail. So that's how it is. Sophia lowered her head again. That's right, I am a mermaid. Seeing Sophia's expression, Shiraishi felt a pang of heartache and hugged her, sting. It's all right, a mermaid is fine, what's the big deal? Don't you care that I'm a mermaid? Sophia looked at Shiraishi, pursed her lips, and had a rather pitiful expression. Of course I don't care at this moment. Shiraishi gently wrapped his arms around Sophia's arms and said with his head down, Are you really okay? Sophia still felt somewhat anxious and uncertain. It's really okay. Shiraishi reiterated with absolute certainty. Moreover, not only me but no one else will care. Is this true? And nobody cares. Sophia was stunned. She is young. But there are some things I still understand. A mermaid. That's a mermaid. I can't say for sure about others. And I can't be sure either, but Doraemon, Nobita, Giant, Sunio. And Shizuka definitely won't care. Shiraishi nodded very firmly. Joke. Are there few strange and wonderful creatures in Doraemon? These people played with Duckshung. And Duckshung would occasionally take out some strange gadgets. They even have a time machine. How could I possibly care about a mermaid? In order to completely dispel Sophia's doubts, Shiraishi thought for a moment and said, right. Just look at Doraemon, right? Doraemon is a robot, you know. And he's not quite the same as humans. Do you think people would care about that? You've noticed, haven't you? We treat Doraemon like family. And Doraemon never worries about whether anyone cares that he's a robot. Sophia nodded with some skepticism. If you don't believe me, why don't you go out and ask around? Shiraishi took Sophia's little hand and walked outside. Maybe not, trust me, there's really no problem. And you can't hide it from me by this time. Everyone had returned to their rooms on the second floor. Shiraishi walked to the top of the stairs. My keen hearing allowed me to hear that they were talking. They are currently discussing something related to Sophia. Everyone could sense that something was wrong. Who would suddenly faint and then want water in addition? Nobita brought up the fact that he saw a fishtail that morning. Based on this, the friends started analyzing Sophia's identity. That guy has no sense at all. He guessed that the beautiful Sophia was a kappa. She was speechless. He pushed open the doors, stopped guessing, as she spoke. She pushed Sophia, who was looking down and somewhat nervous. In front of her, Sophia is a mermaid. What? The group of friends were instantly stunned. Mermaids. Although they were already guessing. But now that the facts are in front of us, we can't help but be surprised, really. Sophia, are you really a mermaid? Oh my god, Doraemon. I told you I definitely wasn't mistaken, that's a fishtail. But Sophia, why don't you have a fishtail now? Sophia looked at her friends in front of her. Her friends didn't show any fear or other emotions because she was a mermaid. Sophia breathed a slight sigh of relief, etc. Suddenly, Nobita seemed to remember something. Immediately take out paper and pen from the drawer, then, under everyone's watchful eyes, he started scribbling and drawing randomly. Finally, they produced an extremely abstract painting. Sophia, is this what they call a mermaid? Looking at the drawing in Nobita's hand, everyone was slightly taken aback at first. Then Giant and Sunio fell to the ground and burst into laughter without any regard for their image. Shizuka and Doraemon couldn't help but cover their mouths to stifle their laughter. Even Sophia couldn't help but chuckle. Nobita. Nobita, your drawing is so ugly. Nobita, you drew Sophia so ugly. Aren't you afraid your cousin Shiraishi will beat you up? Shiraishi spread his hands, looking completely innocent. I didn't mean to beat up Nobita, don't talk nonsense. Nobita was humiliated when he saw his drawing being insulted like this. I suddenly got a little angry, but after taking another look, he couldn't hold back anymore and lowered his head dejectedly. I'm sorry. My drawing is really too ugly, it's okay, Nobita. Although I'm ugly, I can vaguely make out some mermaid features. Actually, I'm not the mermaid you're imagining. Sophia explained it to everyone briefly. It turns out that she's actually not much different from humans in everyday life. If it's in the sea, then you can use your clothes to create a fishtail. No wonder people say they're swimming in the air when they see airplanes and they take off. Sunio nodded for fish. Airplanes are indeed swimming in the air, right? But you said earlier that Sophia was a country bumpkin. Giant hooked his arm around Sunio's neck again. Squinting his eyes, haha. That's because they didn't know Sophia was a mermaid. Sunio grabbed Giant's arms with both hands and laughed awkwardly. Hey, Sophia, is your home in the sea? Nobita Nobai sat on the tatami mat leaning slightly forward, looking at Sophia sitting in the chair with great curiosity. Yes. Sophia smiled and nodded. Our ancestors came to Earth 5,000 years ago. And after arriving on Earth, we have been living in the sea ever since. Arrived on Earth. Everyone exclaimed, Sophia, are you actually an alien? If it's 5,000 years, then it coincides perfectly with the legend of the mermaid. Well, Zairafu does know a bit about these strange and unusual things. Doraemon crossed his arms and tilted his head, so that's how it is. Sophia's ancestors just happened to live in the sea. Maybe that's how the mermaid legend came about. Why did you, as aliens, come to Earth? Shiraishi couldn't help but ask a question. Since I've already forgotten the plot of the movie, it's always good to know more about these things. Sophia glanced at Baishi and explained. According to legend, our mermaid race has always lived on Blue Water Star, which is very similar to Earth, but Sophia shared the legend with everyone. It's actually quite simple. It's simply that the oceans of Blue Planet were polluted, making it impossible for life to survive. So Sophia's ancestors led their people to search for a place where they could live. They just happened to find the ocean on Earth. And so it has been living on the seabed ever since. Wow. So that means you haven't really been on land for over 5,000 years. Zairafu asked in surprise, Shiraishi smiled knowingly, Sophia. Would you like me to show you around the city on land? I imagine you're quite curious about cities on land. Good, Sophia nodded, her expression seemingly filled with a strange longing for the land. All right, let's go, Doraemon shouted. Let's take Sophia out for a good look around. With that, Sophia's friends surrounded her and went out together. First, he took Sophia for a walk around the neighborhood. For example, the back mountain and the school. Sophia found it all very novel. There are also many small hills similar to the one behind the mountain on the seabed. But such lush green trees don't actually exist. Everything on land was completely new to Sophia. Immediately afterwards, Shiraishi took Sophia for a stroll in the street. Sophia stared blankly at the cars driving by on the street and said, So many fish and so many fish. The children all wore doting smiles. Baishi smiled slightly and explained Sophia. This isn't a fish, it's a Kara product of human technology. I gave a brief explanation, Sophia nodded. Half understanding. The technology on land is really amazing, impressive. Actually, for them, it's not that impressive. It's like a modern person going to ancient times. Seeing those ingenious creations from ancient times, one can't help but exclaim in amazement. Shiraishi understood this. Next, I took Sophia for a walk around. I also explained the rules on land to Sophia this time. It's because everyone knows that Sophia is a mermaid from the sea. So the story that Sunio said Sophia was a country bumpkin didn't happen. On the contrary, Sunio seems to have spontaneously taken on the role of land promotion ambassador. He handed over all the knowledge he had acquired in his life. But they are, after all, elementary school students. Mistakes still happen from time to time. Shiraishi would correct his mistakes, which would then draw ridicule from Giant and Nobita. These two actually managed to unite at this point, which is quite rare. This expresses utter contempt for Sunio's pretentious attitude. Soon it was almost evening. Shiraishi had been habitually thinking of taking everyone out to eat, so he wouldn't go home in his previous life. He used to take his children out to play a lot. But then I suddenly realized I didn't have a single penny in my pocket. So I really couldn't afford to take them out to eat. This is a bit awkward, you still can't get by without money. The group parted ways in the open space. Bye-bye, Sophia, see you tomorrow. I had a great time today, thank you all, back home. Sophia sat cross-legged on the tatami mat, looking up and saying it felt so good. Thank you for showing me around the land today. Oh, it's nothing. Doraemon scratched his head sheepishly. Nobita pressed down on Doraemon's head. Doraemon. Sophia is thanking her cousin Shiraishi, isn't she? No, there isn't. Sophia blushed. Of course I want to thank everyone. To be honest, we have always been forbidden from coming to land from the seabed. But I just stumbled upon this place by accident. Under the teasing gazes of Shiraishi and Nobita, Doraemon coughed awkwardly. It's all his fault, Nobita. Doraemon, come down here for a second. Mom needs your help with something. At that moment, Nobita Mako's voice rang out. Doraemon fled the room as if he were running away. Nobita was reluctant to go downstairs and wanted to talk to Sophia some more. But Doraemon dragged him away. Sophia, is there anything else you wish for? Now only Shiraishi and Sophia remain in the room, desire. Sophia paused for a moment, then tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, walked to the window, looked at the boundless sky bathed in the glow of the setting sun, and a hint of melancholy flashed in her eyes. We mermaids miss our former homeland very much. So I want to see it again, take a look at our hometown. Shiraishi thought for a moment. Doraemon's anywhere door can do that. But it's a pity we don't have the coordinates of Blue Water Star. Otherwise we could just go there directly, it's all right. I'm already very satisfied to be able to come ashore and see this sky. Sophia shook her head indifferently. A bright smile graced his face. They really don't seem to care about these things. Having already received an unexpected bonus. She is not someone who is never satisfied, however. Shiraishi wanted to fulfill her wishes as much as possible. He glanced at Sophia. Sophia, I'll go see if there's anything I can help with downstairs. You rest at home. If you need water, you can tell Aunt Yuzi. Sophia nodded obediently. Oh, by the way, what is the Blue Water Star you mentioned like? I'm not really sure either, but according to legend, Blue Water Star along with 3 other planets and the moon forms a pentagon. Okay, I understand. Shiraishi ran down quickly. Doraemon is wearing an apron and a bamboo copter, preparing to go out to buy groceries. Nobita was then asked to start working as Tama's assistant. Doraemon, I'm with you, Shiraishi greeted them. Then took a bamboo dragonfly, put it on his head, and flew into the sky with Doraemon while flying. She also told Doraemon about Sophia's thoughts. Cousin Shiraishi, do you want to fulfill Sophia's wishes? Doraemon asked curiously, but just like you said, without coordinates, the Anywhere door can't locate Blue Water Star. There is no need to locate Blue Water Star. She shook his head. We don't know what the situation is like on Blue Water Star. It might only disappoint Sophia. It's better to stay on Earth and let Sophia see the planet she once knew. I see, Doraemon said, excitedly adding. Then I'll go find everyone and we'll work together to think of a solution for Sophia. Don't tell Sophia this is a surprise we prepared. Shiraishi gave a word of advice. Then the 2 of them each took a few bamboo dragonflies. They began to gather Giant, Sunio, and Shizuka, and so, because of the bamboo dragonflies, they soon gathered again in the open space. Looking at the puzzled friends, Shiraishi reiterated his thoughts to everyone. What a romantic idea to surprise Sophia. Shizuka clasped her hands together, looking on with longing. Blue Water Star. Zio-fu thought for a moment and said, according to Sophia's description of the Pentagon, Auriga should be the most famous constellation, however. Auriga is a constellation that can only be seen in winter, so it's probably not visible in Japan right now. It's okay, having this message is enough. Shiraishi patted Sunio on the shoulder. Well done, Sunio. It's nothing, Zio-fu scratched his head sheepishly. Shiraishi looked at Doraemon. Doraemon, although it's summer in Japan now, there must be places on Earth where it's winter. Like the southern hemisphere. I'll trouble you to look for them, no problem. Leave it to me, back home. You can see Sophia helping Nobai Tamako in the kitchen. Sophia, you're too kind, you're a guest. It's okay, Auntie, I can help you, you're such a good boy. And you do things so well, you are so much better than Nobita. What, Mom? Doraemon and Shiraishi exchanged a glance. Mom, Auntie. We're back. Give the necessary ingredients to Nobai Tamako, then. While Sophia was still helping Nobai Tamako with her work, they pulled Nobita aside and explained the decisions everyone had just made to him. Yay, Nobai loves joining in on this kind of fun. And nodded excitedly, but I have to tell you, Nobita, don't give anything away. Or don't blame me for not telling you next time something like this happens. Shiraishi extended a finger as a warning, don't worry. Nobita patted his chest and assured everyone. I'm the best at keeping secrets. Dinner's ready, Shiro, Nobita, Doraemon. They're here after everyone finished eating. Doraemon and Nobita hurriedly but mysteriously said, Sophia, I'll have to go out for a bit, we'll be back in a bit. After saying that, he ran out. Sophia stared blankly at the two departing figures. Completely bewildered, what are they doing? Ignore them, they do this all the time. Shiraishi smiled slightly and led Sophia back to the room. Is there anywhere you'd like to go tonight? I can take you for a walk. No, not at the moment. Sophia shook her head. I'm already very grateful to everyone for showing me around today. I won't trouble you any further. Shiraishi chatted with Sophia casually. Using his knowledge, he could occasionally make Sophia cover her mouth and chuckle. By the way, Sophia, don't you really want to go back to your hometown? Shiraishi's question made Sophia pause for a moment. Then she said in a longing tone, I would like to. But I would be content just to be able to come to land. Don't be so easily satisfied, Shiraishi stood up. Took Sophia's Hondan jog to lead her to the open space. Right now in the open space only Doraemon stood there. And next to him was the iconic anywhere door. Doraemon's eyes narrowed with a smile. And he put his hands behind his back. Cousin Shiraishi, Sophia, you're here. Doraemon walked away quietly like a greeter, please. Sophia seemed to have figured something out at this moment. And looked at Shiraishi with a certain gaze. By she smiled slightly, you are the one to open this door. Go, Sophia gave Shiraishi another long look, then, mustering his courage, he opened the anywhere door and stepped inside, whoosh. It was a view unlike that of modern cities. Under the dim night sky, countless stars, like bright pearls, are inlaid in the celestial canopy, weaving a galaxy that sparkles with light, surprise. Suddenly everyone sprang out from all around, welcome. Sophia. Sophia looked at the crowd in front of her with surprise. Shizuka, Nobita, Giant, Sunio, everything is in place. We can't find the exact coordinates of Blue Water Star. We can only find a place where we might be able to see it from afar. So please don't mind, Shiraishi's voice rang out. Sophia turned her head and her eyes met Shiraishi's. Doraemon was right next to me. With a constant smile on his face, she was deeply moved. Shiraishi. Sophia looked at Shiraishi, who had a smile on his face. I felt as if a string in my heart had been plucked. At that moment, even though she was just a little girl, she seemed to understand the taste of sweetness. It's weird, but I like it. He then turned to look at his friends and everyone else. Thank you so much, I definitely won't mind. How could I possibly mind? The others laughed and said, we're glad you don't mind. Beep beep beep, suddenly Nobita made a strange sound. Rubbing the goosebumps on his arms, thank goodness Shiraishi came. Otherwise I would have frozen to death, it's so cold here. It's a winter night here, of course it's cold. Sunio proudly showed off his gear to Giant, that's why we prepared thick clothes early on. So we're not cold at all, Novaheshi, you idiot Nobita. Even Shizuka put on a coat. Only Nobita Nobai was still wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Besides, cousin Shiraishi is dressed similarly to you. So why is it that cousin Shiraishi has no problem but you don't? How can I compare to my cousin Shiraishi? Dugsheng sneered. Jumping up and down from the cold, you guys are so annoying. Thank you, Nobita, Sophia thanked her. Nobita became embarrassed and said, no, not really. This place is truly beautiful. Sophia looked up and enjoyed the beautiful scenery with her friends. The night sky is truly beautiful. The stars are shining brightly. Shiraishi also looked up at the starry sky, lost in thought. In fact, they had never seen such a beautiful starry sky before. When Shiraishi was born, the world was already very developed, and such scenes were no longer seen. Only in such a pristine place can such beautiful scenery be preserved. Shiraishi murmured to himself. Hey Doraemon, can you find the planet Sophia wants to see? Suddenly Fat Tiger spoke up and asked. That would be very difficult. Doraemon scratched his face, but if we look carefully, we should still be able to find it. Yes, let's do our best. Giant Sunio, Shizuka and Doraemon exchanged glances and began their efforts to find Blue Water Star for Sophia. However, there are so many stars in the sky. Finding a planet is so difficult. Sophia slowly lowered her head, looking at the group of people who were searching for Blue Water Star for her. As well as white stone, I stared blankly at this scene. Perhaps, what's more precious than blue water star is this friendship. Especially when you see something so cold you want to jump up and down. But Nobita is still earnestly searching for blue water star. And when Shiraishi was wearing clothes that were about as thin as Nobita's, everyone stopped looking. Sophia suddenly broke into a bright smile, although we didn't see blue water star directly. But I believe that as long as I see this starry sky, blue water star is already in my sight. Don't get cold, everyone's. Sophia's friends could all feel her kindness, and their hearts were filled with warmth. Doraemon flashed that doting smile again. Nobita can't take it anymore, let's go back first. The friends actually wanted to keep looking, however. Sophia insisted that her friends shouldn't catch a cold because of her. So they had no choice but to return to the open space together. Thank you everyone, Sophia gave a slight bow. Sophia kept thanking us all day and we felt all numb. Even the usually outgoing fat tiger became shy and awkward. He kept saying that it was nothing at all, and that it was all his cousin Shiraishi's idea. Upon hearing this, Sophia turned her head and saw that Shiraishi was also looking at her. The two looked at each other, their faces lighting up with bright smiles. Back home, Sophia was originally planning to leave, however. Seeing how excited Shiraishi, Doraemon, and Nobita, they didn't bring it up for the time being. Instead, he decided to stay at Nobita's house for the night. No one was surprised. It all seemed like a natural progression. Although she's a girl, we're all kids. It's fine for us to wear pajamas and sleep in the same room, as long as we're not in the same bed. Fortunately, Shiraishi's move-in helped. Nobita's house has a lot more bedding now. There's more than enough room for Sophia to make a makeshift bed on the floor. Doraemon still sleeps in the closet. Nobita sleeps on the left, Sophia sleeps on the right. And Shiraishi sleeps in the middle. Good night. X4 Nothing happened that night. They're just kids, what could possibly happen? The next morning, after breakfast, I stayed at home for a while longer. Around 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Sophia spoke up, Shiraishi, Doraemon, I need to go back. Back to my palace, she gave Shiraishi a special look. She's just a little girl after all. The expression was still written on his face. What? A palace? Nobita, who was never good at grasping the essentials, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Sophia, are you perhaps the queen? What? Sophia was slightly taken aback at first, then sat down on a chair and laughed. No, Nobita. I haven't inherited the throne yet. I'm still just a princess. Princess. The princess is amazing too, okay. Nobita and Doraemon exclaimed in unison, wow. I never imagined Sophia was a mermaid princess. I never expected that our friend would be a princess. It's truly an honor. Shiraishi wasn't as surprised as Nobita and Doraemon. After all, his impression of Sophia reminded him to some extent of her identity as Princess Sophia. How annoying, you're just teasing me. Sophia playfully scolded Shiraishi. Haha, I didn't, after all you're a princess. Baishi waved his hand, say it again. Okay, I won't say any more, okay. Watching Shiraishi and Sophia laughing and joking, Doraemon and Nobita exchanged a glance. And both of them smiled like doting ants, but Sophia, are you sure you want to leave without saying goodbye? Suddenly Shiraishi became serious. Huh. Sophia was stunned, forget Shizuka and Jian. They really considered you a friend. They would be heartbroken if they knew you were leaving like this. Shiraishi explained in a serious tone, so my suggestion is to say goodbye to them first. He didn't actually want Sophia to leave. But Sophia leaving is an absolute certainty. Their family members are all underwater. Could Baishi possibly tie someone to the land? Sophia thought for a moment and nodded yes, Shiraishi. You're right, and so under Doraemon's control. The group gathered again in the open space. I heard you're leaving, is that right, Sophia? When Shizuka saw Sophia came to greet her, her expression full of reluctance. Sophia, I heard you're a princess of the mermaid clan. Does that mean you're royalty and have to go back to the palace? Ziofu's eyes shone with a different kind of light. I'm really curious about how big and luxurious the palace is. Is it even bigger than my house? Hey Sunio, you're way too arrogant. Comparing your house to a palace. You're really overestimating yourself. Fat Tiger mocked mercilessly. The friends seemed to be using teasing to dispel the sadness of parting. Doraemon pulled out a mobile fishing pond from his four-dimensional magic pocket. The markings on the fishing pond are still the same as before. Thankfully, Doraemon hadn't changed anything. Otherwise, I would have had to look for it again. Looking at the familiar fishing pond in front of him, he realized that this was where he had come to land. Sophia stood in front of the activity fishing pond, her reluctance written all over her face. Her eyes almost always on Shiraishi, yes. She was also very reluctant to part with her friends. But it's clearly not to the point where they absolutely have to be together. It's mainly Shiraishi and just 2 days Shiraishi. This seasoned veteran had already firmly captured the heart of Sophia. This young girl. Sophia seemed to want to say something but hesitated. She almost wanted Shiraishi to keep her there a little longer. Maybe they'll stay. Of course, she knew that was impossible. As a princess of the mermaid race, she suddenly disappeared for 2 days. The merfolk must be frantically searching for them. How could I possibly stay any longer thinking about this? Sophia's mood became somewhat depressed again. Sophia was staring at him with that look in her eyes. Shiraishi's heart skipped a beat, and he stared blankly at Sophia's retreating figure, blurting out uncontrollably, "Sophia, how about we take you home?" He noticed that everyone was suddenly looking at him. Shiraishi's expression returned to normal, and he coughed lightly before blurting out his reason, "Nobita. Sunio Shizuka Giant. Didn't you all want to see the mermaid clan's palace? Besides, Sophia came to land because of us. No matter how you look at it, shouldn't we personally send Sophia back? Sophia, you're not going to turn us down, are you?" Shiraishi wouldn't say directly that he also couldn't bear to part with Sophia. "Joke, I'm a grown man's. How could you say something so cloying? Impossible, absolutely impossible." Sophia turned around abruptly, her expression visibly shifting from dejection to joy as she looked at Shiraishi with delight. "Of course, I have no problem. Not a single problem. The merfolk welcome you." Seemingly noticing the strange looks on her friends' faces, Sophia lowered her head shyly and quickly added. With everyone, the group looked at each other, their eyes filled with surprise and delight. "Brother Shiraishi is right. Let's go, let's go, let's go to the palace. We must form an escort team for Sophia. All right, since you all insist, let's set off." Doraemon took out a mirror-like gadget from his four-dimensional magic pocket and then magnified it with a magnifying lamp. He then gestured for Sophia to walk to the mirror. Then Doraemon adjusted the markings on the mirror. Immediately afterwards, a new outfit appeared in the mirror. Exactly the same as Sophia's mermaid suit. Only the color was slightly different. If we're going to go underwater, we might not be able to do it without Sophia's mermaid suit. Doraemon put his hands on his hips and said, as if taking credit. Doraemon's gadgets looked too much like magic. Sophia watched this scene in amazement. Shiraishi laughed and said in a sense, "Doraemon's gadgets are actually no different from magic." "Hee, Doraemon is omnipotent," Nobita laughed happily. "Although it sometimes malfunctions." Fat Tiger chuckled. Zio fuss standing next to him immediately added insult to injury. "What do you mean occasionally?" "It malfunctions frequently, Doraemon." His face flushed with anger, shouted, "Are you still going or not? If you do go, put on these mermaid suits." Okay, Doraemon, don't be angry." The friends used the anywhere door to return to their homes, and then put on mermaid outfits. Doraemon is blue and white. Nobita's shirt is yellow, almost exactly the same as his short-sleeved shirt, and he wears a light blue skirt. Shizuka wore a pale yellow dress with a red skirt. Giant is wearing a dark blue dress with a purple skirt. Sunio wore a white top and a green skirt. Shiraishi wore a light blue top with a red skirt, a color scheme similar to Superman's uniform and cape. I don't know if it's a coincidence or what. In addition to that, there are adaptive lights. Immediately afterwards, Doraemon took out a small light, swept it across and shone it into all his friends. White Stone was among them. This time we're going to the real deep sea, instead of being in virtual seawater. With his current physical condition, he would suffocate if he went into the sea. Mission accomplished. Now everyone can survive in any environment. Doraemon nodded in satisfaction, even the seabed. Sophia asked in surprise, sure. Shiraishi answered for Doraemon, once you get used to the light, you can survive in any dangerous place. Although it can only last for 24 hours, that's enough. I see. Sophia nodded in sudden realization, no matter how you look at it. Doraemon's gadgets are still exactly the same as magic. Who isn't? Shiraishi shrugged, even though I've seen many props. I still can't help but marvel at their magic every time I see them again. It's not that good, Doraemon's. Feeling embarrassed by the praises, said, all right, let's go. Let's go. Nobita shouted and jumped directly into the activity fishing pond. Then there's Giants, Sunio, Shizuka, and Doraemon. Shiraishi and Sophia exchanged a glance, smiled at each other, and then jumped into the activity fishing pond with them. After falling into the sea, the friends, under Doraemon's command, pressed the button on the waist of the mermaid suit. Several beams of light burst forth, and everyone's legs transformed into mermaid tails. Alas, like a dragon entering the deep sea. Baishi flicked his tail and shot out like a cannonball. Led by Sophia, the group, while playing, they headed towards the underwater mermaid tribe's settlement. Shiraishi and Sophia unconsciously held hands and swam freely in the sea. The group encountered many different kinds of fish on their journey. Whether it's a giant whale, a small shark, a dense school of fish, a sea turtle, or a dolphin, everyone had a bright smile on their face. Shiraishi and Sophia's relationship is also growing stronger, and they are becoming increasingly intimate. However, Sophia seemed to find it difficult to adapt to this warming trend. Deep down, there seemed to be a fear that neither Shiraishi nor Sophia could perceive. As evening approached, the time gradually came. Doraemon pulled out another gadget from his four-dimensional magic pocket. This time something that looked like a rope. It is called a waterproof rope. Water will not get in within the area covered by the waterproof rope. Define an area, place a house inside. And that's your all-purpose tent. It was originally a small, toy-like thing, but once it was inflated, it could grow large enough for a person to use. It has virtually every kind of facility. Sitting at the large table in the middle, Sophia looked around curiously. Doraemon, you're just like the legendary Manesha statue, Manesha. Well, I once heard my grandmother say that when our mermaid race is in danger, the sea god will use the mermaid sword to save us. The mermaid sword. Shiraishi said that he felt like he had heard it somewhere before. Actually, our merfolk ancestors have preserved this sword very well for generations. But now we don't know where it is. It's a real pity. Sophia nodded, her tone expressing regret. After all, the mermaid sword was a treasure of their mermaid race, and now its whereabouts were unknown. Shiraishi frowned slightly. Mermaid sword. Then is there also a set of mermaid armor? Shiraishi, how did you know? Sophia looked at Shiraishi in surprise. I just guessed. Shiraishi waved his hand, indicating that he wasn't just guessing, but rather vaguely recalling some plot details. If his recollection of the plot is correct, the villain in this theatrical version, it seems that he possesses the mermaid armor and then comes to Earth to find the mermaid sword, attempting to collect these two divine artifacts and rule the world. However, that's all Shiraishi can remember. More specific details, such as what they are going to do now, are unclear. I really can't remember those plot points, since they were all details that wouldn't be described in the movie. So it's hard to remember them, according to legend. In addition to the mermaid sword, there is indeed a mermaid armor, Sophia continued. However, the legends surrounding the mermaid armor are much older than those surrounding the mermaid sword. The mermaid sword dates back about 5,000 years, while the mermaid armor is rarely mentioned in records and is much harder to investigate. The legendary sword and the legendary armor are so cool. Fat Tiger clenched his fists, very excited. Zayafu nodded in agreement. How romantic, so. With his friend's help, Doraemon pulled out 2 gadgets in search of the legendary sword and armor. Treasure hunt paper and baking ovens. Doraemon didn't originally intend to look for these things. However, under the reverse psychology of Giant and Sunio, who described it as a raccoon dog in the sea, Doraemon couldn't resist taking out his gadget. Tear off a piece of the treasure hunt paper and place it on top of the baking oven to bake. With Sophia holding it, if the mermaid sword truly exists, then the treasure hunt paper would provide clues. Right under everyone's shocked gaze, a line of text appears on the treasure hunt paper, revealing the main storyline when the royal family prays. 6 rays of light converging, their wishes will come true. Immediately afterwards, another line of information was provided on the treasure hunt paper. It was just ancient Bluewater star script, which even Sophia couldn't understand. Sophia seemed to remain silent afterwards. Hey Doraemon, I'm hungry. Fat Tiger suddenly touched his belly and said, I'm hungry too, Doraemon. Nobita and Sunio also spoke up. Shizuka didn't say anything, but her stomach was already growling. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, she lowered her head, somewhat embarrassed. Haha, don't underestimate the all-purpose tent. Doraemon smiled mysteriously and walked to the all-purpose tent. Giant. What do you want to eat? Just say the word. Of course it's eel rice, a supersized portion. Fat Tiger said without hesitation. Eel rice, let me see. What? Doraemon manipulated something and pulled out a steaming bowl of eel rice. Wow Doraemon, how amazing, Fat Tiger excitedly took it. Took a bite and found it delicious. How did you do that? Doraemon. Nobita Nobai watched this scene in astonishment. A multi-purpose tent that can absorb microorganisms and then make any kind of food. Doraemon proudly held his head high and said, come on. Tell Muhat, do you want to eat? Sunio and Shizuka ordered ramen. Nobita ordered a bowl of pork cutlet rice. Shiraishi ordered fried chicken rice, and Sophia, not knowing what to eat, also ordered a bowl of fried chicken rice with Shiraishi. It smells so good. After dinner, everyone went to bed one after another. Doraemon had already contacted their families, saying he would take them on a trip for about a day or 2. With the reliable Doraemon leading the way, the children's parents generally had no objections. Night, everyone was asleep. Sophia sat on the bed lost in thought. Sophia is young, but that doesn't mean she doesn't understand love and romance. Along the way, Sophia's feelings for Shiraishi continued to grow. But the more they grew, the more doubts she had. Sophia opened the door and took a deep look at the room where Shiraishi was. The next morning, where is Sophia? The group of friends gathered together, but they couldn't find Sophia anywhere. Only Shizuka touched the crown on her head. I was chatting with Sophia just last night. How come she suddenly disappeared? She even chatted with Sophia last night. Sophia even put her own crown on her head. Shiraishi stared silently at the doorway to Sophia's room, frowning without uttering a word. He seemed to be able to sense what Sophia was thinking. But I still can't figure it out. The other kids all seemed a little worried. Sophia's departure without saying goodbye was a real blow to the exploration team. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Suppressing his emotions, Shiraishi said, everyone, let's keep going, continue forward. Sophia has already left, why should we continue forward? Zio Fu scratched his head, looking quite puzzled. It's simple, I want to ask Sophia why she left. Shiraishi turned to look at his friends, paused for a moment, and then spoke. At that moment, Shizuka also said, I still need to return Sophia's crown to Sophia. That's true, I also want to know why Sophia suddenly left. Aren't we friends, but how are we going to find Sophia? We have no idea where Sophia went. Nobita Nobai said with some difficulty. It's okay, we have Doraemon, don't we? Shiraishi smiled slightly and pressed Doraemon's head down. This is our Manesha goddess. Oh, don't flatter me, cousin Shiraishi. Doraemon scratched his head sheepishly. In that case, ta-da, the person finder, as he spoke. Doraemon took out a machine that looked somewhat like a lawnmower. With an arrow on it, Shizuka, give me the crowns. Okay. Doraemon placed the crown in front of the arrow and said, "We must find Sophia immediately afterward." Amidst everyone's excited gazes, the arrow of the missing person detector began to spin. "Let's go to find Sophia." Without the slightest hesitation, the group set off immediately. However, at one point Shiraishi suddenly stopped. "Wait. Danger." Shiraishi's hair stood on end as he stared intently at any potential danger in the vicinity. "What danger is there?" Fat Tiger said nonchalantly. "Cousin Shiraishi, are you missing Sophia so much that you're hallucinating?" Zairafu nodded as well. Shiro almost stumbled in the sea. What were these two thinking? "You're underestimating the dangers of the sea." "Is it dangerous?" Nobita scratched his head. "It's so bright here. I don't feel any danger at all." "What do you mean by bright and sunny?" Doraemon retorted. "We're already in the deep sea. It's actually very dark. Pitch black. But we have adaptive lighting so it feels like daytime." So it was just a misconception caused by Doraemon's gadgets. The moment Baishi finished speaking, his hair stood on end. Whether it was an illusion or not, a roar came from behind. Immediately afterwards, the nearby seawater suddenly surged violently, and an enormous, ferocious moray eel abruptly appeared from the front. How big is it? It's several tens of meters long. Shiraishi and his companions looked like ants in front of this giant eel. Sunio's face was deathly pale. "That's a conger eel. How can it be so big? Isn't this the eel rice bowl that Giant loves to eat?" Nobita screamed inappropriately. Giant's face darkened. "Shut up, Nobita. Who can eat an eel this big? Stop talking, run." With a loud roar, Shiraishi quickly led everyone to flee. But the eel, perhaps mistaking them for prey, let out a deep roar and gave chase. "They're still chasing us." Shiraishi's expression was not good. This eel is ridiculously large. Even he would have a hard time dealing with it. Let alone taking care of Nobita and the others. It's simply impossible. Although moray eels look clumsy, they are actually quite fast swimmers in the sea. And they are about to crush their companions. Spread. Shiraishi roared and shoved Shizuka and Nobita away. Doraemon, Giant, and Sunio swam to the sides on their own. The massive surge of water generated by the moray eel crashing down sent everyone tumbling over. There's no escape. Baited up. Shiraishi's mind went blank for a moment. He quickly steadied himself, flicked his tail, and charged forward, slamming his two fists into the eel's body. At his speed, leaving would be absolutely possible. But Doraemon and his friends couldn't do it. Their speed is nowhere near that of the moray eel. Since there is no hope of escape, we might as well fight to the death. Bang, roar. The eel's entire body shuddered violently, and a painful roar rang out as it was forcefully thrown back a distance. Shiraishi was also sent flying by the recoil. "All right. Let's fight it to the death," Doraemon, also filled with excitement, shouted and immediately pulled out several air cannons from his four-dimensional magic pocket and handed them to his friends. Knowing the sea, it shouldn't be called an air cannon, but a water pressure cannon. Bew bew bew. Watch me beat this giant monster to a pulp and turn it into a supersized eel rice bowl. "Oh, Giant, you're still really thinking about the eel rice bowl." The water cannon kept bombarding the eels. Roar, roar. Roar, the eel writhed in agony and with a flick of its tail, it sent Doraemon flying, crashing into the cliff face and falling straight to the ground. "Doraemon," the friends exclaimed in surprise. Shiraishi flicked his tail, transforming into a torrent that instantly swam to Doraemon's vicinity and hugged him. "Are you all right, Doraemon?" "No, it's nothing." Doraemon was feeling a little dizzy, but he shook his head to force himself to wake up, only to suddenly scream, "Watch out." Shiraishi glanced over and was surprised to find that the eel had opened its mouth wide and was about to bite Shizuka. Shizuka screamed in fright and stood frozen in place. Terrified Shizuka, Giant, Nobita, and the others stared wide-eyed, their eyes blazing with fury, and they all ran towards Shizuka. But there was one person who was faster than them. That's Shiraishi when Shiraishi saw Shizuka in danger. He immediately rushed to her, Cider raised his hands high and braced his legs on the eel's lower teeth. Using all his strength, Shiraishi gritted his teeth. His muscles tense, and a terrifying roar kept seeping out from between his teeth. It got stuck in the eel's mouth, preventing the eel from closing its mouth. Shizuka stared blankly at Shiraishi in front of her. Suddenly, I felt that this scene seemed familiar. Cousin Shiraishi, Doraemon exclaimed in surprise. The friends were stunned when they saw this. Never mind me, quickly take Shizuka away and hide her. Shiraishi's voice was as if each word was being uttered one by one, without the slightest hint of weakness. Good. Doraemon gritted his teeth and rushed, overtaking Shizuka, who was stunned and staring at Shiraishi's back, away, and placing her in a crevice in the rocks nearby. At the same time, Giant Sunio and Nobita rushed to the eel's side and bombarded it with their water cannons. Let go of cousin Shiraishi, big guy, take this. The moray eel tried desperately to bite down, but Shiraishi's steel body was like a diamond stuck in its mouth. Impossible to bite through. Now when attacked, the pain causes him to twist his body, while sending Giant and Sunio flying. Shiraishi's foot slipped, and he fell directly into the eel's body. Doraemon, who had just emerged from the crack in the rock to rescue Shiraishi, stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Giant, Sunio, Nobita, and Shizuka were all stunned. They stared blankly at the roaring, powerful eel. Cousin Shiraishi, you despicable B********D. In an instant, Nobita burst into tears, screaming bitterly. The cowardly man suddenly burst forth with indescribable courage, gritting his teeth as he charged forward to avenge Shiraishi. Giant, who should have been the most reckless, showed remarkable composure at this moment, letting tears stream down his face as he tightly hugged Nobita, who was trying to rush forward. Don't go, Nobita. Don't go and die. Zio Fu covered his mouth and burst into tears, even though she had been manipulated by Shiraishi before. But that was just kids playing around. He still has a very deep affection for Shiraishi. Now we see Beishi buried in the belly of a fish. I couldn't help but cry. Giant, Sunio, and Nobita are all like that. Not to mention Shizuka, cousin Shiraishi. Doraemon's cheeks turned bright red, and he transformed into an enraged pufferfish, frantically pulling weapons from his four-dimensional magic pocket. I'll kill you. I'll kill you, I'll kill you to avenge my cousin Shiraishi. Doraemon kept shouting and tears kept falling. Beishi thus perished in the belly of a fish. He simply couldn't believe it. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to slaughter you. Doraemon had completely lost his mind, staring fiercely at the sea eel, his hands moving at lightning speed as he pulled out all sorts of extremely powerful weapons. The legendary sword Lightning Bolt. Here you go, Nobita. Shotgun. Here you go, Sunio. And the super gloves. Here you go, Giant. And the final act of revenge, Doraemon, holding two little hands making a peace sign, charged menacingly at the sea eel. Come and hit me. Come and hit me. This item can return 3 times the amount of attacks received from others. In other words, if someone punches you, it's like you've punched yourself 3 times. If someone stabs you, it's like you've stabbed yourself 3 times. Avenge my cousin Shiraishi. The group of friends all shouted at the same time. Sunio, wielding a shock gun, relentlessly attacked the sea eel. Biu as the name suggests. This gun can induce a state of shock in its target within a short period of time. Although it couldn't completely incapacitate the moray eel, the extremely short time it took, coupled with Sunio's furious Gatling gun-like attacks, was enough to give the guy a run for his money. At the same time, Nobita rushed forward with his famous sword. Dayankumaruan kept slashing at the eel's body. Giant, on the other hand, put on the super gloves and became incredibly strong, punching the eel repeatedly. The eel was being beaten so badly that it kept writhing in pain. Unfortunately, even with all that, they still couldn't completely eliminate the moray eel. Dies. Doraemon had completely lost his mind at this point, and actually pulled out a giant bomb from his 4-dimensional magic pocket, Earth Destruction Bomb. Die asterisk 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 D. No, Doraemon. At that moment, everyone was stunned. At that very moment, the eel suddenly writhed in pain on the ground. The dust on the seabed was constantly stirred up, and in an instant everything became shrouded in mist. Immediately afterwards, PFFT. A sound piercing through flesh and blood rang out. With blood all over his body, Shiraishi suddenly burst through the flesh of the sea eel and emerged from it. Roar! A bloody hole appeared on the eel's body, and it rolled around on the ground like a mudfish because of the injury. It's clear that he's really in pain. Ugh. It stinks so bad. Shiraishi smelled the odor on himself and felt like vomiting. What kind of fart smell is coming from inside this eel? Just now after Shiraishi was swallowed by the eel, it didn't actually cause him any harm. Instead, he seized the opportunity and rushed out directly from the most vulnerable part of his body. It was a severe blow to some extent. As Shiraishi thought this to himself, he then noticed that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Doraemon, Nobita, Giant, and Sunio all stared at him blankly. Nobita, Giant, and Sunio are all right. Doraemon is carrying a bomb. Holy crap, I think I just heard something. Earth-destroying bombs, no way, Doraemon. Shiraishi's eye twitched slightly. He almost screamed when he saw Doraemon casually throw the earth-destroying bomb on the ground. Are you kidding me, Doraemon? You can't just throw this thing away like that. However, before Shiraishi could say anything, he was surrounded. Cousin Shiraishi, are you all right? Cousin Shiraishi, you're amazing. They managed to break through like that. I knew my cousin Shiraishi would be all right. The children's faces were filled with surprise, and you could even see faint traces of tears. Shiraishi felt a warmth in his heart, knowing that they were all acting this way because of him. Okay, I'm definitely fine. There's nothing wrong with me at all. Baishi comforted him. That guy is still alive. We need to make arrangements for this big guy quickly. Otherwise, it will be even more difficult to deal with later. No problems. The group of friends looked at each other and nodded in unison. Even though Shiraishi is all right now, what just happened still makes his friends want to kill that eel and turn it into a giant eel rice bowl. Go to hell. Next up, Doraemon, Nobita, Giant, and Sunio will be there to assist. Shiraishi will be the main attacker. Find the gap in the rigidity. Shiraishi rushed forward immediately. Using his speed and strength, he pierced through the eel in an instant. PFFT. Immediately afterwards, Baishi rushed out 100 meters away, turned around again, and pierced through once more. After repeating this process several times, many holes appeared on the eel's body. It went from being fierce at the beginning to being on its last legs, lying on the ground, its body only occasionally trembling. Right under everyone's noses, the moray eel lost its life forcing at the same time. Some of the instruments on its body fell to the ground and slowly shrank. I knew it even at the bottom of the sea. There couldn't be such a big eel. Sunio stared in amazement at the shrunken eel. Is the stuff that fell off its body what caused it to grow bigger? Maybe someone is raising these monsters on the seabed. Fat Tiger crossed his arms and snorted. If I find out, I'll definitely beat him to death. Shiraishi stared silently at the device, some plot points slowly taking shape in his mind. Mermaids, monster fish. Cousin Shiraishi, that was really dangerous just now. We all thought you were dead. Doraemon patted his chest in lingering fear. Yes, Cousin Shiraishi. The friends gathered around again. Never mind that. Doraemon, please put away your earth destruction bomb first. Shiraishi stared at the earth-destroying bomb that had fallen to the ground, his lips twitching wildly. He didn't know whether to be moved or terrified. Where did Doraemon go? Who claimed a few days ago to be a childcare robot and not possess dangerous items like swords. You're going to pull out an earth-destroying bomb with your bare hands. Shiraishi has no doubt that this earth destruction bomb can destroy the earth. His only concern is that if Doraemon is reliable, what if he accidentally touches it and it explodes? Baishi couldn't withstand the power of the planet's explosion. He had only been in the world for a short time and had already gained so many abilities. He didn't want to die so soon, I almost forgot. Doraemon slapped his forehead awkwardly, swam underground, and stuffed the Earth destruction bullet back into his four-dimensional magic pocket. Is this okay now? Shiraishi breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, absolutely. The group of friends expressed their concerns about Shiraishi, saying that what had just happened was extremely dangerous. Just then, several fish-shaped submarines sailed in from various places and surrounded the group in the blink of an eye. At the same time, many mermaid soldiers dressed in the same uniform and carrying spears or guns swam in. What's going on? Doraemon and the others watched this scene with puzzlement. But they had a feeling that the newcomers were up to no good. So the group of friends gathered together and watched them warily. At the same time, a small yellow figure, resembling a pufferfish with a spiky hairstyle, swam over. Yes, it is indeed Harry, the captain of the Merfolk's Guard. Harry walked up to the group, crossed his arms, and scanned them with a scrutinizing and disgusted look. Blue fat pufferfish. Are you the guys Princess Sophia was talking about? Doraemon was once again mistaken for a pufferfish, and he almost rushed up to fight Harry. But Nobita stopped him. Doraemon, don't do this. Don't do this. These mermaids know Sophia, they're our friends. I'm so angry even if she's Sophia's friend. She can't call me a pufferfish. Doraemon, furious, put his hands on his hips. Hey Doraemon. Actually calling you a pufferfish isn't wrong. Because you really look just like one. Fat Tiger couldn't help but laugh out loud. What giant? What are you saying, seeing them making a ruckus? Little Harry frowned. Quiet downs. Although it looks small, its long-standing high position has instilled in it a sense of authority. As soon as he said that, everyone fell silent. HMPH. It seems you really are the people Princess Sophia was talking about. Little Harry snorted. Everyone had a bad feeling. I have a feeling that this mermaid harbors some inexplicable hostility towards them. Nobita was the only one who hadn't reacted yet. He stretched out his hand and said, "What's your name?" "We're Sophia's good friends. My name is Nobita." Snort. Harry snorted again, swam back a short distance, and looked down at everyone. I am now arresting you for kidnapping. What kidnapping? Us? Crime, abduction. Abducted whom? The other children were completely bewildered, not understanding what was going on, and stared blankly at little Harry. Of course it's Her Highness the Princess. Are you kidding me? How could we possibly have kidnapped Sophia? Hearing this, the friends were a little angry. However, little Harry is a predator knight at his command. The fish-shaped ship next to him fired a laser beam, which transformed into a fish-shaped bottle and put Doraemon, Nobita, Giant, and Sunio inside. The bottle was very small, and 4 people squeezed together, their faces pressed against it, which was very uncomfortable. It hurts so much. Let us go. You despicable B********D. We took down the giant eel, but we never expected to be ambushed by you. Little Harry looked at them coldly and snorted. Take them back, these presumptuous kidnappers. How ridiculous. Watching them leave, Baishi, who was hiding on the reef, silently followed. He had already sensed something was wrong. These guys clearly didn't come with good intentions. Otherwise, they wouldn't have surrounded everyone so quickly. So when he found an opportunity, he darted to the side and hid. It wasn't that he didn't want his friends to come along, but he had no other choice. Only by staying free could he save them. I'm afraid you'll have to make do for now, Doraemon.